Molly got a job, Kali got a word. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 드는 buffet. 죽여주잖아 like a buffet.
They talk about me, I forget to listen. At least I get the recognition. Heavy way up all up on you with the repetition. You in the pit, it's not an exhibition.
I'm giving you more cause I'm better than. 비없는 시험들 다 all of my numbers are tapping. 부름하고 message 막 보내. 너 종이 문이 나가 뻔히 필요하대. 너네들이 만든 돈을 go get it, go get it, go get it. 널 못해 먼저 그래 너도 get it cause I got a difference. No, I got it so deep down.
are here in Las Vegas, Nevada for the first ever official TFT LAN. That's right, this is the TFT Vegas Open. 512 competitors flew here from all around the world. They're taking the stage to be able to compete for the title of the TFT Vegas Open champion, as well as for a $100,000 grand prize. They've got a lot of games to play. You're not going to want to miss it.
Vegas is a good choice for TFT event because people just say TFT is all about luck, but there is strategy, there is skill.
It's kind of surreal, like, to see how far TFT has come.
Oh, that midway constitutes the top four.
I'm winning the tournament. Keep winning. I'm winning the tournament.
Always says that.
I've played in tournaments on LAN for God knows how long. I definitely think it gives me an advantage over the other players. I saw them, you know, kind of like buckling under the pressure.
Yeah, but here he goes.
It's gonna step up. Stays alive. It's so big.
They're making their way to the backline, but it's not enough.
Wow.
Lighty is going to claim this one.
Daya, what's going on? I'm lost. I'm dizzy. I don't know what to do. Rocky, what are your chances of winning this tournament? 0.
It's crazy. When I first came in here, my fan interactions have been so funny. I've met someone, his name is Michael. He takes a picture with me. He's like, yo, are you nervous? I'm like, yeah, man, I'm a little nervous. Like, I'm not doing too hot right now. And he's like, oh, I'm not really nervous. I'm really worried about Setsuko. I actually qualified for Worlds. This guy is way better than me. I'm playing against people who are like, literally like some of the best in the world.
Rich from the Carthage does enough, but still. Mike is a one-punch man.
Second place, it is going to end at that. Malala will claim first place.
I won the world in set 3.5, so I did the hardest thing to do in TFT. People can stress because there is no world champ in the table except me.
Once I get onto stage, it's gonna feel absolutely amazing, and I'm gonna be absolutely so stressed. I think I can make it. I can win.
Being in the final is an overwhelming feeling, but feeling all the support behind you, like it's starting to pay off, you just feel proud of yourself and a lot more confident that you can do it. I can be the person who wins Vegas Open.
I think it's 50-50. Either I win or I don't.
I'm gonna do my best, and I'm gonna make sure that I have nerves of steel.
The countdown has begun. The players are loading in. One more time. Las Vegas, are you ready? Playing checkmate. First, you need to get to 20 points, and after that, you can't win unless you get a first place. Oh, very, very close. Oh my gosh, wait, hold on a second. The final count. And somehow playing spoiler. Oh my God, the big York ceiling. Oh no! Honda stays alive.
Saying one more time, Ari versus Annie. Malala is running away with this one.
He jumped before, but not today. Along with the team fight tactics, Vegas Open champion.
It's a completely surreal experience knowing that I won the whole thing. I feel like it's been a long time coming, and the fact that I was able to get it on the biggest stage is just insane.
너가 만든 비트 위에 너가 만든 stage. Step, 계속 리믹스
when I DJ at different shows, there is no greater high that I get than doing anything else. Because when I leave that stage, I am bursting with endorphins. Gaming is also another high. You got your headset on, you're listening, you're talking, it's strategy, and there's a lot of adrenaline. Gaming has always been a constant through my life, even before music. My dad, he was traveling the world, and I was raised by my mom, and gaming was like my haven. Right when I get back from school, I go open up the Nintendo and play Zelda. Chess is one of my favorite games. If you give me 10 minutes, I'm gonna be playing a 5-5 game. If there's a certain game that can boost that adrenaline up and keep you on your toes, those are the games that I end up playing. First of all, I love League of Legends, so that's the first kind of introduction of what TFT was, is playing League of Legends. I have a group of friends that were obsessed with TFT. They would explain to me, it's just like chess. I'm like, that's my game. And then I started playing with them. Then the bug hits you and you're just like, okay, I can't stop playing. Riot reached out to me to make the remix for Remix Rumble. The first thing I thought about was like, I am going to brag to my friends. I mean, that is a big undertaking, and I absolutely love the challenge until they gave me the 4 songs. This is by far the most complicated remix I've ever done in my life. Like, nothing will come close to what I got from Riot. They're giving me 4 different genres. They're giving me 2 different BPM tempos, different vibes, classical, hip hop, metal, and jazz. They just got like, it's like a bag of like sounds, and they're like, do whatever you want. And I'm like, it was just difficult to go like, how do I find the balance between all these different worlds of music and to keep it, you know, in this traditional sense of how I would make a remix and make it feel like the Aoki soundtrack to the TFT world. You can't just mash it all together at the same time. There's an art to creating and building the web and the flow of the story, the emotion, the tension, the rise, the release. You want to have a strong theme, a strong melody that will carry you, that will become the track, what people remember. Through all the tracks that I got, the one that really stood out to me was the violin. With like electronic music, you start with a kick and you're already pumped. With classical, I feel like I'm starting at a clean slate of 0 and I can grow and build from there. So with that violin, it kind of led me from a very touching, minimal place, and then I was able to build from there. And I want the violin to stay ever present on this journey. As we go, we're bringing on hip hop, we're bringing on metal, and then we're bringing on jazz, and the classical is riding all the way through. And when we get to the drop, this is when you get more of the EDM element. After the first drop, that's when I introduced hip hop and metal together. 2 different genres. You wouldn't actually think about how that would work, but the 808 bass underneath the metal guitar riffs actually sounded really cool. The third breakdown is what I would call the solo bridge. And this is a perfect place for jazz to just be unencumbered and free. And you get, so here's like the solo of the sax. I really saved that last drop for the end to be a big, different sounding drop, going back to more like glitch hop and more the dance cultured sounds. More this glitch hop kind of drop, bringing in the violins back in. And then coming up into the big counter melody right here. It's like the final boss moment, you know, just getting to that ending and that elation of beating the final boss and kind of basking in your glory and having these really big chords and big melody. And then, you know, I want to bring that violin sample back in here, which is where it all started. By far the most difficult remix I've ever done. And in the end, it makes me the most proud that I was able to find this balance between all the worlds and include all the genres. Before I found music, it was difficult to find where I could belong and build friendships and have a community. The gaming world has given so much voice and so much identity to the kids like me that didn't really fit in. They can go to gaming and like game with their friends, and it has a sense of community that is global. I'm really honored to actually produce this remix for Remix Rumble, to be a part of the community. Let's play, let's rock it.
to Championship Sunday for Heartsteel Cup, and I'm here with my two favorite, dearest friends. Don't tell the other two, and I hope you didn't remember yesterday's intro. Hi, Boop. Hi, Admirable. Boop, where's your German jacket? I missed that one from rehearsal.
Oh, yeah, I was wearing like a nice rainbow thing. It's like, I get too hot. I move around too much when I'm doing this thing. So to spare everyone from some future trauma, I decided to change.
Thank you for putting clothes on, Admirable. I like that you went with the, you know, the gray, the blue vibes that Boop was putting out.
Oh, yeah, the basic stuff. Yeah, everybody loves the basic stuff. You said you had your two favorite people here. I still can't see them.
I can't either, but I do.
I was not a part of that. I love you guys, and I'm always positive.
You know what?
Thanks,
And
Boop.
this whole journey through the set has been positive. The set started as soon as 2024 was rung in, and our competitors have been through a roller coaster here. Take a look at the roadmap if you don't believe me. We had KDA Cup last month. Now we have Heartsteel Cup, and there's not that many chances, Boop, to get into the regional finals and for the chance to represent your region at the World Championship in March.
Yeah, I mean, to have the opportunity to represent an entire region is something that most people in the entire world will never get the opportunity to do. And for actually a significant amount of the players participating today, it is going to be their only chance that they could even attempt to get that title. So just like Jen just said, every decision is significantly more important for a lot of our players today than they have ever been in TFT and their competitive careers.
And the format is quite simple. It's the same as KDA. It's actually the same as yesterday. If you were here, calling you out if you weren't, and you're going to be quizzed on this, so pay attention. Admirable, get your pencil out. Today is day 4. We only have 32 players left. I still can't believe we started with 128. I can't count that high. Today, 32 players play 5 games. They get reseeded based on their performance. Only half of them get to game 6, and then we get our final top 8. And guess what? They compete in the final lobby. And what are they competing for, you may ask? I got you, little Twitch chatter. There's money. There's regional spots. There's pride on the line. There's Twitch chat judging them and giving them unsolicited advice. But most importantly, it's the shmoney, it's the bread, it's how we stay alive. $12,000 with $3,500 going for first, $2,500 for second, $1,750 for third and fourth. Top 12 get a piece of the pie. But Admirable, most importantly, that money is whatever. The rent will get paid eventually. But those regional spots.
Yeah, honestly, this is like the only game I've ever played where the ambition of every single competitive player that I've ever spoken to is getting to the World Championship and then winning it. Almost every other strategy game I've played, players go, oh, I'd like to do this, I'd like to do that. In TFT, absolutely not. World Championship, that's like the only ambition. And honestly, that's probably one of the reasons they're all so good. Like, this is the top of the top is so ridiculously strong at this game, which has an unbelievable amount of complexity to it that to them, it doesn't even seem like complexity at this spot. They're like, well, what do you mean you didn't do the XYZ? And I'm like, that's a lot of things to have to know. And they're like, oh, I knew that day 1 of the set being released. It's wild how good they are and how strong they are. And honestly, at that point, it's kind of no surprise that their ambition is only winning a world championship. But this is one of the steps to get to that point.
You would think a human's ambition would be to earn money, but no one remembers you for your player earnings. Everyone remembers, though, when you got 8th by dying to Crabbrave at a Heartsteel Cup. And we still have yet to see that, at least on broadcast, but at least we can hope. But Boop, yesterday, the competition was pretty tight. We had a ton of fun openers. Heartsteel Cup, some disco, some super fan. What's different between playing in a tournament versus playing on the ladder?
Yeah, I love this question just in general because I think it's worth bringing up almost every time we talk about this because there are 2 different styles that are beneficial for each thing, and very few people, only really the best, are able to replicate success in both environments. So imagine you're on ladder. Most of the decision making that you're going to get is going to be through a lot of the macro and general studying that you're going to know and just your inherent knowledge of the game. So if your fundamentals are good and you kind of know how to play most of the stuff, you're going to be successful on ladder, but that doesn't necessarily transfer all the way into that competitive atmosphere, because you need all of that plus more, right? Because you're going to be put into some situations in a tournament setting that you're never going to be put in on the ladder, right? Say it's the last lobby, you have to get a first, you have to play potentially a comp that you're not familiar with, which is something that you can maybe just, reset and on the ladder and go for another game. You can't do that here in the tournament. So with the addition of stakes, with the addition of, opportunity for both money and representing your country, the pressure is significantly higher here in the tournament, and that does create some, I think, issues with some of our ladder players in terms of playing cleanly and playing consistently throughout these days in what could be wildly different kinds of lobbies.
Yeah, plus there's always that aspect of like the unicorn opponent that people tend to have, where like they just never outplace them in the lobby, no matter what. In a tournament setting, that suddenly starts to mean a lot more to that issue. And like Boop said, there's going to be those games where it's basically a first or last setting is the only one you have. Every other position outside of a first is a last place setting. Let's say there's multiple players like that in a lobby all of a sudden. That completely changes the tempo and just the entire goal of what you're doing. And that can wildly change the outcome of how lobbies are going to play out, and as a result, how they actually look and feel. And that's, again, a very unusual thing to happen in a tournament setting that, like Boop said, you're never going to encounter that in the ladder spot, because there's just no reason to play that way, really.
And I just love our highlights because it was chaos yesterday. We got a wandering trainer on broadcast. One guy voted for it. That one guy went bot 3, I believe. But, we also had some unicorn comps, as Admirable just said. KDA 10 happened. I heard a pentakill 10 happened in another lobby. The Exodia comps were out in full force yesterday. Admirable, what were your favorite rerolls or just quirky comps that you saw yesterday?
Honestly, I think that one of the things that was so interesting to me was how little use Heartsteel actually was being put into, I think, in totality, but still the sheer dominance it was showing. It kind of speaks to like why so many players try to chase down this style of play, and it's because the cap out potential of it is still very high. It's probably too high, to be quite honest with you, just but honestly not as much as I think people are boasting it to be. They cut the amount of parts you're getting for each unit you take down in the later stage of the game. That was thought to be maybe enough to slow down the composition. It did slow it down, but it still kind of feels the same at the end of it, where it's the best way to cap out your board that you're going to be having. It's an economy trade, and this is the first one we've had that doesn't focus purely on losing in the early game. You can still use it at the end of the game. It's kind of weird that a trait that literally does nothing to your board ends up still being as strong as it is, but it is what it is, and it's probably the reason why you need to check it and need to figure out ways to really play against it, because it's just so powerful. It's kind of interesting to see how dominant it is when it's not quite played as much by every single player in the lobby.
And how much our players were tunneled on getting Ezreal online, and then how many people were holding hands with a 1-star Ezreal to the bottom, and really what other options you have other than Ezreal. But did your favorite streamer go Heartsteel? Did they really make it through? Did they hold hands at the top or the bottom? Well, here's a reminder of who cashed out yesterday and who is raising the stakes today. We only have 32 players here on Championship Sunday. Malala was one player coming in mind after winning KDA Cup in the Vegas Open, Admirable.
Yeah, I mean, Malala has been easily the most dominant player, I think, out of anybody that we have seen in a set. Even back to last set, when you're thinking about like how it was Khroen and it was Setsuko, and they won like every single cup that was there. Malala's really standing out for this one. He's taken down over $100,000 in winnings so far in TFT earnings, and while that's all kind of right into one single tournament, the point is it sounds really cool when I say it that way.
Yeah, I totally agree, right? Like Malala, ooh la la, right? Camila Cabello, favorite player right there, in my opinion. But something else that I really want to point out, and we're going to see some of these names when the standings switch too, is some of these, like, what we would consider tier 2 and tier 3 players, right? People who, aren't going to be the first people you think of when you say TFT streamer. I'm thinking of people like Pitsy, who's hanging here. Malala could have been considered that before the Vegas Open, and look at where Malala is right now. But someone I also want to talk about, 2 people on this list, Invective, just bringing it back to yesterday and how important mindfulness is for them, and then Roby Van Knob, who always seems to pop off at this exact moment, always seems to wait until one of the last tournaments to try to pick one off, is one of the traditional LCQ players that make it through that process as well. But overall, if Roby is in your lobby in the final day of a tournament, there's probably an opportunity for him to win it as well.
And no, we don't have favorite players. We're not just giving points away depending on who's PayPaling us. You do get bonus points based on your performance, which is pretty impactful, but of course it's not the end all be all if you're at 0 points. Admirable, have you seen kind of people come back from that brink of having no bonus points, or is being the top of day 3 that impactful?
But we've seen it matter less than it has before. I'd say like in the last few tournaments, it's been bulked into like it really mattering once you look at that final lobby spot. But honestly, the first season that we had the bonus points implemented into this tournament system had no difference on who was winning or who getting second, third, fourth, none of that. It was like you'd always look at it and you're like, wow, this really meant nothing at the end of the day. We were like, cool, this is actually a really good system. It's an efficient kind of tiebreaker. And then lately we've been seeing it make more of an impact. But lately, we've talked a ton about how the competition's getting tighter and tighter. It's tougher to break through these top positions. So honestly, I think it's a great tiebreaker system to implement players to have a big incentive to try as hard as they can throughout those early starts of the days. It's a great way to make sure that competitive integrity is there throughout the entire spot of it. And I think it's an excellent tiebreaker system that, frankly, no one has complained about yet.
And one person that is joining us to tell us all about the competition and their thoughts on yesterday, the king of co-streams, the first of his name, the untilted, the writer of guides, Frodan, joining us for a quick chat. Hey, Dan, thanks for taking the time away from the co-stream party. What'd you think of yesterday's competition? You was watching stuff yesterday. Oh, you're in Discord muted. We got it.
I swear this is not my first time doing an interview. I promise. Okay. Yesterday was really great. We saw a lot of the narratives that were going through the weekend. Like, there's a little bit of rivalry developing, or what was the meta going to shape up like. But one, we got to saw some back and forth action. It was really close. Two, we got to saw the meta actually develop in a way that I thought was really interesting. A lot of people were expecting, Heartsteel and Ezreal and like, it's another Jazz board. But we actually saw a lot of reroll come into play that was also really effective as well. And so we were very pleasantly surprised by that, and it was a really neat thing to watch develop throughout the day.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think, things like Heist 2, for example, right, fall under that umbrella. But something I wanted to ask you is, I think you're one of the few people who have interacted with TFT in almost every role that you can, other than specifically like working on the development team, right, at this point. So with all of your interaction with the product so far, as a caster, as a player, as just a stalwart community member, what kind of insights do you think that people should know about TFT that maybe we might not, because we don't have that kind of experience?
So you're asking like, how do I explain TFT to somebody who's not watched TFT before?
No, like what's just like something like an insight that you've had in your experience so far that you've just found interesting that you would like to share, just based on the fact that you've had so much of it?
I mean, I think that TFT is a really unique game. I think one of the things that it's really appealing is it's like a little bit of every genre. I mean, just look at the background of the people that we have here, right? We have people who come from, shooters or strategy games, or, different types of strategy games like card games. And, Khroen used to be a pro gamer as well. Admirable used to be a pro gamer. Nekkra covers every type of game. So does Lemonkiwi. So I think it's one thing that's really cool about TFT. I think it's a game that brings people together. I think it's sort of surprisingly like a really individualistic yet social game. And also, we're pretty addicted to the Runeterra IP. I think a lot of people just in general like have a lot of, they love the fantasy and the lore of it. So TFT in general is just like a really fun game. It's also a really addicting game. So just be very careful for anybody who dipped their toes in it, because say goodbye to your free time and your loved ones.
Dan, how do you end up resisting the idea that you really want to compete in this game? Like, this is easily like the game that I've seen you not only grow the most in, put the most time into, and also be very good at. And I know that you have that itch to want to compete to it, but you also have the itch to want to help everyone see the game. Like, which one takes the precedent, and why do you like seem to like want to do all of them? Like, if you had to choose one, which one would you go with?
I really love what we're doing now with the co-stream. It's one thing to sit there and watch yourself go waste and kind of suffer by yourself, but it's another to watch other people do it and have a good time and laugh. So I like I said, TFT is a social experience. A little bit of how do you say it? Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude. My German is terrible.
Schrödinger.
Yeah. There's a little bit of like joy of watching other people's misery, but also the joy of watching people succeed as well. And I think that those highs and lows, very much like life, is just part of what makes it really fun. And I think my experience as a commentator allows me to able actually like break down and kind of dissect the action, but also as a fan of the game, right? I think the number one thing I always talk about when we're covering TFT is just be curious, be enthusiastic, and try to like dive into the game and a little bit more analytical, think about like why things are happening. And I think that's just kind of the driving force. I just really particularly enjoy like just being a fan of the game. There's so much to enjoy, and there's always more to learn. I think that's the other icing on top for me, because like I spent a lot of hours studying and watching, and I still feel like I'm kind of a noob compared to these guys or these people. They're so good compared to me.
Yeah, I feel that way too. And there's so much to learn, especially after a fresh patch. And, you know, I got to watch your video about your thoughts on the patch before we got this tournament. And did you get to see any of those niche comps that people were talking about, like maybe your Lulu Twin Terror or Garen Reroll, the Lux Laser Show? Kind of anything stick out to you yesterday?
I mean, Garen Reroll, actually, we did get to see it. I think we was on the main broadcast as well, right? We got to see Garen 3 pop off with Vanilla. That was really cool. Vanilla, unfortunately, eliminated, but I think it was really awesome to see that. In general, I think this is one of the most diverse patches in terms of what is available to carry. And I think that is power of the headliner mechanic. The headliner mechanic is enabling, saying, what if this unit could also be what you build around, instead of just like, well, these are building blocks that lead to the same 3, 4, 5 cost carries that most people do. A headliner mechanic is supposed to enable that power fantasy of like, well, what if Garen had scaling infinite HP? And that's what makes it really interesting. And I think that this patch in general is really good for that, because there's so many different reroll comps that I think if you're a reroll enthusiast, it's a good time to play TFT. They're feasting.
Cool. Well, you know, I think, Dan, I think in your career, you've always asked other people the questions, and I'm so excited to finally get you to ask about you and talk about yourself. So this is the last one for me, and mine's going to be a little bit more on the emotional side. You've been here for a while. You've, like we said before, you've had a lot of roles. What are some things that you're just like really proud of that you've been able to accomplish in TFT so far?
Oh, wow. About me.
Yeah.
I mean, I think overall, I've been doing this for quite some time. And I'm just very grateful that I still can do it. I think if just to be very candid, right? The industry is going through like a tough time. There's a lot of layoffs and setbacks, and it just seems like fewer opportunities. And I firmly believe in optimism, right? I do think that eventually things will turn around once we kind of get ourselves and group together for kind of a little bit of a comeback of esports and gaming as a whole. But more than anything, I'm just very grateful that people aren't tired of me. You know, I've been doing this for a long time. I have a lot of antics. I mean, I dye my hair blue for attention, right? Like, it's just I've been doing a lot of stuff for a long time, and people still put up with me. So one, I'm very grateful for that. And two, the best part about doing this is watching the community grow, one, into their own identity. It's really easy to feel like you have to copy another scene. TFT is so unique. We really own who we are, which I love. We're not trying to be who we're not. I think the second thing is also, we're really trying to do it the right way. We're not perfect, but we're trying to be more inclusive. We're trying to be more welcoming, trying to be more thoughtful, right, about a lot of things that we're approaching things. And I think that's really special. I think a lot of people just get caught up in like let's franchise and let's like, you know, travel and do these international lands and do all these crazy things. We've built ourselves up by our own boots and really have built something special for ourselves. And I hope that continues, because that means that it can't be taken away. It's a really special identity, and I'm just really happy to be part of it.
Nice. And I think it was awesome being all together at the Vegas land to just truly kind of relish in our love of TFT. So thank you so much for sharing that passion and being here with us and sharing that insight. And thank you for the interview, and have fun in the coach stream.
Yeah, I will. Trust me.
All right. Thank you. Later.
Take care.
All right, that was some awesome insight. It was great to just talk about how much we love the game, Admirable, and a little bit of Garen reroll, but it doesn't look like too many shenanigans that he's noticed.
Honestly, Dan's like one of my favorite people, and he's helped me grow so much just like over the last 10 years. It's just been like honestly incredible to like hear it and see it and what's been happening. You know, I just every single time I think back to set 1 when we're sitting in Discord playing TFT, and all of a sudden he goes, "Do you feel that?" And I'm like, yeah, I think it's an earthquake. And I'm like looking around and everything's shaking, and I go, well, hang on, let me finish rolling down for Z3 and then I'll get to a safe place real quick. I always think back to how much Dan and I played TFT and how we just always knew it was something special like the moment we played it, and to see what it's become now. He's reminded me of that with the answer to this final question that Boop had asked here. It's just it truly is something to see.
I just love that we all love TFT, and I love watching TFT. And one person in particular was Noster, who was #1 in points yesterday. And I actually love that even though the tournament was done, he was still on the grind. And that's what we love to see. I actually got to watch Frodan VOD review Noster and really talk, Boop, about the itemization of just the balance between slamming those early versus wanting to greed for just the very best.
Yeah, and I think that we're really talking about habits, right? I think some players get so used to doing one or the other, they kind of interpret it as the correct type of play. But TFT has never really had a perfect form of playing the game. There are always going to be variables at many different points, whether it's an augment or something else, that change the impact of something like an item, right? So if you need to win streak, if you absolutely need to get those early wins, then slamming those items seem to be a really great option. However, if you find yourself in a position where maybe you need to greed out, maybe you need to make sure that you have a ton of money a little bit earlier on, maybe we don't slam items so we can start losing those rounds a little bit more consistently. So you know, it's all about a mindset thing, and I know Admirable has talked about this too at Noster. Mindset has been sometimes a challenge for Noster, has known to spiral at times, and it's so cool to see, because when you see someone VOD review, that means that they're like actively working against that, and that is perfect.
Yeah, I mean, the amount that Noster has grown, I think, is if you've been following this, it's really easy to see. And if you haven't been, it's been something incredible. He's always been like right on the outside of these breakthrough things. And again, once he's right in the spot again, where he's like right on the outside of this breakthrough thing. And this is another big day. It's a really tough thing to do. And the thing that I'm looking at with this is that how much more he's had to play in a tournament like this. He's had 18 games in this tournament so far. He had to go through week 1. And that's a really tough thing to break through with, because that's where we started with like 128 players. Despite having 18 games played, 6% 8th place rate. Like, this is really hard to keep yourself outside of that 8th place position, because if you spread this evenly, it's going to be 12.5%. He's managed to cut that in half, which is a major points improvement. It's how you start getting to places like this, is avoiding these disaster scenarios.
And how you can salvage that 8th place into anything but that. And one person who's no longer on the outside looking in is Robin Songs, who I believe got 9th at KDA Cup and missed out on final lobby from a tiebreaker. This guy is really on the come up, Boop, and an 83% top 4 rate is very consistent.
Yeah, I mean, it's also his age, which is amazing, right? That we have that kind of representation here in TFT. But, you know, making things short and sweet, he's one of the most consistent players North America has ever seen, and you can never count him out. No matter how prepared you think he is coming into a tournament, he's always going to be a threat.
11511.
Yep.
Yeah, just
who cares about 8 p.m. as long as you hit it within you hit your units within the time span. And one person who's now in the top 3 based on yesterday was Billy Ken Carey. Very exciting, because Admirable, we were kind of looking through his history and not a lot of like tournament results out there, and it's cool to see breakthrough players like this.
I'm convinced that this is one of the players who has had like the name change several times. I think I've asked 14 people what the latter name for this is. No one has been able to identify this for me right now. But I'll tell you what, you don't have these kinds of numbers without being a strong player. It just doesn't happen. Like it's so hard to do at the top of these things, because the first time I ever played like in challenger lobbies a couple sets ago, it was like you get stomped by players who are at the top if you are absolutely not in form for this. And so this player, not only is the name reflecting what's been happening here, but you know, the numbers are reflecting it as well. It's like, my gosh, I cannot find a single thing that tells me about this player's tournament performances, and I want to find it. If anyone knows what this name is, please let me know what this latter name is. I have to know it, and I have to know it right now. It's impossible to find.
Billy can get good results, and that's all we care about. And the meta was really interesting to watch yesterday. One of my favorite rerolls, and personally what I think is one of the best 3-cost rerolls that we saw yesterday, was Riven. Personally, I'm always going to go towards Riven. Minimum of 4 8-bit. I mean, the win rate, the top 4 rate rises dramatically. If you could get that 8-bit spat online, go to 6 8-bit, put it on Viego or somebody. And this has been one of the strongest melee comps, especially with Executioner 6 getting nerfed and Twin Terror getting nerfed. Boop, it's really important to have QSS on her especially, and I feel like people underrate the attack speed of QSS.
Yeah, I think just like in general, QSS just enables her to do what she was designed to do, right? Which is just, hey, let's make it so she's not going to get trapped and stuck on someone and CC'd and let her go, right? And ultimately, if you're not going to get a QSS, you have to have an Edge Ignite or an Augment to compensate for that if you're really wishing for that win.
And then our second best composition, the Rainplosion's Disco TF. Well, it's not just her comp, but she was one of the best at it. Admirable. We have the disco balls going, and it's nice to see TF back in the picture from the patch.
Yeah, we're taking an example from Rainplosion's board because it's a very strong example of it. And honestly, there's so many different ways you can play this, but the big difference is going to be, do you have the time to get from level 8 to get to level 9? This is not a composition that you pay a bunch of HP, save up a bunch of money, turbo to level 8, and then build a TF, and suddenly you're good. It's a composition where you're way ahead. You get to level 8, and that's where your investment comes in. You then sit on like the TF2, that gives you enough time to get to level 9, and then you explode with 2-star legendaries and take over the rest of the board. That's how this composition wants to find its wins, because the main damage source at the end, it's going to be a 2-star Ziggs holding onto items as though it was the 2-star Twisted Fate.
And Boop, we're no longer sad to get Twisted Fate. That's always nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most satisfying ults in the game, but also just to piggyback just real quick, tempo is the key to this particular comp. The further ahead you start, the further ahead you'll probably end.
And why this tournament is called the way it is, the Heartsteel composition, the opener, the closer, the finisher, Admirable. This is what everyone's chasing, but sometimes tunnels too much on how to build this perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, we've shown a lot of Heartsteel stuff here, but really the big deal about showing this much Heartsteel is that it means you have this many different options to go with. Now, which one should you go with? This is a tough choice. You know, maybe you should go with a more melee composition, focusing on something like Zed. Maybe you should try to find yourself a Lucian or a Jhin and spike out by having these be ultimate 2-star legendary things. There's so many different things to do. This is not a question you can simply answer, and that's why I'm not going to try to do it that simply. The point of this is you have a lot of tools to work with, so find what you can do best. That's the nuance of the composition.
Just anywhere from racing to level 8 or to 9 to get your 4-cost carries online, to 2-cost rerolls, 3-cost rerolls, to maybe some things that are being labbed out. We got to talk to Frodan about Garen rerolls, some Lux Star Show. Jax I thought was going to be stronger. Malala was talking about maybe the Jax Whispers being pretty loud, but Jax not making it into the top 4 as consistently. Sort of hearing how Dish Soap was saying that it's a little awkward to play EDM early around Jax, and really finding the best opportunity. What is the placement that you can play a composition in, and how do you read the tempo of the lobby, as Boop said? Well, you're going to get to read that tempo live, because our first game is ready for the Heartsteel Cup Championship Sunday. I'm excited to check in. We've got a lot of games going on at the same time, so I'm excited to go and say hi to our casters, Khroen and Nekkra.
Thank you so much to the desk for the incredible introduction to the final day of the Heartsteel Cup. I am pumped to be next to you once again, Khroen. We've got like the Heartsteel vibes on the desk right now, you know, to represent the Heartsteel Cup. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm pumped to see your fit. Those glasses are like, you are like KDA, Evelyn, Ezreal, you know, right now you're just rocking all of these vibes, and I am so here for it. I'm jealous of the fit, honestly, but I'm also jealous of these players being able to play for these high stakes situations. There's so much on the line today. I was taking a look at so many qualifier point scenarios, right? Some players are already locked in coming into today just because they made it into day 4. But other players on the outside looking in, and their fate is in their control, right? Do they need top 16? Do they need to go all the way for a top 4 finish just to make it to regionals, right? Players are in every single situation right now. It's so exciting to kind of watch that come into fruition.
Yeah, we had the 6 games yesterday, which felt like already such high stakes, because that next step in the journey for these players was to make it to today. But we have so many more cutoffs we have to get through, Khroen. We've got 7 games to play, where we have the top 32 now, but then we really start to whittle things down as we get to games 6 and 7. So that's where we really get to raise the stakes even higher to see who can actually take home the money, but more importantly, those spots. And as you were saying, those spots for the top 4 of this event matter so much to some of these people, because we had so few events to grab these qualifier points, and now we're at the part where, well, if you didn't cut it in KDA Cup, you have to get the job done here. And even if you go top 16, that just could not be enough through just qualifier points alone.
Yeah, definitely, especially the players who kind of bombed out in the KDA Cup. Like you were saying, there's only so many chances to specifically for the Cubs for either getting those top 4 spots or qualifier points. We have our ladder beasts, of course, that we know and love, but for the players who maybe are like middling of the pack on ladder, they're still challenger players, they're still good, but they need to pop off in tournaments. There's less opportunity to do that than the past. Of course, there's just more sets in general. So over the course of this whole year of TFT, we're going to go through a few sets. You're going to have a bunch of chances, but for this set specifically, to make it to regionals and make it to worlds, like every single TFT player's dreams are, right? We've been talking about that a lot, more than, you know, most other games. People are just like, no, TFT, I need to go to worlds. I need to prove myself that I am that good of a player, can compete internationally, can compete on the highest stage. And it's just so intense when Heartsteel Cup might be your last chance. You know, that intensity, those nerves may be getting on some of these players' minds, but not for our seasoned veterans, right? Players they're going to be seeing soon. You know, they've been here since set one, since the beginning, and love to see them still kind of stick around, you know, and have that lasting impact, kind of cementing their legacy in TFT, but also the new stars to the party, right? We were talking about some names yesterday that we're going to see a little bit, but one, Greya comes to mind, of course, with playing that Heartsteel line, playing the meta so effectively, and they're one of the players who does need that top 4 finish to make it to regionals, but I think there is certainly room for these rising stars to show up here and have a big tournament run.
I'm looking at the rising stars, but I love the call out that you made to all of the players that have been around since the very beginning that are still coming to these more modern era tournaments and showing up. And I think that speaks volumes to also just how difficult the competition has gotten over the past couple of months, and even I think past few years. Like Khroen, you were at the TFT Vegas Open. How high of a skill ceiling did you feel like you were playing against when you were out there in the field yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I know I've taken a step back from personally competing in TFT since, you know, set 3, set 4 kind of era, and I've been just on the caster dust since then. But going to the Vegas Open, competing amongst, you know, these great players is like, wow, I know I'm still like involved in TFT and stuff, and I still play, but definitely not quite that same level. Everyone has leveled up so much. I actually think I was like reading a Reddit thread, which, you know, my mistake, reading Reddit. Why would I do that? But I was reading a thread that actually had some, I know, right? That had some cool insight that was like, hey, I'm kind of coming back to TFT, and I've only played, you know, in like the first few sets, but is it just me, or it seemed like is everyone getting better? And everyone's like, yeah, no, that's kind of happens in any multiplayer game, right? The game, you know, longevity exists. People are going to get better and better, and in TFT specifically, you do see that, and it's kind of very, very interesting to have that experience, at least at the Vegas Open. For me, I'm like, wow, I've been out of this, you know, competitive scene for a while. Yeah, I didn't do too bad, you know, got top 50. We take those, but still, you know, was able to make that top 32 or that final lobby. And it is these players who you know, have this drive to keep on improving and have all of this preparation and practice and kind of hard work that is really inspiring, honestly, to be around. And I think it is so infectious, and why we see all these, you know, study groups pop up, people being like, okay, I want to be there too, I want to be right at the top, I want to keep on challenging everybody else to get better and better. And that's how you elevate TFT. And I think for me, that's kind of why it feels so special.
I think it was right around when Replay won the TFT championships, where we were all just NA ralliers. We're like, okay, it doesn't really matter who wins. We just want an NA TFT player to finally take home that crown. And so I felt like all the gloves came off. Everybody was working together. There was no more of these sort of smaller study groups. Everyone was just trying to spread all of that knowledge around, and that has persisted throughout these last couple of months. But let's focus in now on the very first lobby of our day. This is game number 1 of the Heartsteel Cup, and we've got some impressive players in this lobby, Khroen. I'm personally looking at Robinsongs, the 2nd player in points yesterday, and had that 9th place finish at the KDA Cup. So really looking to try to get even further than that this time around.
100%. Robin is one of those lucky, not really lucky because he plays really well, but one of those players who is locked in his slot for the regional finals because of just making it into day 4. So congratulations, Robin. But the work's not over, right? All these players still competing for that prestige, right? That pedigree, that prize pool as well, as we get on into game number 1, Nekkra. There's so much on the line, and it starts right now.
There is. We have 7 games of the Heartsteel Cup today, and this is just the first of our first set that will qualify our players to play in that top 16. So we're going to be kicking these off here on Grea's board. Grea was one of those players that I know you were really impressed by, Khroen, taking a look at their performance yesterday and just even throughout that first weekend. And I am so excited to see how much else they can get done today.
Oh, 100%. Grea definitely impressed yesterday. Being able to play the meta lines and play them well, play them to the caliber of these, pro players that have been around the scene for a very long time is, you got to give hats off and give props where credit is due, right? But also they were able to play other compositions as well, not just play the meta stuff, but play these kind of more niche lines. And we've been talking about the meta a lot, but something that was mentioned in the pre-show is that there are so many lines open. This meta is very wide, is very flexible. So to take any opportunities that you are granted and be able to execute on them well is harder, I think, for a player that's newer to the competitive scene. So that's specifically why Grea impressed me so much. And as I mentioned, Grea is one of those players who needs to not only get to the final lobby, but needs to find a top 4 finish to get to the regional finals.
Well, what about Biri, right? Because I think this is a player that's on the other part of that qualifier point spectrum where they could be very well locked in after just a couple of games today. And so that would be so exciting to see if Biri can make that step forward to be able to go to the NA Regional Finals. But Khroen, we are playing Prismatic Prelude as our portal for this game. So we got gifted a Prismatic augment to start out the day. I'm so pumped.
I love it. I think they're considering Cruel Pact here. Starter kit's probably not the hit, but no, Biri is going to go for that living forward, some gold generation early. And as you were alluding to, yes, Biri is on the other side of that qualifier point conversation. Not quite automatically locked in yet. I think some numbers were ran. They're not official numbers, so they could be wrong, but it's like 99.7% chance for Biri to go to the regional finals. It had such a fantastic tournament run, and just a great set in general. I think the progression of Biri has as a player has been really I think inspiring, honestly. And so to see Biri be so close is absolutely fantastic. And a couple of good games, like you're mentioning, could very well lock them in.
On the other side of the board, we've got Khroen, who we're going to be focusing on. And Khroen is one of those players that has been around for quite some time now in the TFT space. I think has already solidified himself as one of the best players in North America, but has an opportunity to continue to do that as... What are those stats telling you about Khroen's chances to go to the NA Regional Finals here, Khroen?
Khroen is also locked in, the 5th from the KDA Cup, and then getting to day 4. Khroen has done it. So huge props to him, right? Because last set, Khroen missed out by just 1 qualifier point. It was so close after having a great set. So to see him come back and be so close and still have that hunger to want to improve and get back in the form of Khroen as we knew in the first few sets of TFT is, I think, really special. And of course, right now he's already locked in with that Heartsteel opener and has Twin Terror as well. So this is going to be such a strong board for Khroen later on into the game. But again, just love seeing his progression as a player and making it to regionals. Congrats already to him. But again, still playing for that prestige, that pedigree, and that prize pool as well.
I love that start for Khroen because I was actually checking in on Khroen's VODs from yesterday, and he played a ton of the Heartsteel start. So very much being able to use that economy trait to get to some of those more higher cap boards, put a lot of emphasis on headliner Caitlyn, Zed. Actually did play a game of Kayle reroll, so I'm really interested to see where he's able to take that Heartsteel and the Twin Terror, no less, Khroen, to see if he's able to get that job done. There's so many possibilities there, it feels like.
Yeah, there is. Ripple Overdrive, a player who had top 4 in the KDA Cup, but they're continuing their dominance amongst all all of these tournaments. And Ripple specifically is impressive because throughout the KDA Cup, I believe they averaged a 2.8 in AVP. They had like 36% first place rate. Just absolutely insane stats throughout that tournament, and they're doing it here yet again in the Heartsteel Cup, able to come out swinging, make it to day 4, and has a good opener this game as well, holding a lot of pairs in the bench. But that roll the dice augment, actually, Nekkra, a couple players have chosen this, and that's going to be really strong in the early game to have 2 Radiant items, especially on an upgraded headliner carry like Ripple has here.
Yeah, and I feel like this carry gives you a lot of flexibility. Just having that KDA start, you know how much I love all the possibilities that come with the KDA trait, but you can definitely branch out into maybe even more of the crowd diver if you want, maybe the spellweaver. But I'm trying to start to pay attention to who has taken that roll the dice, because it's not just Ripple, but Roby Van Kenobi also did. I want to say Philip is also one of those players that has also selected that as their augment. So yeah, we're gonna have to keep our eyes on that for sure. But we've got Carousel now too to see what other items our players can craft.
Yeah, and I think it was a great conversation that was also brought up just a bit ago in the pre-show is you know, in that Noster 11 VOD review, it's the conversation of, do I want to be greeting my items more? What is really the choice there? Do I want to go for this early game tempo, slam a lot of things, or greed out for, you know, best in slot on my carries and on my frontliners? And something like roll the dice allows you to be a bit more flexible. You don't need all that power in the component slams because you just have so much power already in the early game with those 2 Radiant items. Roby Van Kenobi here coming into the day with 2 bonus points because of fantastic performance yesterday, and has found a headliner Orloff in the early game on a 3 streak, level 5, 10 gold. Everything is coming up Roby Van here, and this is for sure a 4 streak going into Khroen. However, Khroen has a couple of Samiras there in the backline with Twin Terror. I haven't really seen Twin Terror Country come out that much, but it could just be Executioners, and that's why Khroen is holding them. However, for Roby, it's just a free matchup, giving Khroen some Heartsteel stacks, however, though.
Roby played a lot of 2-cost reroll yesterday. It was kind of looking at the Seraphine, the Kale, the Senna for a couple of games. So what stands out to you about this Olaf headliner to start for Roby?
The Olaf headliner, I think, actually is really interesting because it doesn't really lean towards those 2-cost rerolls. That's where we played a lot yesterday. It just leads into, I'm going to start the game off very healthy. I'm probably going to win a lot of my rounds, if not all of them in stage 2. Olaf can also do that in stage 3 as well, and so you can tempo, go to level 8 faster than everyone else in the lobby, or at least on par with everybody else in the lobby, and find a level 8 composition, cap around that, say if it's going to be, you know, your Ezreal, Zed, you know, Ezreal Heartsteel compositions, even your KDA, you know, your Pentakilla Kali, even TF, right? We saw some success of Twisted Fate yesterday, which we haven't really seen in a while. Those, you know, buffs coming through, the meta is a little bit more wide, and so there's so much possibility, especially going back to the fact that Roby is greeting his items. He doesn't have to commit to anything quite yet. It could still be, as you're mentioning, Nekkra, a 2-cost reroll. We're not locked out of that yet, but it does open Roby up to a lot more flexibility as he does secure that 5 streak going into neutrals, along with Ripple, the only other player to do so.
I saw the Senna pickup, so like, I think I'm gonna leave it on the table for just a second. But we've got Khroen now, where we get a chance to see what he's done with just a few of those Heartsteel stacks. I think was gold. Was you got a little bit of gold.
He got some gold, yeah. I believe it was 8 value worth of gold there. He just got 3 components from the first neutrals, and then 1 from the carousel. So, yep, just a gold. Give Khroen a little bit of that extra economy lead, because he did have to buy that Heartsteel Aphelios, and that is 6 gold value worth. Could actually sell up to 40 here, but wants to keep the Mordekaiser, it looks like. Yes, so sells the Kennen and the Senna instead. Khroen is in a good spot economy-wise, again, because of that Heartsteel, and it is going to be Khroen at least looking like he wants to go for a Executioner Punk reroll, a couple of Samiras on the back line, and a couple of Pantheons as well that he's going to be sacrificing economy with. And this is the tried and true Twin Tower Executioners, Nekkra. We've seen the power of it even after the nerfs. Khroen in a great spot for it.
What I think is so interesting about the Twin Terror spot here is that like in a lot of the games that I see a lot of people that want to play Twin Terror just kind of opt to try to get that Vex so early. But when you find a pair of Samiras, I mean, may as well just kind of put them in instead. And I love the way that he's playing with the Heartsteel to make sure that he's going to have that economy for later. But it's Biri on the other side who is holding on to that Jinx headliner and with the red buff on top of it. So maybe some really interesting angles that Biri can take here as well, because I also see that Pantheon on the bench.
Yeah, Biri is in a pretty good spot here, especially when I call it the Living Forge as well. Being able to pick a gold generation artifact anvil in the early game means that Biri is going to be very, very rich, and that's why we saw her with 50 plus gold, still a lot of HP in the lobby, and a red buff that can go on a lot of different units in the late game here as we get into our second augment phase, Nekkra.
All right, so Roby has a couple of options here. Has like the Vampirism, which I feel like is such a good pick for almost anybody that's been trying to play through some of these more AD lines. So it kind of feels good with Roby's tempo where he's going from here when he still has that Olaf headliner.
100%, and Roby actually somehow found his hands on a pentakill emblem, be that from a spat or a tome on Krugs.
I don't quite see what happens with that later.
Yeah, no, going some vertical pentakill. I love this. Already having a Karthus online with a death cap as well. That's one of his best slot items. Just needs some mana generation, and Roby is in a fantastic spot. This Olaf is doing a lot of heavy lifting. It might not be enough here, however, to continue this win streak forward, as Ripple Overdrive's board was the other 100 HP win streaker. These 3 items slammed on the Kaisa. Both players actually having Vampirism. That's almost like an auto click for augments. It's just so powerful. It gives a little bit of value right now, but it continues to scale into the late game, giving more and more Omni Vamp. So Roby's streak is snapped. Both players there. That was a really important matchup. So now the only 2 win streakers are Biri and Ripple now. Biri lost out around stage 2, but yeah, doing fantastic now.
Yeah, that's going to be a win streak that just came online. So I think Biri, last time we checked in on their board, was in a really good spot, and I think had the Heartsteel, which will also be helpful to just continue to get some of those components online. And I think it looks like at this point might even be close to getting 5.
Yeah.
So we'll have to check in on how Biri is doing in a little bit, but now let's focus back in on Robin Songs, who's going up against Philip. Robin Songs is at some of the lowest HP in the lobby so far, but has started to find his groove with this big shot Kaisa in the back line and with some opportunities to flex out of it a little later. But it's no match right now for Philip's board as they start to make their way in.
Or is
that
it?
front line might have evaporated, but this Kaisa is giving it all she's got. And so that is a huge cast to get that Lulu down. And Robin Song's looking to stabilize here with a win on the board finally. But that is very low HP Khroen. That's 51.
It is. Would be a little bit worried for Robin's spot, if not for the fact that he has some fantastic Riven items and already a Riven too, even before the headliner. Robin definitely, especially with the idealism from that 3-2 augment choice, is going to set himself up very well for edgelords. And we saw the power out of Riven reroll yesterday. That's why we talked about it at the start of day, from Aegon playing it yesterday to that first place. It was absolutely so dominant. The win rate on that composition when you get it online is so powerful, especially if you get that 8-bit spat online, put it onto a Viego. That composition can do so much heavy lifting. So we will have to see when Robin does level up to 7, probably at 4-1 and rolling down again for that Riven. Does he hit the 8-bit Riven? Because that will make or break his game, because like you saying, he's already pretty low in HP.
He did play Riven reroll twice yesterday, and so I feel like speaking to the statistics of how powerful that Riven reroll can be, might be a good reason why Robin Songs got second in points yesterday. So I have faith that he will be able to find them. But as we take a look at Khroen versus Kambuli, I know Kambuli was another one of those players that you were so excited about, Khroen. Just over the course of the past few sets, I feel like has really come into their own as a competitive TFT player.
Yeah, 100%. And they're one of the players who's really feeling the pressure right now because they did not, unfortunately, have a good KDA Cup. They weren't able to find that consistency that they were in set, 8 and 9. So Cambly needs to come out to this event and pop 4. And both, Khroen and Cambly playing that Heartsteel, not raising the stakes, though. It's a bit too late in the game for that. So I love seeing, both cash outs there, both players saying, all right, now is the time to kind of pull the trigger. Now it's time to turn it around. Cambly is going to be locked into Heartsteel for a bit longer, wants to go the Heartsteel Ezreal direction because that emblem has been slammed already. But it is like a Cassante carrying 2 Infinity Forces right now, not the strongest in the lobby by any means. Khroen, however, has already made a lot of shifts, has found a Poppy 2 and is itemizing it. It's not even a headliner. Finding actually the headliner Samira in the shop, but not putting it in so far. But still has to make that line work with Twin Terror. Just is a little bit far from that. But this is at least a good stabilization point.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Poppy is putting in a lot of work, especially with those items. Woo! Like, she's already really strong if you get the right items on her, but 2 of her, yeah, no thank you. I think that's gonna be one that we'll see a bit more of as that Twin Terror board continues to develop. But checking in on just a couple of our other players heading into Wolves, Khroen is still on a win streak, Khroen. That is a really, really big deal to have, especially this late in the game.
Yeah, that's the power of Olaf, and especially Kale as well. Khroen has... Khroen's rolling on level 6, going for that Kale reroll. Just needs to find a headliner Kale, and then one more after that. So Khroen actually at 83 HP is in such a good spot, being able to roll on neutrals. If he doesn't hit here, that's fine. Just going to 4-1, continue rolling for that Kale, and as soon as the headliner is found, boom, such a big power spike there. Even finding some great upgrades like those super fans for Kale as well. Roby Van offered one to take it out of the pool just a little bit, but again, Roby going with that pentakill angle, a good amount of HP in order to go to level 8 at 4-2 just next round. Philip as well playing some KDA Nekkra. I'm sure you love to see that one. Seraphine reroll coming out, it looks like.
Yep. I am super here for this. I think the Seraphine reroll is really interesting because, like, also if you don't get the Seraphine, well, you could technically pivot into the Ari, I guess, but I think that was 2 stars on the board, right? So, like, not too far away from being able to get that Seraphine online.
Yeah, just a couple away. Still in a good spot, though. Not necessarily like best in slot Seraphine, but death cap very, very good. Blue buff is solid. Giant Slayer as well. Still going to be able to dish out a ton of damage, especially when you get that Seraphine 3 online, and then push levels, find that RE2, find that Akali, other things to be that duo carry. Roby just, rocking with that pentakill spat on the bench, so has not found a headliner that he wants quite yet, but now is the time to go to level 8. Not a lot of gold to roll with, though, so see if he actually hits something later. Khroen, however, also, no headliner. Again, needs to find that Kale. I think this is going to make or break the game. And, actually found the headliner Mordekaiser as well, as sitting on 6 Mords. I think Khroen maybe, panicked there a little bit. I'm not sure if this is quite the decision that is going to net into a lobby win. Had rolled a decent amount of gold, it seemed like, and just was not hitting Kales. Oh man, levels to 7 as well. So yeah, it is just going to try to find 2 more Kales naturally and 3 more Mordekaisers, and have that really be the sticking point of this composition success.
How do you branch out from there? Because, like, yeah, you're putting a lot of your eggs into the Mordekaiser and the Kale basket, but how do you sort of keep them the big source of your damage, if you will?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to first need to come online by finding your 3 stars, but Khroen's gold is pretty lacking right now. Going to be able to get to 10 gold here, and the next step is going to be finding a unit like Karthus or Viego as your pentakill to start itemizing as well, because it is a sentinel headliner Mordekaiser. It's harder to get that more vertical pentakill style online, and yeah, it makes a lot of sense why Khroen is taking a decent amount of damage at this point in the game. There is one more Kale that's a huge hit, but now Greya has to weigh. Do you roll down right now, try to get that Kale 3? That Kale doesn't even have a Rage Blade right now, right? Generally run Superfans in this Kale composition because it gives her a free Rage Blade. But if Kale is not your headliner, you're just so much farther behind in these items, right? Like, look at the Gnar. That is a Viego just waiting to happen, but there's no Viegos on the board. The Mordekaiser has some fantastic items as well, but now it's a Superfan emblem on it because there's no more slots available, actually. So to run 5 Superfan, you need to just make your Mordekaiser carry the emblem instead. This is so unorthodox, I think, for Greya, and I'm worried if it is going to work out, as it does go against Khroen here, who has found exposed weakness for their 4-2 augment. Great for those executioners, of course.
Yeah, I'm really scared of everybody else in this lobby, where Khroen gets not only like the executioners, but you already had the Twin Terror to start, and you're just going to continue to see that composition ramp up as you start to get those executioners all start up. You can also take a look on your screen kind of where everybody is sitting right now with their compositions, but as we head into this carousel here, there's some really big components, and I'm just kind of looking at, was Greya able to grab the...
Yeah, Greya needed a rod, and yes, Greya did indeed get one. It's on the thresh there in the bottom right. But like you're saying, some very key components, and honestly some key units as well. Khroen grabbed an Alawi. I think that can like always find its way onto a board. Biri now making a huge roll down happen. Love that we're seeing this in action, to see the APM, see every decision come down, you know, in just one preparation phase, and pivoting out of these, you know, big Heartsteels, making this pivot point happen, needing to find a good headliner, but just didn't come through, unfortunately. But now finds a big shot Ezreal. The problem is Biri already has an Ezreal 2 on the board, so they want to get out for yet another one. Some fantastic items up for Biri, able to rock with a blue buff, Infinity Force, and red buff on that Ezreal, and a huge thresh there, the front line as well.
That's so hard when you see that headliner show up, because, you know, do you want to like kind of take it out, like try to buy it? Do you lock your shop? It's always tough to tell sometimes, but you can see how much work that Karthus just put into the back. I know Karthus got like a little bit of a tune down, I guess, but still
Yeah.
It's so hard.
Still a good unit, that is for sure. Biri still rolling, trying to find either a good headliner or a Z2. Has long distance pals as well. Like, all of the pieces of this board is really good, and I actually really like that decision that Biri just made. The Thresh 2 is a fantastic frontliner, but you already have your damage dealers either to start or just one away. So finding something like an Ezreal headliner or a Zed headliner is just less value. The Zac is going to allow that EDM for Zed and Zac to be online. Zac is going to provide a bit more value than that Thresh on average. You get Bruiser in as well, so your whole team is buffed up. Going against Greya, who has indeed found that Kale 3, has the Rage Blade, so not as worried about them as I was just a few rounds ago. However, Biri is still very strong right now. This 6th loss streak is surely going to turn around, and she's going to find a lot of success here in the end of Stage 4 and into Stage 5.
And still has quite a bit of HP as well. Like, the lobby is starting to close the gap a little bit, but Kambuli is starting to be on the outside looking in, sitting at that 16 HP life total. But there you called it, Khroen. Biri getting a big win here to start to show off that stabilization now that that Zac is in play.
Oh, and Robin Songs has hit the Riven 3. It is not Edge, or excuse me, it's not 8-bit Riven. It is Edgelord, so Robin is kind of forced to run a Corki on the board to utilize that for 8-bit trait. However, Robin Songs is really rich right now, can go to level 8, play 5 Edgelord, and hopefully hit a Caitlyn too, because there's already some fantastic items for that Caitlyn as well, with that Shojin and Giant Slayer, getting a few more components here as well to round out this composition. A tank component for a Mordekaiser, and then a full completed item for that Caitlyn. Robin has 46 gold to roll with Nekkra. Robin in such a good spot here in this game.
Yeah, this is looking super, super good. I think you're really happy with those Riven items as well. We've been talking about how that Quicksilver can be really useful just to make sure that you're getting that extra attack speed as well as you're not going to get stunned too much. But take a look at this Caitlyn now too. Oh, that Ronan. She's going to be packing some punch.
Yeah, even at 1-star, because of the Caitlyn buffs, it feels like she's actually a real unit just at tier 1, providing a lot of damage and hitting the backline even before Riven can get there, right? Softens up the Karthus, but still, all the heavy lifting now is on Riven because that Karthus is so strong. But look at this, 1-2 slaps whenever it gets to the backline, and Robin is the victor. And I actually really want to call out Robin's decision making to not roll down here. Is sitting on a couple of very strong pairs with Viego and the Caitlyn, but Robin says no, my Riven will just do do enough work on her own, so doesn't need to overroll here, can greed out and play for a strong endgame capped board, and potentially with that decision be in a good spot to win the lobby. Khroen sitting in such a rough spot right now, is 1 away from Samira, 1 away from Vex, and whoa, hits both in one shot. Khroen, holy.
Ping, enemies are missing right now. Because
Oh
what
my
is this?
God.
What god
Wow.
shop did Khroen just get offered here? Robin Suggs is going to be the unfortunate soul that has to go up against this newly amplified board.
Wow.
And I'm so sorry, but I do not think that Riven 3-star is going to be getting through the Samira or that Vex anytime soon.
That was so clutch, almost exact gold to buy those units. And Khroen had to sell off the Amumu's, right? Khroen was also 2 off of Amumu 3. Said, no, I'm 12 HP. If I take a bad loss right now, especially because he knew Robin was in the pool, he could have just gone out. And instead, he's able to hit both, be in a really good spot, and you know, probably be able to snap back into top 4 because of that. Greya, unfortunately, on the other hand, did not hit Mordekaiser 3. Did hit Kill 3, but it's not the headliner. Doesn't have a Viego yet, so these items are all stuck on a Gnar, and Greya might be going 8th.
Yeah, this is just honestly so unfortunate to look at, because like you also have to run all of these super fans, but that buff is not going onto your Kayle, it is going onto the headliner Mordekaiser instead. It does have the Anima Visage, so it can usually help soak up like quite a bit of damage in the front, but look at how quickly this Kayle is just getting chonked by that Lucian that's in the back. And maybe this Mordekaiser is able to hang on for just a little bit longer, but Greya is going to need a lot of extra work here. And that Jhin is ultra ramped. That is like full stacks on the board. And Greya is going to go out in our first game in 8th place.
Yeah, and I think we have to go back to the decision of Greya to pick up that headliner Mordekaiser and not continuing to roll for the Kayle. I know it feels bad when every single roll comes through and the Kayle is not in the shop, but if that is going to be your carry, if that's the key unit that you want to base your composition around, and you need that headliner item, say like with that Rage Blade immediately, you have to think, did Greya make the right decision there, right? It might be hindsight bias, but it doesn't seem like that really resulted in the way that Greya wanted to, unfortunately. Taken out in 8th. It is only game 1, however, so it's not doomed quite yet. We still got a few more games to go, 4 more to be specific, before those first cutoffs. But now I get to see, can Khroen make that comeback work? But look at the lobby HPs, Nekkra. Only 27 for first place with Roby, down to 5. Just a 22 HP gap for 7 players is so insane to start off the day with.
Yeah, like a round ago, that looked like a much larger differential where we had maybe 30, 40 HP separating the top and the bottom, and that has definitely started to narrow as all of our players have found the upgrades that they need to make these boards strong. And I think it's this Twin Terror board that everybody has their eyes on as Khroen is continuing to make this work. He even gets a chance to take out that Karthus before it's able to get that final cast off. And so Khroen is going to be able to win that fight. But on the left-hand side, you've got Philip versus Ripple Overdrive, where you just have to get as much done with this Akali that you can, and you can't. So Ripple is going to go out in 7th place, Khroen.
Wow, Ripple is able to make it work versus that Seraphine reroll. The reroll dominance that we've seen out of these compositions that hit Nekkra, we're seeing Twin Tower Executioners, but also Seraphine has a lot to bring to the table. When we talk about KDA and how it power spikes, it was kind of a KDA matchup there on the left with Ripple, but Ripple's Ahri was just not quite strong enough. The Akali neither. As we look at some other players here, just on one more life left. Camberley, we saw that Zed, that Lucian, that Jhin, but they're all only 1-star. Is that enough power, Nekkra, to get through Philip's comp?
Oh, it's going to be a close call, I think, when you look at the power of those backlines. It's going to be up to the front and whether or not it can buy enough time for this Jhin to start to get those turrets online. But now that they're up and running, that's going to be a nice 2-tap there onto the Echo, but it just might not be enough. That Seraphine is still at full power and the Jhin is down. It's all up to this Misfortune to see if it's able to keep him in this game. It cannot. So Philip with a nice fist bump there, knowing that he was able to get a huge win. That's a top 4 for him, it looks like, at this point.
I love watching Philip's player cam, actually. It's, you know, maybe not quite always the excitement as like, you know, a player like Ashmu, but Philip does still show the emotions and shows the excitement of, you know, the joys of success and also the heartbreaks of defeat as well. It actually lives in my head kind of rent free. Like Philip one time lost out in a very important round, got eliminated in just like head and hands, and it was just like so devastating. But it's nice to see that flipped around and Philip celebrating some big dubs here, getting top 4 in game number 1, and that's a duplicator. It is a small duplicator, but Roby Van Knob did lose out in the last couple rounds. But Nekkra, this is one of the most capped out boards when it comes to that pentakill Akali, and especially getting that Viego upgrade. This is massive.
I mean, when we saw the Pentacle spat, I was like, the only thing that I could think of in the early game is like Pentakali. Oh my god. Oh my god, Pentakali. We're gonna see the Pentakali, the true Pentakill 7 with the Pentacle emblem and everything. So this Akali is going to be very powerful, especially against some of these boards like Phillips. If this Akali can get into the backline and take out the Seraphine before she's able to really get those powerful casts off.
Yeah, gets into the back and takes out the Ahri too, because Philip's Ahri was only 1-star. And with that BT, with that, you know, pentakill stats, Akali is able to survive. And oh, yeah, that Karthus cast is just devastating. Philip had a very, very well and hard-earned top 4, but that is about it with that Seraphine Royal composition. As we've reached our top 3, Nekkra, Roby Van, the next player on the chopping block, but Biri still 11 HP. Could fall in just a round as well, but she has found a lot of good stuff here for this board. A Z2, a headliner Poppy now instead of that Zac, and so Poppy is going to have a big amount of impact, and Ezreal and Zed, of course, being the kind of key factors for the damage dealing of this composition. This is Heartsteel Ezreal at its core.
This is just such a great looking jazz board also, I guess is how I could also put this together. But the Ezreal, oh, that backline, that poor backline, they have to deal with the Karthus as well as this Akali, but it doesn't even matter because this Karthus doesn't get a chance to get another cast off here. And so, wow, it's just gonna be Biri taking a nice big win, getting that 2nd place at least. It's just Robin Songs that's gonna stand in the way, but Robbie does get that 3rd place. It looked so good for a while until you have to come into this Ezreal board.
For sure. And this is actually a huge start to the day for both Biri and Roby Van, because they were the players who were like basically 99% locked in to qualify to regionals for qualifier points. And so to have a top 4 to start the day off means that they probably made that like a 99.9% kind of chance to advance, as long as they continue to have some success and not just go 8-8 from here on out. But a great start here as we get into our top 2 situation, Robin versus Biri.
Robin is on a win streak right now and hasn't lost in several rounds in player combats, but these big upgrades from the Ezreal board might just be the first loss that Robin's able to take, because that is going to be the Riven getting knocked out. And so Robin's songs down to a final life, just like Biri. It comes down to the combat after this carousel, Khroen.
Yep, just one more round is likely to do it. Biri grabbing an even shroud, wanting a bit more of that armor shred, especially against the Riven. That is the key. If Biri is able to take out that Riven, not fall to that Caitlyn shot as well, right? If Ezreal gets sniped by Caitlyn, that's also going to be a huge fight swing as well. I think this fight could go either way. It does come down to a lot of positioning. It comes down to a little bit of fight RNG as well, but really, where does Robin place this Riven? Is able to get into the back line and find its way onto the Ezreal, onto the Zed Nekkra. This is a big round to see who comes up with game number 1 here.
Oh, well, it's going to be a quick pivot of positioning for that Riven over to the right-hand side, but is it able to find its mark? It's going to end up walking up to that set first, and we got some bounce house action up and running. The Caitlyn in the back is just not going to be able to do enough. That Riven, where did it go? It just disappeared, and Biri is going to take the very first game of the day with this Ezreal board. Khroen, what a star-stopping show.
Biri, she does it. That tactician's crown, and yes, a crown well deserved, of course, as that was pretty much a master class on how to play Heartsteel Ezreal. Everything aligned. Even when she didn't get the headliner that she wanted immediately, she still found a lot of Ezreals, found a Zed pair, and said, okay, I'll roll with a Thresh frontline for now. Okay, I'm gonna sell that. I'm gonna go with a Zac in the front line as well to have that frontline power, get that ADM online, and then the shift over into the Poppy, because we all know how good Poppy is as a frontline, how much lasting power she has, as well as just the items that Biri did get in that early game, especially because going back to that Living Forge choice, just so well done. Had enough gold to make all that happen and executed it so well into first place, and even taking out a board like Robin's with the Riven reroll that is winning at so many lobbies, but Biri did it. Just, yeah, well done.
I want to look at every single look that this board has given us throughout the entire course of that game number 1, because Khroen, every single time we looked at it, it did look completely different, but still so strong to be able to get those win streaks to carry Biri through that middle of the game. Well, what a fantastic way for us to start off our final day of the Heartsteel Cup. We're going to be taking a short break, and when we come back, some analysis breakdown of that first game. See you guys soon.
job 달리고 to work 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned 넘쳐 흘러물 드는 buffet 죽여주잖아 like a buffet
Forget to listen. At least I get the recognition. Heavy way up all up on you with the repetition. You in the pit, it's not an exhibition.
I'm giving you more cause I'm better than 필요없는 시험들도 all of my numbers are happy 부루마법 메시지 뭐 너 종이 눈이 나가 뻔히 필요한데 너네들이 만든 돈들 거 get it 내 멋진 그대 너도 get it cause I got it different No I got it something
There are just too many traits to look at on a jazz board. I'm going cross-eyed just trying to figure it out. But hey, that seems to be the key to success. Big congratulations. But one thing that was interesting, Admirable, was that Riven we were talking about in the pre-show. But I was hyping up 8-bit. But Robin's songs went with sort of the unconventional edgelord line. So in general, what is the decision making behind picking up a non-favorable headliner or maybe re-rolling it, or when should you roll past it?
I mean, a lot of it, I think, is comfort situation as well. You know, there are times I think that you can see an 8-bit Riven and go, oh, yeah, no, Riven. Yeah, oh, yeah, I can go that way. Robin was going that way. You can see by this Radiant Relic has been the very first on 2-1. It's a pretty strong augment to have at the start. And there's Zenith Edge taken off of this, the Radiant Infinity Edge. Like, this is a very powerful item. And although it didn't give him like a ton of early game tempo, he actually had some losses bounce back and forth in the early game. I think that he was very clearly going this direction from his perspective, at least. Robin is not the kind of player who's going to pass on what kind of headliner he gets for a reroll composition. And frankly, I'm not either. But if you look at data, the difference between an edgelord Riven and an 8-bit Riven is pretty sizable. One of the big things it does is it cuts off the ability to take a spatula and make the 8-bit emblem for this. And additionally, it makes you play a Corki on your board, and I don't want to play a Corki on my board. So there are some significant differences that come in between an edgelord one and an 8-bit one. But ultimately, it's the decision between how much are you going to cost yourself from the tempo and the investment that's coming there versus what you're getting by having it immediately and right now. The immediately and right now is worth a lot. And in this case, it was worth a lot more, I think, than passing it, given the gold cost and the tempo of this lobby. But that's a very difficult decision to weigh. If you're super rich, sure, maybe pass it and go for the 8-bit one. But if you're not super rich and you need the right now, like in a lobby of this caliber, it's probably just best to take it and settle on what you get.
Yeah, I just want to add on to it, and like we can talk about it even more simply, right? It's a contested comp. You get it chosen, you just pick it up, right? Sometimes you go through these situations, but you know that sounds a lot more simple than it is, because what you have to inform yourself on is what the rest of the lobby is doing. Is someone else running Riven, right? That's going to make an edgelord Riven particularly more attractive because you're already contesting it with someone else. That might actually push them off of Riven if you got any type of headliner earlier than they did, right? So it's all about where you are in the game. TFT is all about a series of decisions, right? One of these decisions has a lot of nuance, and this is one of them. It's, you know, it might not be the best option for me right now, but I can pretty much track a, you know, top 2, top 3, and that's all I need right now. It's game 1, and that's totally fine. There is nothing wrong with making those choices.
And kind of, I like to also highlight the people that didn't reach that top 4. I feel like 5th place is always more heartbreaking than going 8th.
I know,
because
I
you were
agree.
just
I totally
almost
agree.
right there, you know?
I hard disagree, but go on.
Well, maybe LP-wise you may disagree, but I'm heartbroken looking at Khroen's board, who had a Samira 3, Panth 3, Vex 3, like... It seemed, and then Twin Terrors. So what do you think was lacking, Admirable, in that composition? Why couldn't he reach that top 4?
I mean, my gosh. You know, this is a good question. He hit the rerolls on 5-1, which, you know, I'd say like traditionally is a little bit later than you would expect. Maybe for Khroen, it was like that he turbos for him. He's usually used to saving up a ton of gold and then turboing forward on 3-5. But we saw in the early game on this one, he actually had some contest for, playing for a win streak early on and trying to pick off some good positions. He wasn't just like racking up gold by paying a ton of life. This is a prismatic lobby, and he's like, this might cost me a little bit more than it usually would. And so he decided to fight for it. Maybe his boards were just a little bit stronger than usual, and he decided to fight for it. I can't speak for exactly what he was thinking in that spot. It's a little bit different than his usual play style. But having Twin Terror, hitting 3 stars, and going in 5th, I mean, that speaks a lot to the power of where this lobby was. I think a contributing factor is him hitting like on 5-1 instead of hitting like one of them maybe on 4-3 or on 4-5. But I think the biggest part of this one is just speaks to the power level of where this lobby was. There are some positioning nuances that come in as well. Those can have massive differences for what's coming in with this. But all things considered, his board was pretty stacked, and he's unable to secure a top 4 in this one. It's just like those are the kinds of things that really speak a lot to it. I think that Twin Terrors was balanced quite a bit over the course of this set. It was dramatically overpowered when it first got released, but now it's sitting at a pretty healthy average. It's about the 4.4, and that's if you have the clear direction for it. It's just, in this lobby, I think he just got kind of run over in some spots, and that was really what it was. It's hard to play perfectly, and if you're not playing perfectly in these kind of lobbies, you get some big punishes to it. Just one of those games. 5th place, I'd say not too bad in what all things considered.
Yeah, Boom. I guess in tournament you're happier with the 5th than with an 8th, but emotionally, I feel like it sucks to be on the outside looking. Emotional. I'm sensitive, but also I kind of Boop thinking about the items. I guess what stuck out to me was the lack of healing items on Samira, and I feel like it's really important for carries to have that healing, especially against compositions like Seraphine from Philip into the top 4, or things that can scale and really ramp up like melee comps and pentakill. What is the balance between slamming items early versus the cost of losing out on Biss later on?
Yeah, I think that, based on what we talked about in the early show, it's all about recognizing tempo, but something that we've been really, really kind of light on so far is scouting and how important that is. And honestly, not everyone scouts equally. Some people I know stay in one spot, right? The whole time. They might not even visit another board. And the best of the best are constantly always surging. People are always visiting those boards. So if you get that scouting done, then you're just going to have a little bit more information, right? TFT is also competition on how much information you can get and what you're going to do with that information. And I think that all leads back into what Noster was saying and analyzing, should I slam something now? Also, just going to put it out there, when it comes to stats, it's really funny. Healing items just take a little bit of a hit on diamond and below, and damage items become a little bit more successful. So if you're a little bit of a lower ranked player, start focusing on how to support the team rather than just doing the most damage.
Yes. I know, it feels really nice to go with triple damage and go burr the whole time, and then, but when that Riven starts donk walking towards your back line, you're like, please, I need to live. Or when Seraphine's just permanently healing your composition, I'm sure that matchup feels very painful. But what was also painful, Admirable, is Robbie Van Knob. We noticed he had 2 pentakill spats, but never got to pentakill 10. What the heck?
What happened?
So I mean, there's a lot of things that happen in this one. You got to find every pentakill. You got 2 pentakills badges. You have the pentakill headliner. What do you mean? What happened?
The Exodia
there's a lot of things that have to happen there.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what exactly
like getting
which
level
ones
9
didn't happen, but there's a ton of things that have to happen there. It's hard to really speak for like where exactly you have to go. Sometimes you just literally don't have time to put the team together, and you're like, oh well, so be it. The important part of having a pentakill spatula is that you can fit it on a 2-star Akali and have the right stuff in play. It's all the surrounding things about it. It's finding 2 stars of a lot of 4-cost units. That's really what makes Pentakill so strong, is that you can turbo to level 8 and do that. Now, Pentakill took a bit of a hit, and so it's not exactly like the, okay, I'll just go Pentakill sort of thing, which, that's what I was doing the last time. It's pretty darn good. I digress. The point of it really is that a lot of this patch has recentered where the focus of it is. Again, it's back from kind of defaulting to a couple compositions and having a wealth of knowledge that makes so many things playable. And that honestly speaks to how strong of a patch it is that you have so many different directions to go based on some of the seeds that you plant early on.
Well, Beery's planting some pretty good seeds. She was at the top of game 1. Robin Song's right behind her after a solid day 3. And we have another game around the corner. So let's go say hi to Khroen and Nekkra.
Thank you so much, Desk. We are back for another game of TFT. We are just moments away from being able to get into that game, but Khroen, I feel like we've got to take stock right now of where we are in the meta. Because when we were going into this weekend, we were all like, okay, yeah, there's a couple of things that got changed around with the patch, but we're seeing a lot of the 2-cost reroll. We're seeing a lot of 4-cost units being good headliners and things like the Ezreal comps, and I think a lot of them feel really viable right now, too.
Yeah, there's so many viable lines, even lines that pop up that continue to surprise us, actually. I think I want to call out Kaisa 3, because that even happened in this lobby last game off broadcast, and Pitsy had played it to a top 4. And yeah, there's just so much room for creativity, so much room for opportunity in this meta. And I love seeing, especially a lobby like, did you see this lobby, Nekkra? This lobby is so stacked. It's absolutely insane to get into game number 2.
Yeah, like the star-studdedness of this lobby is just honestly crazy to think about. You've got Khroen, who won the Freljord Cup and the NA mid set of the same set. Also won the NA Fates regional championship, so like I kind of feel like you've gotta take a look at him too and say, well, he was really good when Chosens were a thing, so maybe he could come into this set and also do a fantastic job. But you also have K3 Soju, who is one of the biggest TFT streamers we have, Setsuko, who is consistently at the top of ladder and also just at the top of all of the NA competitive scene. And can we I'm not even going to gloss over the fact that Malala is also in this lobby.
Yep. It's actually insane. The amount of Worlds appearances in this lobby is insane.
Lights, K3 Soju, Khroen,
Yep, Setsuko is also, yeah, Malala having his success that he's had this set, absolutely just insane, really. And I think this lobby is going to be such a treat. I was taking a look as we were, getting ready for the game, because this lobby took a long time for game number 1. That's because they had a Wandering Trainer game, and there was so many crazy boards. There was Setsuko rocking with a Lulu hologram, and it only went 5th, and I was like, oh, that's crazy. That's like the best condition for Lulu to work out. So why did that happen? Pitsy had a Kaisa 3, had a really strong board. Khroen got 7 country. T-Lides got 10 KDA, Nekkra. 10 KDA was played in this lobby in the last game. And you know what? It didn't even win. It lost to Aegon, who had such a crazy legendary board that was just over capped. And you see things like 7 country and 10 KDA lose, and you're like, what? This is insane. But I think it just goes to show how this meta is wild, how you can cap out your board in so many ways and find those opportunities. And so I think we're in for a real treat here again in this game number 2.
I hope so. I mean, our portal is not nearly as interesting as Wandering Trainer. We did get 3 champions. And we're also starting out with a silver augment. Boo! You can't just tease all of the amazing boards we got a chance to, or we could have seen in that last game.
Yeah.
And now we get a silver one.
It's okay. You know what?
Out somehow, I guess. I think the TFT players are probably a little bit happier with the circumstance than the Wandering Trainer.
Yeah, some people like a bit of low variance in their games, especially I think a lot of these players. I think it's a really interesting conversation. They're like, no, if there's a very low variance game, I'm just gonna play better than my competition and get these top 4s, get these wins because of that. I don't need to do anything crazy. I don't need to rely on, Wandering Trainer to give me a country emblem or a KDA emblem or something like that. They just want to play good old solid TFT, and obviously augments do always, take that to the next level, give you more opportunity for that variance. But silver tier, of course, not the most impactful as we look at Khroen here, who did not win game number 1, got 3rd, but the 8 points is there because of those 2 bonus points coming into today. And bonus points, as we talked about yesterday, Nekkra can still be impactful. Khroen sitting in a very good spot. It's very comfy right now.
Yeah, and he's already got the Heartsteel online so early in this game, and so you're gonna start to see those Heartsteel stacks come through. It feels nice when it's gonna be that Heartsteel Cassante that'll help you get there. But Malala, as we take a look over at his board, he's got the Annie already as the chosen. So I think like a couple of different ways that you could take this one, Khroen.
Yeah, 100%. Especially with the champion duplicator on the side there that was taken, but Malala did already push XP. And so I don't think it's just going to be an any reroll, as you know, Malala of course won the Vegas Open with a any reroll in that final game. That was absolutely hype. So I thought maybe we're gonna see it here again. But because pushing levels, it's less likely for us to see actually that reroll. I think Malala might be maybe looking for something else, like a 2-cost reroll instead. Yeah, it could be Senna, could be Seraphine. Actually, probably more likely to be Seraphine, because in Senna you want to play super fans, and Shojin is going to be your super fan item that you are granted. However, there is a Senna on the carousel, so maybe we're going to see a dual Shojins there. We'll just have to wait and see, because there is so many different options that Malala can take as we move over for now to T-Lides.
Well, you just said that T-Lides played that 10 KDA board. I don't know if you're going to quite get the opportunity to run that back without something like Wandering Trainer helping you with an emblem, but I see that Nashers is slammed already onto the Kaisa, so where do you feel like that could go? It screams like Seraphine or Ari to me.
Yeah, Seraphine, Ari, you can put it on TF even if you just want a tempo. Can go onto a Senna as well. A lot of these rerolls, it could go onto a Vex. There's just so many options, and that's why it's really, really good for it to be an early game slam. It doesn't really lock you into any specific line. AP, yes, but there's still so many options there. And wow, this Spoils of War, I think cut T-Line's like 3 gold there. That should be a bit lower percent chance there. T-Line's a little bit of a high roller here in the early game, farming that econ, and that's so impactful to get you closer to that 20, 30 gold breakpoints, and just that much farther ahead to make more econ than the rest of the field.
Well, we've got Carousel now, so a couple of really nice components based on where you sort of want to put your composition, like AD or AP branch. I think it was a very easy pick for a lot of like we saw the bow and the sword go very, very quickly.
Yeah, 100%. Soju grabbing the Riven with a glove. That is super nice if he's in a spot to consider a reroll Riven, but it does look like perhaps a Kale angle here. There is already a Kale too. Doesn't have to be locked into that, of course. Soju is just playing a nice tempo style of play, but there is already a free rod. There is a free sword as well. Gunblade Kale, one of the best in slot items. Doesn't have many super fans just besides the Lilia, but there is the Nico and Kennen in the shop, so I think that's really going to be indicative of what Soju's direction is in this game. If it is the Kale line, you're going to be picking up these super fans. If it's just tempo to level 8 and play some strong stuff, slamming items, then yeah, it's going to be making econ. Selling, I think, the left hand side of the bench, because Soju has a Titans, has an IE. Those are really, really good for Riven. It would mean that there would be no QSS there because you need healing, but no, Soju does sell the Riven instead, and just willing to play a more normal style of a line here.
Yeah, I think like take a look at the augment though too. That just in case like things start to get a little bit funny, you do have the opportunity to just re-roll some of those components with the Pandora's items. So we'll have to check in just a little bit what those items might look like and just keep some of those lines open. But we've got Khroen now up on this big stage, and that's going to be the Heartsteel, but also making some pretty big changes to his board.
Yeah, the Echo too. 2 Echoes in a shop at level 5 is pretty high roll, and Khroen's not even in a bad spot economically either, because he has already cashed out once with Heartsteel. Losing rounds 2-2 through 2-5 means that it was that second breakpoint of a cash out, getting 8 gold value. If he wins this round, which he sees the matchup, says, oh, I win for sure, can get 30 gold and still generate these Heartsteel stacks as well. Khroen in a pretty solid spot right now, already slamming things like a blue buff, like a Gunblade. It can be this Ezreal line, but also it could be KDA, right? It could be these things like an Ari, it could be Lulu. There's still many options open with this blue buff slam, even for the AD or AP lines. I think that's really exciting for in a spot where he can still leave his options open to be very flexible.
Oh, I see the Yone too. That's so enticing, just knowing that you do have the Heartsteel online, but is doing such a good job with his economy. Maybe you don't want to just pick up that champion, even if it is going to just sit on your bench. K3 Soju, though, taking a look back over at his board. Looks like that Rod did re-roll into a sword, so he's gonna keep that on the Olaf right now as he gets another one on the bench. So never punished.
Another rod here if he wants it. No, but cloak and an immediate BT slam. This is looking like a Yone cosplay if I've ever seen one with these items. In fact, Soju, the only player to 5 win streak into neutrals. That is really, really strong. And the big thing about the silver Pandora's items is that you're not really losing that much value comparatively to other people's augments, but you do still get to hand pick your items. You can say, oh, what carry do I want to run? What's their best in slot? All right, I just gotta wait until that shows up, and you know, here we are in a great spot. Soju even rich enough to level up to 6 and play the Ahri on this board as well. And it's a 0 item Ahri, but still just a good unit, leaving options open as well. We could even see a world where Soju goes a KDA line, goes with these items that are on Olaf right now, puts them onto an Akali, and uses that tier for a blue buff on the Ahri. Soju is saving that tier for a reason. It could go that Ezreal AD line, it could go to KDA, it could go to Pentakill, right? And that's a beautiful thing about Pandora's and just about the meta in general right now, and idealism or last stand being offered for Soju. I know Soju's a typically risky player, so I'm sure he sees last stand and is like, oh yeah, that's a free top 4 right there.
No, I mean, we see so many TFT players pick that augment in this set, and it just feels like it's a great get out of jail, hopefully free card if you make it to that 1 HP and you're able to activate that last stand. We've seen those boards go the distance, but Soju's not going to risk it. He's going to re-roll it and now has an option to go for Lucky Streak instead. Otherwise, I don't know, Idealism, you did just hold on to that tier. You could make another Hand of Justice if you wanted to later down the road, and you have one now as well.
That is some really nice energy, having that Idealism, getting that free Hand of Justice, and then Pandora's, right? You're going to be able to slam another Hand of Justice, or even a third one, right? By the later stages of the game, and all your components do come through. So I actually think that's a really good decision for Soju right now, especially because he's win streaking. He wants to say, how much farther can I carry this power forward? How long can I keep this win streak and this lobby tempo going? The last stand is going to be great later on, but doesn't give any power right now, and Soju really, really valued that. So I think that actually makes a ton of sense there.
I agree. I would love to see where he's able to take that, because I feel like there's a couple of different champions that could use that Hand of Justice. I know you built basically like BIS Yone items, but there's also still like Riven that could use that. You could also put that on a Viego if you want to go more into the edgelord route. So I'm excited to see where he'll go from there. But looking at Setsuko's board, this is sort of the first time we've really gotten a chance to see what he's up to, and it's gonna just be the disco to keep things going through this third stage.
He's dancing, he's in the club vibing right now. Disco ball shining on all of his board. The Bard being the item carrier for a Twisted Fate right now. And I do like this spot. I think Setsuko is not in the best, however, he's still going to be in a decent spot economically. Can level to 7 next round if he wants to, or just wait until after carousel, then go to 8 on 4-2. He's kind of on pace for that. Maybe High Rolls gets lucky and Bard farms him a gold or 2 along the way. But also Bard's gonna be able to kill a decent amount of units. Can't win all these rounds, of course, but is still going to be not taking very, very bad losses.
Do you feel like that's an angle to just go for the TF when you see it, or do you still have some flexibility there to go to something else if you feel like you have to pivot away?
Yeah, I think from Setsuko's spot, there is still the angle maybe for a pentakill lean, but especially with the disco units on the board, already has the Taric and the TF, I think it is going to be a just lean towards disco. We've seen statistically that composition be able to get top 4s a lot of time. It's not going to win lobbies that much, but Setsuko, didn't place poorly last game, did go exactly 5th, so got 4 points. If he just gets solid top 4 here, he's still going to be on par to make it into the top 16 and make it further. Setsuko is a player who's already locked in through ladder for the regionals, so it's not as much pressure for him to like go for these crazy, you know, first place plays, make sure he puts himself in a spot to go top 8 in the whole event. Obviously he wants that, but it's gonna be okay with it, you know, taking these lines that are just more consistent top 4.
Check in on that in a little bit, because you are right. We have one cut to make in just 4 more games, including this one. And top 4 would be plenty to get you there, because it is a cut to the top 16. Aegon is also going to be looking for that. Got the double Rage Blade on the Kale. And so maybe a bit of a Kale reroll angle right there. Still relying, though, on that super fan Kennen in the front line to be able to help get those stacks online for the Rage Blade. So Kermex is going to take a loss on this fight.
Interesting spot. Aegon still on level 6, has spare super fans on the bench to replace that headliner Kennen, but does we have 2 Rage Blades on this Kale? A super fan, you know, headliner Kale would mean 3 Rage Blades, which we have seen before, but she really does benefit off of items like Death Cap or like a Hex Tech Gunblade as well, but does of course have those 2 less champion duplicators. That means just 1 headliner Kale and 1 more for boom, Kale 3, just like that, you know, blink of an eye. Definitely curious to see where that does go in just a little bit, but rocking on board with T-Lides right now. Nekkra, we're talking about that Seraphine reroll, and it looks like we are seeing that in fact, or at least going to see that soon, with 5 copies of Seraphine already on the board in the bench here.
Yeah, and now is going to be facing up against Kermex. So maybe Kermex is going to able to get this win here, but you can see that the Heartsteel stacks are going strong, 50 out of 60. And with the Heartsteel in play as well, and just how much work this Lulu is putting in the back line here, T-Lights is making a very strong case to win this one as well, and just give Khroen even more of those hard stacks.
Yeah, 97. Still not cashing out. It is, yeah, and we need to be losing 1 or 2 more rounds in stage 4 to get that. And yeah, selling off the Nico, trying to find that Seraphine. Roll down coming through. So if he hits Seraphine, that would be absolutely massive. Malala as well, in that spot too, you know, with that army building. Has a Lulu, wants to get a blue buff here for Lulu, and I think wants to level up to 7. And it does look like wants to just reroll Lulu here. And oh, a tier comes through, Nekkra. That is fantastic. Best in-slot Lulu, if that is the direction Malala wants to go, and it looks like it is.
Yeah, wow. That is perfect, because I think you've got... You could. I think that's not a bad item holder for... yeah, I mean, do you care more about the Hyper Pop at all at this point, or do you just... Yeah, no, that is an insta-sell, actually.
Yeah, I think Paul's in a position where he has to just kind of work with what he got, and if you're offered a Vex in your shop, a headliner Vex, you're just gonna go for it. 100%. Oh, okay, was able to pick up all the items actually. Malala uncharacteristically dizzy here. It looks like the bench is so full. So when it's on the bench, it's an emo Vex, so you can't really think about this vertical executioner line as is so good here. But oh, T-Lides did hit the Seraphine 3. Has the Lulu as well to supplement damage and the CC. Like, this is just gross. Walla takes a huge hit there.
Yeah, I mean, T-Light's hit, and he even still has gold to spare. Because I think the last time we checked in with him, he had something like 40 gold. And I still see the tenor right there, so that's going to feel really good. But Khroen, we get a prismatic.
Let's go.
To finish off our lobby. This is where things start to get really, really interesting.
Ooh, skipping a headliner Viego for Pitsy here. Really wanting an Ezreal or a Zed. Zac to upgrade is in the shop there. 1 copy of a Zed. T-Lides has already hit all the big stuff, so not super impactful what happens here on this board. Does still need a couple of upgrades to, you know, shore up this frontline weakness, and does hit exactly that with the Echo. But these players who level up to 8 on 4-2 and roll down for their headliners, you know, for their Heartsteel, Ezreal, you know, Zed compositions, that is really, really a big deal.
Oh, wait, he took Infernal Contract. Did you see that?
Wow, interesting. I mean, wants to find Lulu 3, wants to find an Echo 3. The problem with that is Echo is really, really hard to find because it is so contested for that tier 3. Lulu is doable though. I wonder what the other options that T-Lides was offered, because you already hit the Seraphine. That's the big one. I don't really think you need to be that worried about having all the extra gold to hit your other units from this spot.
Yeah, but we have seen that sometimes that 3-star Seraphine can fall off. And especially if you do see this prismatic, is there any worry that the Seraphine might not be able to get the job done?
Oh, 100%. But I think that's why you angle to level up, find your Ahri, get Ahri 2 online, go a bit more vertical KDA. As you know, we talked about this weekend, like that's how you make that composition work. This is another viable option. Not trying to say like, oh, this is just objectively wrong by any means. Like, yeah, you can still roll for these 3 stars. You 3-star Nico, Echo, and Lulu, and that's still a really good option. And didn't really see the augment choices there. So this could have been T-Lide's best choice there. There could have been some absolutely awful other options. And I would lean towards that being the case, I think.
Well, we get to see this in practice as T-Lides goes up against Pitsy's board. Has long distance pals alongside this Jhin, and this Jhin is just trying to make as much music as possible. Starting to 2-tap a lot of things, but this Seraphine, oh, it can take one more hit, but it's not going to be able to withstand that final one. So wins the Jhin here. Wow, it's going to be scary when that becomes 2-star.
Yeah, when it becomes 2-star, if it becomes 2-star, I think Pitsy.
Yeah, good point.
Pitsy is 22 HP, is not level 9 quite yet, so still kind of a long way to go there. However, if it is 2-star Nekkra, I'm right there with you. It would be an absolute menace on that board. Same with the Zed as well, as we get into stage 4 carousel. Aegon and Soju still really running away with the lobby. Soju on level 8 as well, so really setting himself up to go level 9. Hit this kind of very, very capped endgame board that he is very known to do. Soju fast 9, right name and better duo. It seems like he does not always do that playstyle in tournaments. He has been known to be a bit more reserved there, play for some more consistency top 4s. But when he is offered a spot to greed out and to go into these cap level 9 boards, he really executes on those better than most other players.
I think also when you take a look at how Soju has done over the past couple of tournaments, he wants to like get back into that top form, right? Like he got 5th at the Runeterra Reforged NA Regional Finals, and of course, like he's done so well at all of the other NA competitions that we've seen him at. But Soju did has struggled, I think, a little bit in these past few sets to maintain that name for himself. And so I think like you try to risk it a little bit to be able to get these big finishes, because he has everything else. Like all that glitters is gold, right? So Soju's definitely just looking at those big tournament finish wins.
Set 7 was big for Soju, right? Getting to Worlds for the first time. That was a very emotional, very proud moment. He was not, just the influencer Soju. He's able to do big things on the big stage. Set 8 kind of, I would say, fell off a little bit, didn't have great finishes, but definitely in set 9 had a lot of big finishes. Just 5th in regionals, just so close of missing out to getting back to Worlds. But this set coming back for Remix Rumble, right? Got 11th in KDA Cup. That's a big start. Getting final weekend means that he's already qualified, for that regional finals, and to continue to have this consistency in a day 4 of the Heartsteel Cup. You love to see that out of a player like Soju.
Exactly. So he's definitely going to be vying for that title. You got the Ahri online as well, blue buff, and the death cap. And so T-Lides is going to take a big hit here with that Ahri up, and also the Zed headliner. That's fun.
Yeah, Zed headliner, fantastic, absolutely fun. I'm with you. Pitsy though having a bit less fun here, I think, on this board. Only 1 copy of the Zed. Only a Jhin 1 as well. Yeah, Malala went out in 8th. That's the second 8th in a row for Malala, actually. So looking unlikely to crown Malala the 3-peat champion of set 10 of Remix Rumble. A really rough start. Didn't quite see like all of his spots and how exactly he didn't find success, but really unfortunate to see Malala just, not really finding the success that he wants here again.
I wonder if he was just contested. I'll have to go back and watch that very first game, but it feels so uncharacteristic after all of the success we've seen Malala have over the last few months. But maybe just helping everybody else out that they can finally win an event. We've got Khroen though and Pitsy up on the board. Just taking a look at some of their roll downs. Khroen actually does have this this Zed in the back line.
Yeah, with Break of Dawn, that upgraded Radiant or Edge of Night, it's so good to give Zed not only one, but like 2 extra lives as well. Zed's going to get to the back line and be able to clean up. I think the big worry is that is there, you know, enough damage because it doesn't have that backline threat? And I guess the answer is no. So Khroen actually falls, going to be looking like a 7th place there. And that's so unfortunate given that, you know, Spot looked kind of solid, just again didn't have that secondary carry. It was a Bard carrying 2 items in the back line, and it just did not deal enough damage. But really impressive stuff from Pitsy, making this transition work, selling off the Jhin, finding an Ezreal, and going true damage Ezreal as well because he was dropped a Spatula, rocking with the Akali, the Kiana, and then the Echo as well in the front line. Not able to buy this pair of Echoes quite yet, but still Pitsy going up against, oh, now it's Lulu 3 from T-Lide's Nekkra. That's so scary.
Okay. Oh, and got the Ahri in as well, so don't worry, don't fret. The Ahri is also here to save the day. This Seraphine though is starting to get a little run over. Power of the true damage Ezreal right there.
Yeah, Pitsy making it work out, even with just an Ezreal, you know, Ezreal 2 being the biggest damage dealer. There is the Z1, but it is of course only that Z1, right? Was able to buy the pair of Echoes, is still rolling every single turn, just wants to hit something. Akali even now with blue buff, and that Gunblade is really solid, and TG on that Kiana, really great, especially because that is Lucky Gloves. You get good front items on the Zac and really good Kiana items as well. Love that.
Yeah, feels nice to be able to have that forward true damage online. And now we'll be going up against Setsuko, able to dodge Aegon. That is a player that Pitsy could have run into, who is still win streaking, by the way, with that KO reroll. But Setsuko has the Disco TF up and running with great items with the Rage Blade as well as the Shojins. But even though it's throwing all of the cards, it did throw the final and the best one. Pitsy knocked out in 6th place after a very impressive pivot. It was looking pretty dire for him too, Khroen. I feel like that 6th is, you take it.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the lobby of this caliber and a lobby of this strength, right? T-Line's grabbing a KDA emblem. Yeah, there's Matic augment coming through as well. But I think that actually gives a lot of good context, Nekkra, into why players like Malala and Khroen are going 7-8, because look at the rest of the lobby, right? The rest of the lobby is just so strong. These players are so insane. Even a player who is lesser known like Billy can come through and have a top 4 performance on day number 3 of the Heartsteel Cup, get these bonus points. So we know that Billy is a threat, and a threat he is, you know, maintaining to be here in day number 4. As T-Lide's 3 away from Nico 3 and Echo 3, but still a long way to go.
He does have a long way to go. I want to call out though that Aegon lost that last combat. So we're gonna see maybe if T-Lides can continue that loss streak for Aegon, as it's the Kale in the back. The Karth is there to help bolster up that back line. Karth is able to get 1 cast off, but with this Lulu and this Seraphine, they have to be able to take these hits. Oh my gosh, those Rage Blade stacks, able to get the job done here for the Kale and take out that Seraphine.
Yeah, that's Radiant Archangels there. Got a remover for one of the Rage Blades. That's why one was in the Karthus, which isn't the best item for Karthus, of course, but it's still okay. And now T-Lides has to make the decision, oh, do I want to sell my Nico and roll for Echo 3? The answer is yes, but he doesn't hit, unfortunately. So T-Lides on elimination point right now, being on single-digit HP. Billy as well. Oh, Nard 3 comes back to play, Nekkra.
Whoa, okay. I think the Gnar is such a cool tech into this composition. Maybe it can pay off. Billy is with a 2-win streak right now, could extend the lead here. Is going to end up running into what I believe is K3 Soju's board with that Seraphine and the Ahri in the back, and that Gnar is showing up and just shredding. Is not able to get enough damage down onto the Ahri, but I say that and I'm like, I think I just saw a ghost of that Gnar's past, because that is still alive and definitely swinging.
T-Lides and Billy hang on to see who gets into the top 4, but Setsuko also dropped dangerously low there, rolling with that disco board. Billy and T-Lides both not having that much gold. There's not much that Billy can do for this board besides finding a single Yorick for Yorick too. High rolling and finding a couple of Akalis would be nice as well. T-Lides that will have about 28-ish gold to roll with the next round. Oh, finds an Echo off of one of the orb drops. Okay, that is huge. Just needs one more Echo for that tier 3. Does he find it? Only a few more rolls to go. Finds an Ahri. No, Echo 3 is not found. For Billy as well, not finding upgrades for this board either. They're not getting any stronger. Oh, a pair of Akalis rolled one more time, but no, it's just itemization. It's just positioning, as this could be their final round of the game.
Yeah, I could. You were really hoping, even like just holding on to the Yorick feels nice, because a 2-star Yorick would have been a big upgrade to get. But it is going to be Billy up against a double Rapidance Karthus. I don't know who found that, but I think all of those crits are going to feel really devastating, but it is just not going to be enough. That Karthus goes down without much of a fight. That's Aegon that's going to be taking a hit there as Billy stays alive, as T-Lides also fighting on that last life, able to take down K3 Soju. And so they are starting to make this lobby way closer. And there's the set. There it is. There's the Echo, 3-star. Now you're feeling really good as T-Lides was able to get that last win.
Oh, Aegon started up the Akali too, as well as Billy. Actually, both players finding that. That's huge. But for T-Lides, especially with KDA getting all those extra stats, getting that AP as well, those shields are going to be huge. And that true damage healing as well that he does get. T-Lides only faces a ghost here. So is this matchup going to be good enough? That is the upgraded Akali, though. And it's going to be jumping into the Lulu.
Yeah, so this is Aegon's Ghost with that Kale that's in the back line there, and the double Rapidance Karthus. Sure, like, yeah, if you got the items, may as well go for it. He looks better with 2 hats, and he's not, he has the opportunity to wear them, but they're not going to be quite enough. T-Lides with that Echo in the front has bought so much time for those casts to come through.
Setsuko was the player who lost 2 out of the last 3 rounds and actually goes out in 5th. T-Lides and Billy have held on for 3 rounds or more, of course, because Billy is on that win streak currently. And I was not expecting Setsuko to be the one to drop out there in 5th yet again for 2 games in a row. Man, this lobby is so intense. Even Soju and Aegon taking a lot of damage for the past couple of rounds. Going up against this Kale board once again, but T-Lides this time it's going to be the real board of Aegon.
Yeah, so is it going to be enough power? Was able to get the better of Aegon in that fight previously, but now this Karthus and this Kale really up and running. There's a couple more units, though, where T-Lides does have that advantage. And so, but that would be the difference maker as Aegon takes another big hit. But Aegon's HP preservation has been so good because of how long he win streaked throughout the middle of that game. But there's a lot of emblems on this carousel right now. Does anybody go for it?
Yeah, there's true damage, there's Guardian, Country, of course, no one is playing that, so those would be the only 2 considerations here, but not looking like that is prioritized. Aegon does, the last second, however, take a Guardian. Wants to perhaps fit 4 Guardian in, or maybe just run 3 and be a little bit more tanky. Oh, he does level up to 10. That's a great call out. Puts a Thresh onto the board. Aegon, with that HP preservation that you were just talking about, Nekkra, is able to hold on to so much gold. Finds a Yorick as well. That is also a fantastic Guardian. Can not finding the Thresh to upgrade, however, but Aegon now sacrificing the last 3 rounds to get this powerful, might be able to turn it around here, going up against Billy Can Carry, who's been on single-digit HP for a long time now.
Yeah, he slammed that Guardian emblem just to be able to get that forward Guardian in, but with the pentakill, can it be the overwhelming pressure that Aegon needs against this board? Billy Can't Carry is going to take it down though, and this is just this Gnar show to take home as Billy Can't Carry continues on that win streak. T-Lies out in 4th place, not gonna be able to finish out this game with that Infernal Contract KDA board.
Yeah, very hard fought by T-Lides, dropped down to just his last life and then found a bunch of really big upgrades. So I think that's one of those games where a 4th doesn't quite feel satisfying, but after getting 2nd game number 1, it's like, yeah, T-Lides will probably take those. 2 consistent top 4 games back to back doesn't feel bad, just in itself. But Billy Can Carry now still a player on 7 win streak right now. This Gnar 3 is doing so much good damage, and it has the secondary and third carries of Viego and Karthus, as well as that Yorick is tier 2 now as well. He's just winning round after round after round. Billy can indeed carry, Nekkra.
Yeah, Billy can carry, absolutely. Aegon's gonna take the win over K3 Soju though, as Billy Can Carry was facing down Soju's Ghost, but we have a PvE round to see if there's any more gold items, anything that can be the difference maker between who is able to finish out in 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. It's coming down to the wire though, Khroen, because everybody right now is kind of looking like they're on last life. Aegon maybe has what, like 2 more in him if he's lucky for how much damage he actually takes.
Was he at 16 HP? Oh, stage 7 base damage is 15. So yeah, if Aegon loses, he will fall as well. There is no room for error for any of these players. 1 loss and you're out of here. Game 2 is going to be over in just 1 or 2 more rounds. We could have a ghost fight that a player wins, so it could be here for just a bit longer. But Soju, look at this board. This is creative. Not often do we see an Arya Kali KDA board also feature a Zac and a Zed as well as another carry, but Soju is really good at making these boards happen, and even was strong enough to take out the composition of T-Lides Seraphine. But can he do it again versus all of these pentakills?
Well, we've got the pentakill Karthus definitely showing off its stuff right now. Aegon is hoping that this Kayle is going to be enough to keep him alive, but it's just so hard to withstand all of that damage coming through from the Gnar. And in fact, that's a double kill. That is going to be Billy Can Carry carrying away the 1st place of this game. Khroen, what a phenomenal show from the pentakill board. Billy surely can carry.
Billy can carry. There's no doubt in my mind about it. Check that off the bingo card. That question has been answered. Yes, Billy can carry. That Gnar reroll as well.
Wild.
If you think about pentakill 2-cost rerolls, you're gonna think Kayle and Kayle again. Gnar, not so much, but Billy says no, not only can I carry, but Gnar can do it as well. Gnar has a place on this board with being one of those multiple carries, right? There's still Karthus, there's still Viego, there's still a lot of power on that board. But to take out a board like Soju's and Aegon as well, who did so well to save HP, go to level 10, try to find that super massive capped out board. There is a reason why Billy top 3'd yesterday and is coming in today with 3 bonus points, and we're seeing that story unfold right in front of our eyes right now. It's just such a treat to watch a newer player to the scene, to the space. So maybe it was a name change. I don't know who Billy is really, but I'm getting to know him and I love what I'm seeing.
I think we like this Billy character. I do think we like this Billy character. That is going to be an impressive game to win to close out these first two games that our players will play in these lobbies. We're going to take a short break. We'll come back. We'll get some analysis on this game, and also where we're seeing the lobbies. So we'll see you after this.
So Billy can carry, Billy can win. What can Billy not do? That was a really fun line. Metalhead's pentakill. Admirable. We knew we were going to see a lot of pentakill this weekend, but what about this composition was unique and very strong?
I mean, my gosh, this was like such a strong lobby in my opinion. It's not like one of these ones that's like, oh my gosh, ridiculous things sort of strong. But it's just in general, like this lobby is stronger than usual. And I'd say by like quite a considerable margin. Like Metalheads is going to be one of the best augments you can have on Pentakill. But this was the Caretaker's ally. And then that led to a Gnar 3. And then that went into Metalheads. And then that went into Overwhelming Force to support the rest of the AD across his team. Like, my gosh, this team is so powerful. And the divide between the top 4 and bottom 4 here feels like it's very stacked. And Boop, we were having trouble figuring out what we were going to talk about in such a short time span because Boop, there was just everything you could talk about across the board, it felt like.
Yeah, I even want to keep talking about Pentakill, for example. You know what I mean? I'm not even just talking about this thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, like, taking a look here, something I just kind of want to bring out a little bit more, because I think a lot of times when we talk about TFT, we can get really tunneled, right? We think about, like, a lot of small decisions, but sometimes forget about the big picture, right? So the big picture here, when it comes to augments, sometimes augments are going to make it so you're going to be able to tackle lines that aren't normal, right? In the past, these augments were, like, unit-specific. Think Warwick, right? Now, that Pentakill comp in first place is a really great example of identifying some of these branches and then going after it, something that we've talked about all this time. And how important is that? It's now all of a sudden, Pentakill we know is a pretty popular line right now. People are building a ton of emblems for it. And then all of a sudden, your particular Pentakill just has more stuff than the others or other augments that help with that too. And then that mirror matchup all of a sudden becomes a 99% win percentage for you because you just have more, right? Gnar 3 is not a normal thing. You know, some people have talked about it in the past, right? But to have it available to be there, and that's just extra, right? If you've ever heard the term, it's a win more kind of situation, that is what that means. So, I know there's a lot to talk about, but I do think like that Pentakill, you know, aspect, just being open to creative lines on those augments so we can potentially see comps like this come out on top.
Because I feel like I want to tunnel. I want to 3-star everything. When I'm that rich, I want to 3-star everything. And that's where I usually fall because I hold on to too much stuff. But speaking of 3-star 2 costs, we had a really diverse lobby, Admirable, between 4-cost carries, 2-cost rerolls. What is the power level? What is the state of kind of these two angles that you can take in TFT right now?
It's definitely can be tough. You know, when you look towards the bottom 4 on this one, we had multiple people trying to chase like that traditional Heartsteel style angle where you're going after Zed, you're going after Ezreal, you're trying to get them stacked and go for it. We've seen Setsuko now. I think he's played Disco two games in a row. I'm not really sure. I know he was playing it a lot yesterday as well, but he went fifth place. And in this game, it was again on the Twisted Fate build. He was able to 2-star pretty much his whole board. And get his Ziggs online, but I think that's kind of where things really fell off and kind of stopped right there. Just, you know, really didn't have much gas to keep pushing through because the lobby was so strong and pushing. He's like, I have to keep going. So that ended up in a 5th place finish in this one. But again, that divide, like right after that, suddenly you start seeing that 2-cost reroll again. And that's kind of what it ends up creating when you have people who can put together 2-cost rerolls, is that it pressures the rest of the lobby. So for T-Lights in this one, he was capped on level 7 because of Infernal Contract, but he had so much gold that he's able to keep pushing this. Not only is it just the 2-cost reroll, but it also gets Lulu, and it also gets Echo. And this is a tremendous amount of frontline and support attached to a damage carry that's being put together early because it's 2-cost. If it's not 2-cost, you don't pressure the lobby the same way. It's like the same benefit you get from Katarina reroll, for instance. Without that, it doesn't have the same power level. When you can't pressure the rest of the lobby, they have the time to put together the pieces they want. When they don't have it though, suddenly now it's a big speed bump they have to hit, and sometimes they don't get over it.
Well, let's see who's getting over all of us. Remember, our top 16 are the ones that can make it through to game 6. We did just conclude game 2. I'm at the very top.
Yeah, that's what I was.
What's up? Very important person there. It's 19 points with the bonus. You know, they're gonna have a Wikipedia page about me one day, Boop.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you already have a couple. You're really good at your job, so you deserve them, right? So it's also appropriate because it's your birthday and it should be your VIP weekend anyway. But Lemon VIP, I've never seen it someone who is like, you can have some caster bias. But something else I want to talk about here is we have a really cool thing happening in 2, 3, and 4. Robin, Dish, and Aegon, right? what year is it? Is it set 4 all of a sudden? Getting all of those people in the top 5? I mean, Robin, we know Mr. Consistent, and, you know, I'm going to bring it up. Dish Soap winning a cup would be a huge deal for Dish Soap. That would be a big monkey off of that back right now, and we're in a striking distance. We're going to get into halftime pretty shortly, but in terms of those standings, it's really good to see, again, not just new guard versus old guard, but like the old guard coming back and coming through again. And that goes all the way back to what Frodan said, right? In terms of the community and just constantly growing and shifting in positive ways.
And just how impactful those first places have been. Like I see Beery, she's in the top 16 after a first we got to witness. Billy Kincary's in top 5 from a first that we just saw. It's exciting, and there's only a few more games left until we have to cut our players in half, not literally, but our pool of people. So I'm gonna go get the saw, and I'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
Here in Las Vegas, Nevada for the first ever official TFT LAN. That's right, this is the TFT Vegas Open. 512 competitors flew here from all around the world. They're taking the stage to be able to compete for the title of the TFT Vegas Open champion, as well as for a $100,000 grand prize. They've got a lot of games to play. You're not going to want to miss it.
Vegas is a good choice for TFT event because people just say TFT is all about luck, but there is strategy, there is skill.
It's kind of surreal, like, to see how far TFT has come.
Oh, that missed way cost you the top 4.
I'm winning the tournament. Keep winning. I'm winning the tournament.
Always says that.
I've played in tournaments on LAN for God knows how long. I definitely think it gives me an advantage over the other players. I saw them, you know, kind of like buckling under the pressure.
Yeah, but here he goes.
It's me. I'm the Saw. Like, wait, it's always back. But it's me. I'm the Saw. This is the Saw that Jen went to go get before broadcast. But we still have 3 more games, so you're getting ahead of yourself before we do get these players into just the top 16. But welcome back, everybody, to the Heartsteel Cup. My name is Nekkra, and I am so excited to be joined by Lemonkiwi on the casting desk to bring us through this next game. Jen, how are you feeling to step into the caster role for these next few games?
Good. is so different being here. Just it's like being in the hot seat, but really all the pressure is on the players. Like, yes, they have 3 more games to go, but an 8th can really set you back. And I was still so surprised. Like, I feel like we were hyping up Malala a lot and then got 8th. And not that I want to harp on that, but that can really set you back in terms of the points. Remember, only top 16. That's why we made the Saw joke, by the way, because it's like we're cutting these 32 players in half in a few games, and there's not a lot of time to kind of make up for a deficit if you're behind.
No, so Malala at this point with the 2 8ths is looking like it's going to be really slim to make it into that top 16, but Malala is already locked to go to the unoriginal finals after winning the KDA Cup, so it would have been nice to be able to get a couple more qualifier points under his belt, but
some lunch money.
You know, yeah, exactly. But maybe still a chance for that. We'll see. But we are hopping on board with the Robin songs as we get into the next lobby. It's going to be a really interesting portal choice as well. We'll have to see
Pot
how
of
that...
gold?
Yeah,
It's like, they're after me, Lucky Charms. At 6-1, all the living players get to split 120 gold. So it's kind of like a prize pool, whoever's left at the end. We'll see. I feel like 6-1 could sometimes be rare to get to, at least for me, because I'd be dying in stage 5. So,
well, these players have been getting there just a couple of games in a row now, but it's still a huge payout if you're able to get to that point. So I'm curious what kind of route these players will take, though, right? Because if you want to get to 6-1, do you want to try to go for these lost streak moments with the Heartsteel, or do you try to play as strong of a board as possible to make sure you have the HP preservation to get there? We just saw Aegon have such a great follow through with that in that last game.
yeah, and we just kind of got a peek at Robin Songs, who started his day off with a first, well, technically a second and a first. So is at the very, very top, had an incredible day 3. Now we're on Protect Scroll, and really you're just collecting as many pairs as you can and getting the vibes from there. I know Tom Kench is one on the lower ends of headliners, unless you can get like Bruiser 4. That's one of the stronger openings, but okay.
Whoa.
Prismatic Augment at 2-1. Okay.
Lucky day, Jen. You're just bringing all of the beginner luck to the broadcast here in terms of just getting the prismatic. So this is going to be a fun game for sure. Protect Scroll has a ton of great choices here. I've been really interested in some of the hologram games that we've had a chance to see. Robin Songs actually yesterday played a hologram game where he had a NAR hologram with the submit to the pit augment, which is kind of crazy, but this is going to be Cruel Pact here from Tempest Life. What do you think about this choice?
No way. Anything with a pact, whether in real life or not in D&D, I am not touching that. And that beginner's luck, I feel like it's the opposite, because I dread any important game. If I'm on like a rank up or something, Prismatic is scary, because I think it puts a lot of pressure on the lobby. Everyone gets powered up very fast, and it's a big risk, I think, to go for Cruel Pact in a tournament.
It does look like a huge risk here, but Tempest Life is going to be playing the Cruel Pact with the Punk angle. Already has the Jinx, could look to re-roll that, but is already at level 6, so you're going to be decreasing the odds of you getting all of those Jinxes, but you've got their Ginsu's Rage Blade, so that's a really nice item to have slammed early, and also something that you could potentially try to translate to a different carry later on. But already going to get another reroll here, get the Karthus in. What? Huge executioner backline. Sure, yeah.
Like, Rageblade isn't bad on him. It's definitely like that budget mana item. Like, if you can't get an adaptive or a Shojin or something to give him mana, like Rageblade is the band-aid. And Karthus is strong right now, and if you can get that early, then you can angle towards that. But I guess I'm surprised that when you go Cruel Pact, I would think that you'd want to sell like a mid-headliner like Jinx. Actually, with Rageblade, if you can itemize her, she's solid early. But why not just sell that headliner, since you're at a higher level than others, to maybe get a more powerful headliner? But we'll see how far this Jinx can bring them.
Yeah, Tempest Life is going to be going up against Kambuli right now, that does have an itemized Annie, does have the Shojins there alongside the Rod, so a couple of different Spellweaver angles that you could take with that one. And also, I think just Shojins in general is a super versatile item right now. What are your thoughts on that one?
Shojin's, yeah, I feels like for the first time in a while that blue buff is more bis, I guess, on a lot of carries, whether it's your Ari, your Vex, and stuff like that.
Ezreal,
but
for
Shojin
sure.
is like, at this level of play, you can't be super picky. Like in this case, blue buff would be better for Annie, but like, yeah, that maybe saves you an auto to get your ult, but sometimes that little difference is what spells a victory or defeat in that case, or to get to those many ults that Annie can ramp up with. But hey, you got an Olaf chosen, or an Olaf headliner, Bruiser 4. That's one of the better and stronger openings there for Kambuli.
Yeah, it's a really great start to have that beefy front line, and you're going to be going up against a K3 Soju Sport here. You have the 8-bit online pretty early, so you'll start to see some of those stacks come through with the Corki in the back, already with the Aphelios though too, so it's going to be an 8-bit and a Heartsteel start here for Soju, getting a couple more of those hearts by taking that loss from Kambuli. But it's still so early here, Jen, and we're about to head into a carousel as well.
Kambuli needs to have a good game here. Got 2 bot 4s in that first round, so a Shojin on Annie, you don't love it, especially in Annie 1 if it's not a headliner. Maybe a Seraphine Shojin, Morello. We saw the power of Seraphine reroll, but it's a lot of compositions seem attractive to go to, but it's the angle and the place that you're in that makes that composition more viable than others. Interesting that Protect Scroll has that many cannons. Like, you don't ever get to see a cannon 3.
For
but...
you.
Oh, is that the hologram? Okay, I wasn't sure if that
Yeah.
showed on the overlay, but that's cool.
I know, it's cool, right? I think like we can start to look a little bit at some of the other choices that our players have made for those prismatic augments to start. Protect Scroll took the hologram, so it's going to be the headliner cannon. You get a copy of that. But Roby actually, I think, took Radiant Relics. You got Spoils of War from Setsuko, stationary support from Ripple. Pumping up though from K3 Soju and Robin Songs as we take a look at K3 Soju's board now. That's huge if you've got something like the Rapid Fire.
Yeah, you love any Heartsteel opener, and especially just getting that much closer to Heartsteel 5. And on a loss streak, you're going to keep that up. Obviously, the state of loss streaking is a bit different than it was before. It hurts a little more. It's a little more balanced. And having an IE, this can bring you to so many different directions. Easily, this could be an Ezreal item that you can ditch. It just depends on how much HP do you want to sacrifice. A lot of these players are comfortable dropping down to 40, 30 HP even. I personally start freaking out. I am not a loss streak player. I like winning as much as possible, especially with the loss streak changes. It feels a little worse, but with Heartsteel, it's how far do you want to push yourself, and then the APM of when you swap off, and whether you want to completely get rid of, let's say, Heartsteel 5, drop to Heartsteel 3, or maybe just get rid of Heartsteel 3 altogether, as we look at Robin Songs, who's still considering a headliner.
Huh, okay. I'm interested to see where he decides to take this, because his board is super weak right now. He has decided not to level. He did just sell off the Cassante and is just going to take this loss streak to heart. You've got 3 champions on your board, really looking to try to push this economy when you have that 40 gold that you're sitting on. It means that you're going to be taking a full loss streak into Krugs, and this is going to be a big win for Kambuli to kind of keep up with that Annie that now also has a Morello's on it.
Yeah, it's just... Yeah, at least you got 40 gold. You're on a last streak. It's tough to say why Robin would put themselves in this angle when lose streaking without Heartsteel is painful nonetheless. We got a Senna. That's always good. Usually true damage would be preferable, but at least with Rapid Fire, you don't have to play a second Rapid Fire later on. If this decides to be a reroll angle, obviously you have some AP items on your bench, so it's not bad for Senna if he did want to start slamming stuff.
We did end up seeing, we didn't see a whole lot of Robin songs like on the broadcast, but he played a lot of Riven reroll. He had that hologram Gnar game that I was talking about before, but he did also play Senna reroll yesterday, and so I'm wondering if there is a bit of an angle here where he could go for a Senna reroll. He is sitting on level 5, so the odds of being able to hit those 2-cost champions are still relatively good. But Tempest Life, on the other hand, is already at level 7, Jen. That is the Infernal Pact at its finest, I think.
Yeah, and Bard MF reroll is a very strong reroll comp that I feel like we didn't get to appreciate enough of on broadcast. And the Jazz headliner of Bard is the perfect one that you need. Usually you don't really only like Dazzler headliners from maybe Twisted Fate, but this core is centered a lot around KDA, Superfan, and Jazz, and trickling as many traits as you can, which is a little more awkward to do at lower levels when you don't have as many slots on your board. But it's a nice flex comp because you can have AD on your MF, she holds attack speed well, throw all your AP on your Bard, but it can be really reliant on hitting a lot of 3 stars, which can be contested against other people who want to go Jazz.
Yeah, but I don't think I've seen too many Jazz units off the tables yet, but remains to be seen when we know that some of those higher capped Heartsteel boards can start going in that direction. But if you beat them there, then you don't have to worry too much about whether or not you're going to be contested later on. Setsuko also is going to be looking now at the second augment. We're going to be rounding things out here with a silver augment. So interesting. We got the prismatic start, and now we've got a couple of unique choices here, but cybernetic bulk is going to be the one that we do see taken on that side of things. K through Soju also up to pick, and it's going to raise the stakes, Jen.
Ooh. Especially with people like Robin Songs in the lobby that had, like, you know, kind of ditched their headliner and now have one, and there's mixed power levels in this lobby, so it's a huge risk to raise the stakes because players in this lobby are good at scouting. They may be just wanting to sack, and we'll see if Soju will be able to get that cash out that he needs. Of course, if he does win, it just divides your hearts in half, so it's not like you don't get anything. It's just it is much worse. But I do like the itemization here of Tempest Life. I think this is a really solid start. This cloak could easily go onto a tank if he cares more about maybe doing an even shroud for the MF or doing an ionic. This could be a shred item, or it can easily be an adaptive for Bard, which is one of his better items.
A lot of different options there, so I love the flexibility. Kambuli, though, is going to take a huge hit. Tempest Life, you know, this is where you get a little bit risky. You have the Infernal Pact, so you're already down at 22 HP, so it has to be a win streak angle basically from here on out. Ripple Overdrive is going to take a hit here as well, but outside of Tempest Life, it feels like everybody else is kind of on even footing here so far as we start to look towards the next carousel for round 3.
Yeah, Tempest Life is the one that doesn't have too many lives, but obviously this early in the game, you're not losing as much HP. But I like that he got rid of that, the Jinx headliner that he started with. Rageblade was very solid on her, but just you must have high rolled an MF, and as you climb in levels this early, you're gonna have all the units available to you because no one else is there. So now it's just about getting the right items, and since he is so low on health, he's gonna get first priority on Carousel, where we'll see what he wants to end up on, if he wants to kind of go for a proper damage item, Deathblade or something like that to invigorate his MF, or does he want to start thinking about completing something with that cloak, maybe a tier for his Bard, because getting as many casts off for that Bard will be critical.
Yeah, you love the dude stacks. You do love those dude stacks. Robin is going to take another loss. Has a pair of Sennas, though, that's on the bench, so could be considering that Senna reroll angle, but we've got a lot of components here for all of these players to choose from, and it looks like Tempest Life is actually going to go pick up the belt.
Tempest Life getting the belt. Okay, so this could be like an even shroud angle. We'll have to see, because you know, he is in a spot where he is win streaky, so there's a decision there of, do you always want to slam items or components as soon as you get them? It seems like Tempest Life has stabilized themselves around that Bard, so it seems to be good. The only thing you got to worry about is, can you get to that Lucian? Can you climb up more? And there's a lot of Lulus going on here.
Yeah, so I was looking at it and I was like, this is the hologram board that I wanted to check in on just a little bit down the road, and it looks like it's going to be the hologram Lulu. And the best thing about picking hologram in this spot is that you can go for the Lulu reroll. And so I was looking at the board at the lower third when we were actually at the carousel, and I'm like, there's 4 Lulus on this board. That can't be right. And then lo and behold, it's 2 because of the hologram, plus you also just had extra Lulus in the back line. So that's about to be a really, really interesting board later on. Heading up against Robin Songs right now, who is going to continue to itemize as Senna. She's going to be the Senna headliner with the 2 on the bench. Saw a glimpse of this in just a couple of fights before, but those Lulus!
The attack on Yordles. It's not attack on Titan, it's attack on Yordles. I think getting to that Spellweaver 5 may help out if he maybe wanted to consider dropping a Lulu, but since they are a 2-star, it's gonna be nice. But we'll see what the decision ends up being. Get to check in with Soju's Heartsteel, not able to high roll that Ezreal, that 5th Heartsteel to get up to that point, but the loss streak's continuing, very rich at this point.
We got the Caitlyn though, and so that's a great unit to be able to have. Caitlyn may not be the headliner right now, but she still is able to provide that 8-bit synergy with the Garens that are also going to be sitting there. So Soju can expect to take another loss. Is going to be going up against Tempest Life's board, who did take a hit, and so Tempest Life is actually going to be out of that win streak, but still sitting in a fairly strong position with that Bard and the MF that we checked in on just a little bit ago. You also have the Mordekaiser here to beef up that front line, and so that's going to be another win, and K3Soju now can look at getting that Heartsteel cash out.
Yeah, when I look at Caitlyn, and I like that the patch just made her viable to play, and she can now be a proper secondary carry in an 8-bit composition around that. And Soju, you know, raised the stakes and ended up getting a lot of gold, thinking about leveling, maybe going towards 7 and changing some things up, getting rid of that 4th Heartsteel, sticking to 3 for now, and can keep rejuicing as long as he can stay alive.
That was great to get all that gold. You can see the pivot that he made to get the 4 Sentinel in with the Blitzcrank that showed up. And now with the Wolves, you're getting even more gold on top of a couple of different components. And when you look at those items, I see the Guard Breaker there. You did get the Champion Duplicator. So it's just going to be a fast 8 here for Soju at 4-1. And now trying to figure out how to round out his board. He's going to actually bypass the Zac that we saw in the shop and even going to go past the Twisted Fate, thinking
Don't
about
go back.
the Jet, maybe?
Don't go back. Ooh,
no.
True damage, yes. He got a lot of AP headliners. Like, you look at Twisted Fate and some other ones, they were just all AP lovers. And he has an IE, so he's thinking about an AD, someone who can utilize this well. And Akali, just that, very solid. Maybe not as solid as some other 4-cost or just other strong AD lines, but climbing up in true damage will be important to reinvigorate her as much as possible. But there can be just multiple carries in this composition if he's considering like a Akali Karthus Executioners, a few different lines, or even vertical Akali with KDA type of stuff. So yeah, true damage is the vibe though for now.
My favorite, vertical KDA.
Yeah, I can't believe you got your Exodia comp yesterday.
Oh my goodness. We almost saw 10 pentakill earlier today too, so someone is going to be able to get that at some point today. We're going to see it on the broadcast. It's just going to happen. But for now, we do have that 3rd augment up for grabs. It is going to be gold for the 3rd and final one of this game. And so, like, interesting kind of power levels across the board. That's going to be Portable Forge, though. So K3Soju is going to be able to take a look at a big item there. But we also have Ripple that has finally popped this artifact anvil, I think.
That's tough. Yeah. There's maybe looking for a proper damage item. I think Zonia can be really appreciated on backline carries, whether it's like a Twisted Fate or just anyone, because you keep casting and you're still doing stuff while in that Zonia form. So, but that is again a protective item, not something that is giving you damage. And Deathfire Grasp did get buffed in the most recent patch, but I haven't really seen it on broadcast yet. But for now, Senna's sitting on 5 Sennas. That's a pretty good spot and amazing items for her too.
All right, so Senna's going to still be putting in the work. Robin's going to take another win there. 4 true damage. I wonder if Robin's going to be able to find a spat of some kind. I think a true damage emblem would be really interesting to see if you could round out this comp in a different way. But as of right now, I feel like you're sitting pretty. You're very happy with having the Akali, and that's going to be an Echo 2 as well in the front. And the Ionic Spark also just to be able to help with the Sunder as you look forward to also what Soju's got going on his board. This is very different.
Yeah, just to touch on the Senna reroll real quick. Having a strong front line is very important. Putting those items on whoever you're going to 2-star first between Nico or Echo. But what you can build afterwards, what legendaries can you hit? Like, can you get a Thresh and a Lowy? Like, something to help that front line, because Senna will only live as long as her front line is, and she can be very vulnerable. We got some Yone headliner action too, which we haven't seen a lot of Yone reroll. It's been a lot more Riven love in that case. And a Zed headliner is quite lucky for whoever this is.
Yeah, this is Soju. And so actually we got a chance to see the portable forage get popped, and it was the Zhonya's paradox that Soju took. That was my mistake calling out that it was somebody else because he pivoted off of the board. But it was Soju. So he did take the Zhonya's, and he got that Khroen so early. So that's a nice champion to have as a part of this comp as he's continuing to sort of look at capping it out. You also have the Alawi there as well, but just the crowd divers for the Yone and the Z2, that's going to feel really, really nice, especially when that pumping up starts to get stacking.
Yeah, I feel like Khroen is just such a forgettable unit compared to like other legendaries. Like, you only ever see him like throwing in for Heartsteel, or maybe as your third edgelord in a Riven reroll. Hitting Bard 3 and MF 3 are big upgrades. Ended up making that even Shroud with the cloak belt that we had earlier. So this is a good spot. Maybe having some damage for Bard will be ideal here, and mainly just getting as many traits online as possible. But being stuck on level 7 with no gold, it's going to take some time to maybe get that third KDA in to add that extra trait and help your backline.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how much damage this is going to do. We're actually going to see it go up against Ripple's board. Has the Aphelios and the Kale in the back line, but this front line, you're looking really at this Riven here trying to get some damage done, and it is able to sort of shred through that front. The Viego to follow it up as well. It's just going to be down to this Misfortune 3-star, and Tempest Life is sitting at 12 HP. Can't afford to take another hit here as he's now sitting at 1. Jen, these champions have to get the job done now, or this is Tempest Life's game over.
Yeah, it's interesting when you have the Khroen Pact and you think it's the race to go to level 8, level 9, but choosing to reroll and not hitting as fast as you could have despite having the access to all the units in the game and not getting to level 8. You're on a 3-loss streak. This could very easily be the end of Tempest Life, but that is what you signed up for. Literally, the contract, the cruel type. Like, you put yourself in this position, getting to about 25 HP, putting yourselves on 2-3 lives, and getting the 3 stars was nice, but this frontline is not holding up, especially with, I think, the 1-star Nico is making a huge difference. And against in a prismatic lobby, other boards are going to be very strong. Yeah.
Yeah, Soju with the fast level 8, getting the Ezreal 2-star already. That's a huge Ezreal cast. And that tentacle, but so much time there for the Ezreal to finish up the job. So Tempest Life is going to go out in 8th place. That Khroen Pact does not feel like it was worth signing over to the double for this one, but Tempest Life did only have those 10 points, so I think you also have to, in this spot, knowing that it is such a harsh cutoff after these next 3 games, go for it.
Especially when he had slammed the Rage Blade, I think, before the Khroen Pact came up, so it kind of locked you into certain spots where the Jinx was good. Then you saw that someone had already had Senna reroll, which is just like my first thought of people that can use Rage Blades really well. MF was another amazing user of that, but when you just use so much gold to just 3-star your backline, didn't get to level 8, didn't get that extra KDA, which I think makes a big difference, and then not getting, I think, that Nico 2 hurt the front line, but now we're checking in on the Senna roll down, and 3 away, now 2 away from that. That's going to make a big difference. But also, most importantly, the positioning is what to take note of, because this is an AoE ult for the Senna, and you want to try and group up the enemy as much as possible. Not hitting the Senna is going to hurt. 1 away, but should have enough HP to live through this no matter what.
Yeah, you kind of hope that maybe you can live through this. If you don't get it naturally in your shop, you're able to pick one up on the carousel. But Robin Songs is going up against an Ezreal headliner. Looks like this might be a ghost board. I can't see the person on the board, so I'm going to assume it's the ghost board. So might have gotten bailed out on this one. But Soju's going to take a huge hit here. And now down to his last life at 4 HP. He's going to have to make some magic out of this one.
Oh yeah, Soju did end up picking up that Radiant Zhonya's, and interesting to put on a Khroen. Probably had a fully itemized Ezreal at that point, but blue buff, IE, just this for Ezreal. So Soju, throughout this tournament, has set himself up for success. Now knowing that that's a bit awkward to have on a Khroen 1 with no damage, and this is perfect for Zed. Soju could be heading to top 4 if he could survive to that point. We do have a gold cash out coming out at 6-1 due to the pot of gold portal, so if Soju can get to that point, that'll help. But he's on a loss streak. We'll see if he can live, because he's at 1 life.
He's at 1 life, and he's going up against Robin Songs, who still has yet to find that 3-star Senna. With the Zed headliner, though, and the Zhonya's, that's going to be enough for Soju to get the job done this time around. And so Robin still has to find this Senna as you look forward to the next fight we're going to be jumping over to, and that's going to be Kambuli. Wow, what a board here. That's a 3-star Seraphine.
That is a perma CC from that Zach. How annoying. But I think Seraphine, like we even heard from Noster yesterday how powerful Seraphine reroll is and how it's one of his favorites, because she does healing and it's just a very stable board. If you lose, you're not going to lose by much. You have an Akali secondary carry, you have some items on Ahri that are very good for her. Once he 2-stars that, I think there's another, maybe 1 or 2 other Ahri players, so that could be a little tough. But a good spot from Kambuli. It'll just be about positioning and trying to keep your Seraphine alive against some of the people that are just melting through this front line.
Yeah, there's some really big melee champions that are
KDA spot
around the
Seraphine didn't get
board.
on a KDA spot.
Okay, well, maybe that will not be too big of an issue here. It is Soju on the other side, though, with that Ezreal and that Heartsteel board, and it's the Zed that's gonna be just absolutely deleting them here. So as we say that, this poor Akali is left on her lonesome to try to juke and jive, but Kambuli is knocked out as well, and that's going to be one step closer for K3 Soju to get that top 4.
That, I gotta say, not getting your Seraphine on that KDA spot, it's obviously an APM thing, but you're missing out on so much AP, so much health, and that's probably why the Seraphine fell over so fast, not being able to really do much. I don't think we have any pentakill players, or else that emblem would have me shaking in my boots, but no pentakill players for once.
No, I'm just looking at poor Robin. Didn't get the Senna 3 online, so he's also going to go out and
he was 1 away too.
I know. It feels so bad when you're in that spot and you're not able to hit it, but sometimes that is just how the cards fall. Soju getting another cash out, though, for the Heartsteel. Has an opportunity here to get another Zac, maybe try to get that up to a 2-star. There's still so much room that Soju can make for upgrades to this board.
And just where this Crown Guard's gonna go, I'm assuming this Alawi, and I feel like Alawi too is like winning the lottery, and a bit of a Spider-Man point of seeing another MF and Ezreal on the other side. The difference being that last Whisper having the armor shred is nice, but kind of a single target dude until the big ult comes out. So not like the best last Whisper holder. You prefer Even Shroud, which I think is a better angle from this Alawi having the Even Shroud from Soju's board. But at the end, it all comes down to the Zed, I think, that is just staying alive and melting everyone.
Wow, there was even that Zed on the other side that had double rage, double Bloodthirster, but it's actually only a 1-star. So a huge win for K3 Soju again. Now it's going to be Roby Van Knob and Setsuko that are also going to be on that final life with him as we check out where Roby's board is. Also, Ezreal player. Also running very similar composition. We have 3 Ezreal boards here, Jen. 3.
Yeah, that's a lot to deal with. I love the Radiant gloves on Zac. I think he's feels underrated. No one talks about Zac, but his CC just going all over is so annoying, especially if you can hit people like the Zed, but the Zed is smartly positioned on the opposite side, so shouldn't be hit by that. Now keeping the Zac alive as long as possible is important. We'll see if this Ezreal can dodge the Zed carving its way through the right side, but even if you put damage into the Zed, having the Zonia, you just drop the aggro, keep themselves alive, but it doesn't matter when the rest of the board is so much stronger on Setsuko's side.
Yeah, Setsuko got some huge upgrades, so Roby's gonna go out in 5th, and K3 Soju is still gonna be hanging in there in 4th place. Does secure himself a top 4, so that is 1 Ezreal player down, 2 more left standing with Setsuko and K3 Soju, but we haven't checked in a while on how Ripple is doing. That's gonna be a 3-star Riven with amazing items. Jen, there's that QSS.
Yeah. Love to see that for sure. The Runons, I like the buff that happened to Runons. It's more of a slammable item or something that you can use. And oh, look at that gold raining down on our 4 remaining players. Now this will definitely help get to 9 and have a roll down if you prefer. Viego 2 is a great upgrade. Caitlyn 2 will be next. Lucian is like winning bingo. It is a 5 cost and there's a few Jazz players, I believe. So getting that Viego 2 though is going to be most important.
That was enough gold though for Ripple to level up to level 9. And so now you do have the 5 8-bit in. Do you get a spat here? If you find a spat literally anywhere, I think, yeah, this is just a really big winning board right here. But you've got to get through Setsuko first. Ripple is on a win streak right now. Has been able to win 7 combats in a row. And this Riven, I think, is showing us why that is potentially the case. That is a deleted backline here. The Lucian cannot stand up to this. And so Setsuko is going to get knocked out with that final slash from that Riven. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this was an important round because everyone just got a massive payout. So everyone's leveling up, having some gold to roll with. So it was how quick can you react to that? And yeah, Riven does peak at 8-bit 6, but then you can throw other things in, like try to get Jazz 2 to 3. Maybe you can get more edgelords and go to 5. Add an extra rapid fire for Caitlyn if you care about her. Getting an Alawi. There's a few different things you can add if you can't get to the 6 8-bit Riven. But she is doing fine. I think this is best in slot Riven. It's going to be about placing Riven on the same side as that carry, so getting to that Lulu, but unfortunately being on the wrong side, but she can still do work. And there's another carry of Viego that we forgot about, and he can help through that right side easily.
Yeah, I was gonna say though, we haven't seen Protect Scroll in a while. It is going to be the 3-star. Lulu was able to hit that, and on top of that, the hologram is going to give him a second 3-star Lulu, but this is Ripple's game to lose at this point. Such a strong board. You have that training dummy in the front as well from the stationary support that you got at the very beginning. That's also helping to just completely beef up that front line. Very, very difficult now to take down both that Riven and the Viego.
It's cool just to see a Lulu hologram board perform really well. Sona got some changes. I think her healing aura got buffed, so I think it went too fast for me to see what aura he picked, and now to just position those Lulus away from the carries. Make sure your secondary Lulu is beside your carry. She's going to amplify the 2 closest units. That Ziggs being a 2-star with a Rage Blade and red buff. This is going to hurt, and this front line is living through it. That the polymorph hitting that Mord is painful, but the range DPS is just simply too much from Ripple's board.
That Riven getting into the backline is as well. You're just taking 2 slashes to every single backline champion and then able to take them out here. It's going to be the final carousel before what is probably going to be the final combat if Ripple can keep this up. Protect Scroll is able to grab a Hextech Gunblade, but is that going to give you enough healing? I think you roll for a couple of upgrades here. Doesn't really feel like you're going to find too much and just slam that Hextech onto the Ahri and Prage.
Yeah, Alawi 2 would be a huge upgrade, and there's a consideration that I talked about with the desk of like would you want to ditch a super fan? Because yes, it's such a good tempo trait early, just to have that free item, but in the later game, it hurts to play a Lilia 2 versus people who have upgraded their front lines, and the front line is what's making a big difference. Can you build a wall in front of this Riven? She's on the opposite side as the Lulu, and it's just slicing and dicing through every single tank, drops to half health, gets the immediate shield, and these Lulus are toast. Maybe a polymorph could make a difference, but the Riven was at half health, manages to get a few more slashes in. It's a 1v1 on the left that I'm paying attention to, and now that this Riven has vanquished that should be a win for Ripple.
It looked like a much closer fight, though, than the few that we had seen before. But with that final champion going down, Ripple Overdrive is doing the victory lap to keep that win streak alive. 11 combats in a row and a lobby win. And boy, did Ripple need it, Jen. That was a very tough start. Ripple Overdrive to just start out the day, because it was an 7th into an 8th place, and so you've got to first to bring yourself back into this one.
And just a true masterclass of how to play Riven. Best in slot Riven items, even Shroud on the Mord, positioning the Mord next to the Riven, so you're just benefiting from that. And worst case, if you lose out on the APM positioning duel between your opponent, you have that backup Viego carry, and knowing that you could just frontline all of those units, because what is the threat? A polymorph? You just need to get to that backline as soon as possible. And Ripple just had a great understanding of how to play Riven. And the fact that he had a leftover remover means that he just had the right components, didn't have to kind of slam things too early. And if he did, he could easily just kind of substitute things out. Because I think Riven's one of the few comps where best in slot items are so important. That QSS makes a world of a difference in the stats.
Yeah, that Riven was just not dying. That's like one of the best ways to continue to do damage, right? Is just, I don't know, not die. But hey, Ripple is still in this, as are the rest of our competitors. We have 2 more games for them to be able to see if they can get enough points to make it into our top 16 before we do, as you said, cut these players in half. So we're going to take a short break to get ready for the next game and also give you some analysis in between, so don't go anywhere. You are watching the Heartsteel Cup.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We got a little bit of a difference. I'm not Lemonkiwi. I'm sure you couldn't tell, so I'm telling you instead. I'm Boopasaurus instead here with Admirable and Khroen, and we had just a pretty good lobby for just a couple of our players, I would say. I think a couple of them are definitely coming out of that lobby, maybe needing to do some mindfulness exercises after. But let's talk about some of the good first, right? Something that we got to see was Hologram Lulu, and Hologram Lulu has always been one of those comps that people find, you know, they want to look after as we kind of see what the standings ended up being at the end of this lobby. You know, Hologram Lulu is one of those fun things that people seem to be seeking, and we finally got to see it in action this time around, Khroen.
Yeah, definitely. That's one of the conditions where Lulu can be an actual real composition. Protect Scroll was win streaking so heavily in the game with it. Had a Lulu 2, had Hologram, actually had 2 Lulu 2s, so was playing 3 Lulus on the board, and that's so much CC, so much damage, allowing him to get these other units online, like the Ziggs 2, like the RA2 online with some good items as well. But at the end of the day, it still wasn't good enough to take down Ripple, right? Ripple's Riven, obviously that comp is just so disgusting. But it is nice to see that Lulu Hologram come out and get a top 2 finish, and it still was pretty close there at the end.
Yeah, honestly, that's one of the compositions right when it first got introduced, is like, this is a thing with the hologram. The debate was, is it better to simply not 3-star your Lulu so that you could have 3 Lulus in play? And I was like,
yeah,
wow, this is a real argument now. And
actually,
players are trying it out, and they're like, no, just 3-star. The 3-star is pretty damn powerful.
Yeah, because it's 2 Lulu 3s, right? At that point, it's okay. It's a little bit better. It's a little bit better.
Lulu 3 always going to be haunting your nightmares. Nothing so cute has never been so scary, am I right? Other than me, I guess. Let's go ahead and talk about, you know, some things that may have been a little bit more on the nightmare side. So let's talk about Cruel Pact a little bit. Cruel Pact has had, you know, its time in the spotlight, and unfortunately the spotlight today is in 8th place, right? So Admirable, you know, one of the big things with Cruel Pact is how to utilize that health so you can actually get to those levels. So what did we not see this time that maybe you could bring into your game to successfully run something like Cruel Pact?
Cruel Pact has changed a lot since its early time, and if you're kind of like just coming back right now, it's a lot different. The most efficient way to play it right now is to go to 6 and build up your board. If you go to 7 right away, you pay a lot of life and you risk actually just losing to someone's ridiculously strong board and going 8th place right away. Like, this is prismatic lobbies are not a joke, and you can put together super powerful boards. So Tempest did that part right. They hit the Bard with Jazz on it. They went to reroll that. Great calls by them, but overall it just didn't work out. This set in particular is a bit unusual because preserving HP is actually one of the most important things you can do in this set. And so because Cruel Pact is directly working against that, I just don't think this is the set to really play it in. It's a disadvantage to play it, but sometimes you just have to take the best of what you have. I didn't see what was actually offered to Tempest in this one, so I think that maybe Cruel Pact's just the best one they had, tried to make the most of it, and it didn't work out this time.
Yeah, 100%. If you talk about Cruel Pact, I always gotta remember, if you're around any TFT streams a lot of the time, you'll see some emote that's added of Solus going 8th on 2-3 because he took Cruel Pact, got eliminated in stage 2. That can happen. That's why, like Admiral was saying, going, you know, level 7 too early could be your detriment. And of course, it kind of still is. But even it's not guaranteed to find success, even if you do only go at level 6.
Yeah, and so another thing about that lobby that was, I think, interesting for a lot of people is how Robinsongs kind of played that whole line, right? You know, Robinsongs is known as Mr. Consistent amongst a lot of the players and the fans in this community. And so what happened right there? You know, there was some headlines shenaniganery going on. Was the line just open and he went for it, and then maybe he was just trying to figure out the answers later? Admirable, what do you think?
A lot of this, again, kind of goes back right into the Cruel Pact line, where it's just he paid a lot of life early on. But then secondarily, he also had the failure of his composition just frankly not connecting. 2-cost rerolls, they're supposed to connect quickly and pressure the lobby. When it's at 4-2 and you take your next augment and you're still not hitting your headliner, you're like, oh my gosh, this is not good. So that was a disaster point for him. But honestly, the big one to look at is just how much knowledge that Robinsongs had and when you're supposed to go this direction. You know, when you, like, for instance, Khroen, you've been at 50 gold. We've literally, when the first time we sat down to play, I remember this, it was an open cell game for you where you hit 50 gold on Krugs, and then you figure out what copy you were playing literally right after the items fell.
Yeah, no, I think that is what you have to weigh. In a player like Robinsongs, of course, he's going to usually err on that consistent route. That's what we know and we love. But there is times where you have to greed it out, and some players will trend towards that more often. But in Robinsong's spot, I'm sure he was saying that, okay, my early game is bad. I don't see a good headliner. I'm not really going to be taking any round wins, let alone maybe killing any units. So I'm gonna pretty much open sell my board, try to get up to that 50 gold. And it doesn't even seem like he played that wrong. I think you could look at that early game and be like, hey, that was the correct thing to do. Oh, I see this Senna headliner in my shop. It's rapid fire. It's the good one. I'm gonna click that. I should be in a good spot right now, but unfortunately in TFT, right, like we didn't see his entirety of the game, every single spot, but we do know that he did low roll at a lot of different spots. You know, you need to, as you were saying, hit that Senna pretty early, pressure the lobby, get all your pieces online, and push levels to, you know, get to that 6 damage, find your Kiana, find your Akali's, and put those in. And Robin just, you know, wasn't able to quite do that, unfortunately.
Yeah, you got to put it all together, right? When you're only thinking it in moments, that's when they end. But in order to create a story, you got to finish that story out. And I think Robin had a little bit of a hard time trying to find an ending there that put him in the top 4 out instead of where he ended up. So the last thing that we're going to talk about real quick, I just want one more thing from both of you. If you were to tell the players that have been, you know, watching, maybe not participating, what they've seen today, one thing that can maybe improve the way that they're playing on ladder, what would that be? Khroen, you start.
Improve the way that they're playing on ladder,
or just in general?
I mean, I just play more games, watch, just be exposed to more. Also study your games, study your VODs.
Okay.
That's a good thing.
Well, sounds good. Admirable, I'm going to get that one to you next time, but it looks like our game is ready. Let's go ahead and throw to casters and see my favorite bros take it away once again.
Us? We're the bros? I love
the bras.
We
I think that's how that goes.
We sure are the bros if we're from Australia. It's gonna be Lemonkiwi and myself back on the casting desk to bring you through this 4th game. And Jen, this is where things start to get really tough for our players. They only have 2 more games left before we cut this field down into the top 16.
And this is Golden Prelude. I love me some Golden Prelude. Something not prismatic would just not have me have a heart attack, especially when there's 2 games left before the cutoff happens. We're checking in on lobby 3, where in that last game, Invective went first, then Noster, then Liquid Replay. And yeah, that was a solid lobby. Dank memes in top 4 as well. So I'm glad to see that Noster, after all that grinding yesterday, is still at the top of their game. And we'll see if it continues to do so.
Yeah, it feels really good to see a player like Noster in the top parts of this lobby once again. He is already locked for the regional finals, but when you're looking at that as the next logical step for all of our players, there's quite a few in this lobby that need to have a final lobby appearance at the very minimum in order to make it through to the NA Regional Finals based on qualifier points. One of those players, Jen, is Replay. This is a TFT champion, by the way, but still kind of on the outside looking in when it comes to those qualifier points, and needs to try to find a couple more just to ensure that he makes it to the next cutoff. But he is sitting at a very comfortable 20 points right now, so not too bad.
We have our first augment being gold, and now with a disco opener, you're not in a reroll spot necessarily. And with these AP items, you know, you could easily just go vertical disco now. It doesn't feel so bad after the patch. And Spoils of War, support cash, these are just easy things to throw in when your units are going to be so close. Support cash is always nice. You check in with Invective with having a pentakill Olaf. I actually saw like a Chinese tournament where people were rerolling Olaf and Kale, so having enough money to do that is cool. But Thief's Gloves is always a fun slam.
It's really nice to have that, because Khroen was admiring this in a previous game that we had, where this is just a really great way to make sure that you have some really good tempo to work with. So you've got the TG slam onto the Olaf. You also could get the pentakill up and running really soon if you're able to find another pentakill champion in your shop. But it's going to be Philip on the other side, who has also decided to go for a double 2-star Tom Kench. Interesting.
Sure. And with a Katarina with a Rod Slam, or with a Death Cap Slam, I mean, If you were angling Katarina reroll, usually you're looking for double Hodges and some kind of damage item, where I usually see a Jeweled Gauntlet. Death Cap I'm sure isn't horrible, but angling Country, getting 3 stars online, if you keep that Tahm Kench around, feels like a Country angle. Not sure what the exact headliner trait was, but now thinking about more pentakills, but as soon as you see that Yone and an Aphelios, you're thinking, how do I get Heartsteel online?
Yeah, ASAP. Please, stat. I need the Heartsteel in my veins right now. So that's going to be an easy slam for Invective to pivot into. But as we check out Neonify, Neonify is one of those other players that needs a final lobby appearance in order to make it to the NA Regional Finals with 5 points after those first 3 games. This is going to have to be a miracle. They're going to need to go first. So right now, Neonify is going to be leaning into a 4 Mosher angle. Has a Vampirism online as well, which can start to get a little bit more powerful as this game goes on. But Jen, this is pretty dire here for Neonify to try to make it to that first cutoff of 16.
Yeah, if I got impacted in the nerf, and she's just not my favorite. When you get that Jax early, you're thinking, Jax reroll, is that a thing? You're looking at your items. Okay, I see a Jewel Gauntlet. I see an Edge of Night. I'm seeing a Vision, but I'm seeing a way better Olaf Pentakill, Titans BT, some of the best items for that character, which can easily translate to just so many other melee carries that can use that. Anything from Riven, Yone to, if you did want to reroll Olaf, but judging by being level 4 and not having any other Olafs, it's just one of the best one-cost headliners you can have right now.
It's a great item holder, and we've seen Greya just have some really phenomenal games. I think this is a player that I want to continue to watch because this has been just a phenomenal tournament performance from them, and still able to make a deep run with a couple of good placements in these final 2 games, sitting at 12 points currently. But the other Olaf player across the way is going to be Invective, so a little bit of a tussle here to see if anybody can hold on to their win streak. Greya would love to start to get a couple more wins under his belt, and it looks like as the dominoes fall, that is going to be the case. But I think Invective is also okay with that when they were able to get that Heartsteel in so early, as we saw.
Yeah, and killing a unit better than killing no units for Invective, and the big difference being the Titans, because the Thief's Gloves kind of counts as one of those slots. Now we go to 2-4 Carousel, where it's cool to see once you saw that Aphelios and the Yone get dropped or high rolled through the shop, that they were able to find that Cassante, get the Heartsteel on, and having an Olaf headliner, because maybe doesn't make a whole lot of sense in that vision, but it is able to at least kill 1 unit, maybe more with that TG. So just being able to kill any unit is kind of the best case scenario for Heartsteel, so you don't hemorrhage as much HP.
That is something that I feel like a lot of the players have had a hard time with managing, is if you see a massive power spike in the lobby, like we don't even know what the next augment is going to be, we could very much see sort of, okay, well, but it is just going to be a little check-in here on the right-hand side, as you can see how much gold everybody is working with. The lost streak's really paying off here for Invective and Neonify so far.
Dish Soap and Greya being at 100 HP. I mean, Dish Soap literally just released a video about like the best openers, the best headliners to go, and can learn a lot from Dish Soap's content. So he has this whole thing downloaded. We're watching Invective versus Noster right now, who's on the grind. Having a Gnar, I think, is a really solid headliner to hold AD items, anything from melee to tank. He can kind of hold anything in that department, and especially with the Superfan Sterix, it's doing work. So a great win for Noster.
Yeah, we've even seen it on a couple of occasions there. Like, just 3-star the Gnar, why don't you? That might just be able to carry you through the entire victory of the game. But heading on over to Replay's board, that is a Zed at 2-6.
Not sure. You already have a Morello slam. You have a disco opener. I know it seems so tempting when you see one of the best units in the game in your shop, and it's you might as well buy a shirt, but now you're thinking, do I want to make 20 gold? Like, what's the deal? And starting off, I think they had a vest, a rod, and a cloak. So Morello, a very solid early game item. The other side, we found a moss shirt headliner with the death cap, which is interesting. That'll be one of its damage items. Now looking for like an Edge of Night, some kind of survivability, maybe a Titans. And Philip has a luck, so it's a good position and an Urgot shirt for the Moshers. We'll see if Philip can have a stable early EDM board.
I would love to see if we can make the EDM work. Someone please show us the Lux reroll tech. I think it would be so much fun. But we might, maybe, I don't know. Does Steel cash out? Is he going to take it? Is he going to raise the stakes? It's going to just be the cash out. And now I get to see sort of where Invective goes from here. Because it wasn't gold, really. It was the... Was that right?
Yeah. And you got a TG you can just throw on like set if you really want. And you got some AP. So blue buff, best in slot. What do you do with these swords? A hex tech is always something fun to make with swords and an AP line. Since you are angling AP with the blue buff slam, this can bring you a lot of different directions. But right now it's a Heartsteel board, so it can become anything you want it to be.
Got so many possibilities that you can work with there. But as for now, you just kind of go for another cash out. It's still early, still going to be at the beginning of stage 3, and we have yet to choose our second augment of the game. As we head over to Neonify's board, it is 3 Gnar. That's no 5, I guess, technically, if you want to think about single copies. Where to go from there? As you get the Jinx headline, Twitch headliner in.
With that spat, you're thinking, can I make a pentakill emblem? And how many pentakills? It actually has they actually have the vest and the spat if they wanted to, but you maybe want to assemble, have a better direction, especially when you only have that Gnar and not a lot of pentakill going. But pentakill, true damage, 8-bit are probably the strongest spats. Obviously country, but I feel like we barely saw any country reroll. A lot of people who like Getsimirs think more about executioners than country. Now we see a fully itemized bard lose to a Twitch superfan headliner, or with the superfan item. So interesting matchup there.
It's going to be a close one. It is going to be the largest Olaf I think I've ever seen, with the double Titans resolve. As we get a chance to pick up our second augment, Greya has some really interesting choices here. Greya had originally taken the Gargantuan's resolve, so if you think about where you might want to kind of continue to put that emphasis, there's like a couple of like edgelord options that I feel like you could go for, but Healing Orbs always feels like a safe choice. What do you think?
Any kind of healing augment, you have a BT, so it's not the end of the world. But if you end up going a melee carry, which having double Titans tells me this is definitely going a direction like that, you have a Riven on your bench, this could be a Riven game. You got to think about that QSS. The cloak and with that glove is going to be important. And Healing Orbs, it distributes that healing really nicely, because Riven is obviously not going to be the first person to die. So she's going to have a lot of sources of healing from the dead corpses of her teammates. So Healing Orbs works really well with melee carries, but anything from Harnesses, Vampirism, something to give you healing. Healing will never be a bad thing until there's one Morello player in this lobby. I'm looking at them, so that'll be the thing that hurts you in the end.
See how this fight goes. So a lot of country happening right now. Gotta do the do-si-do or whatever they call it. And Dish Soap is another one of those players that haven't been able to check in with him a whole lot during this tournament, but he's another one of those players that's really hoping to be able to make a strong showing at the regional finals. Already qualified through the ladder snapshots, but still wants to be able to show people that he can win these tournaments too.
And Twitch is interesting because out of all of the executioners, he's probably the worst one. A lot of the Executioner rerolls have to do with Samira and Vex, being AD Samira and AP Vex, which this could easily be that because you can't get a Samira Executioner headliner this early, so you can easily transition to that. Didn't even just play off of the Superfan item. But I've even seen boards that are like reroll Twitch, Twin Terror, or, you know, playing around Punk and Twitch reroll there, but definitely the better performing Executioners are not Twitch. But this is kind of a nice general open board where you have Superfan and Executioner, not really any slammed items, which is probably what's costing Neonify some health and some unit kills here.
I think a lot of it also has to do with the fact that Philip's board is just really strong. You've got the Mosher on, yeah, like I'm looking at the Jax right now and seeing if that's gonna be that board. What?
Yeah, and we have our 3-4 carousel where no spats, and I'm still wondering what that spat is going to become. I think we just saw the board and nothing's been slammed yet. And yes, you want to greed and not make a quick decision, because once you slam that spat, you are going that direction. And the strongest spat slams are going to be verticals that you can get into, whether it's going, you know, your 6-8-bit, true damage, whatever it is. So I'm wondering where that's going to go. I just always lean towards Pentakill because Pentakill is just one of the strongest lines right now. We're currently looking at Invective with a pretty decent Jazz opener. Not having an MF yet is gonna hurt, but it's still a good front line. You want to get rid of this vibe, but until you get a 2-star, she probably can't be replaced right now. Of course, you get a Kali in the shop, but it's not someone that can you don't have other KDAs, which she can transform into that. No other KDAs to worry about. This is not someone that can use the blue buff, but maybe the IE, but again, you don't want to get rid of your headliner. This Jazz Bard is going to do enough for now. Hopefully they can kill a unit though, and it's a bit of a struggle for Invictive right now. On the other side, we got a bit of a party at the top, and I feel like a lot of the melee carries are dominating. We got a few Olafs, we got a Gnar, and Greya is still at 100 HP. Cash out available for Invective. Gonna take it. Don't want to take the risk. Get a glove out of it, which this is looking like an Ezreal angle just based off the blue buff IE. Now leveling to 7 on a 9 streak. Need to stop hemorrhaging HP. Picking up the 8-bit Riven. Now 8-bit is the best trait you can go for with Riven. I believe there was other people angling melee carries, which Riven is always going to be a consideration. Now you're going to second line this, so you know, because she doesn't have QSS, you are vulnerable to things like your polymorphs or Senna and just anything. So we'll see how safe this Riven can be. It's positioned on the same side as the Senna, who has some pretty good items with the Shojin red buff. Now the Senna is targeting the Riven, and the Riven isn't doing the same back, so this Riven is about to fall at 1 HP, and the Senna will help stabilize Dank Memes on the other side. And I'll get Nekkra back in a second. She was getting me a snack. But looking kind of at the state of the lobby, Invective at 22 HP at 3-7 is tough. This is sort of the point you gotta think, how can I stop losing? You drop the 3 Heartsteel. Like if you were to 5, you go to 3, or maybe you just drop Heartsteel altogether, because what's the point of rejuicing when you're dead at this point? So see if the Riven will help stabilize them. We'll go and check in with Dish Soap, who had a lot of things to say about Garen. He actually didn't really like Garen even as a tempo headliner, but since it's 8-bit, it's going to be better than nothing. You need someone to hold these tank items, and that's probably where he's finding some point of stabilization. Very rich. We go to Neonify, who has a QSS. It's giving melee carry and maybe looking for that Riven. Does get the 2-star, but not the headliner, at least something that he can use. Got the Yone 2-star, you got an Ezreal, and just not hitting a headliner. Now rolling down all the way to 10. The Yone Heartsteel is not preferable. You can play around the Heartsteel Yone. It's probably the second best after Crowd Diver. I don't think Edgelord Yone is a good line to play at all, but deciding to not play a headliner at all when Neonify is at 29 HP, could be a painful spot. On the other side, we got a Lux holding the Morello, can distribute that nicely, but not a good damage item, and that Lux being a 1-star, there's not a lot of damage coming from Replay's side, so maybe Neonify will still lose, but not as hard as they could have otherwise. Oh, Admirable is here. Hello, friend. How was the desk?
Hi. It's going pretty good. Nekkra's having some issues with what's going on here, so we're having me come in for a little bit while those tech issues are getting covered. So apologies for that one. That's why Nekkra is not here at the moment.
She's giving me a snack, and it's a really good one. So, what do you think about this lobby so far?
Yeah, that's maybe not the most ideal reason for me claiming technical issues. A good one nonetheless. Yeah, we've been watching over this lobby, and we've been actually like trying to find as many little things as we can to like nitpick about and like what can we talk about? What's really interesting? And honestly, I think that this was a really good line from Nekkra, and I thought this was like one of the most interesting ones to look at because there were so many different ways you could go, and having the Gargantuan and having the Olaf chosen right away, it's a really easy way to go that direction, but they ended up not going that way instead and just taking it purely as a temple line and then trying to figure out something else. I felt like that was a really strong call to make, and one of the reasons why Nekkra is so high up in the lobby right now with a strong position is because they didn't just succumb to this Olaf reroll thing because they have Gargantuan and because they have chosen Olaf.
Now picking up this Heartsteel Yone and not having the Heartsteel online with maybe like a set there in the shop. So just feeling good about how I probably would have taken out that Garen for the set and at least get something, but maybe just this is a rented Yone. But with those items, I don't hate it, but maybe what do you think about this?
It's kind of a tough one. Like you have the Bloodthirster, plus you have the Titans to go along with this, and it's like maybe it looks like it rented, maybe it's not. Like there's a lot of Yones that are sitting there. Sometimes you have to take what you can get. On the other side, you're seeing a Riven, and it's a chosen Riven. Maybe that's a Riven reroll for that headliner there. It's kind of tough to call. This might be one of those small take what you can get scenarios where you have to make pivots, but it's certainly not ideal. I'll tell you that much.
Now you have the dish soap with the Garen, which was just kind of that temporary tank to hold that even shroud, and seeing probably how there's other Ravens in the lobby. We know Dish Soap is a Riven enjoyer. With this IE, you don't hate it. And Samira too, well, that's a great holder. You got, well, Country 3 as a potential, but the most important part about Country is actually re-rolling it. And he's at level 7, he has gold. This re-rolling, what do you think about even considering re-rolling Samira at this stage?
God, I feel like Dish Soap's always like the hardest player. Like, when you watch this stream, it's always like, if he's not explaining exactly what he's doing, it's like, it feels like he always has something bigger in mind. But with this one, he's at 53 gold, 5 loss streak. Like, oh gosh, I mean, I don't really know. This just seems dangerous to me. I guess like maybe you have to settle on something sometimes. I'm always worried about that one. Like, I look at that spot like that, and I'm like, what do I do? And that's like the instant I panic. And I have no idea what to do with it. Is mostly just dish those spots, but that's kind of what makes him such a marquee player.
Ooh, so I believe it was Neonify. Yeah, there was somebody who had a spat that never ended up slamming it. So wonder if that's a grab to just get that Tactician's Crown going.
Becca going for Kiana. Belt on that one as well. Wow, this is going for a long time. This is one of those spots where like it's possible just nobody has a way to benefit from it.
Ooh,
like, I feel like that comes up quite often. Yeah, it could be Pentakill on that one as well.
See, I was thinking Pentakill because the person had like a Gnar and a vest, and you can make something out of that, but not making a decision on a spat, it kills a component. You have that and you're not doing anything with it. And the 8-bit spat on Viego is the best you can ask for. You have a Caitlyn, Riven 2, but there is, I believe, someone else going Riven. I may be mistaken, but being 2 away is a great spot. But 0 gold, almost 0 gold, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, 8 HP and 0 gold. I mean, that was the spat that was taken earlier on, right? You didn't have a bow to go with this, so like, why slam the 8-bit? To go with it at that point. Like, this feels like a really crucial fight. So Dish Soap did exactly what it just seems like Dish Soap always does: push a level and go higher.
And yeah, considering some Jazz and some Ezreal up there, so Samira reroll not in consideration. We'll see if this Riven can survive, but just getting completely surrounded by a Poppy 2 with Even Shroud. Like, that is a painful matchup for any Riven to deal with. Is that it for him? Yeah.
It's barely not enough. Oh, that's so heartbreaking. It's like 7 Rivens sitting there the whole time. You get the 8-bit spatula. It's just not enough gas in the tank behind that. And just, again, that's like dish soap. This is like what he's doing. Now look at this board. It's like every single time you look at a Heartsteel board, one of the reasons it's so overpowered is because the high level players are able to do this every single time. Like I always wanted the cookie cutter, go for Ezreal. Sometimes I'll settle on like Caitlyn for an 8-bit or something like that. The high level players, they're doing like, they go for like take Poppy Chosen the whole time, and then suddenly they're on like a true damage or Kali to try to hold it over the fort for a bit.
Yeah, this was like a blue buff that originally I think he started with like a Bard blue buff, and I was like, oh, AP. But then you kind of forget that a lot of AD units like Akali have low mana and can really benefit from being able to cast a lot. So see if this Akali can kind of hold the door, and this Samira will continue to stabilize him. He's at level 8, and I wonder if this will turn into another carry, because I feel like Executioner 2 isn't super common, and he's gonna have to think about that deeply after that loss.
Yeah, I mean, this is Scrappy kind of holding down everything right now, right? You get so many extra items out of this, but that's the value that maybe has kept Dish Soap in this game. It's just a lot of power still needs to be added to the board right now because everybody has something put together at this point. So now finally things slow down. You know, if I didn't get to Wolves, which is clearly they needed a little bit more to go with. So I'm sorry, not Wolves. It's the final part here. It's, you know, this is so much that still gets involved. It's just the extra items that are here. So Gray is sitting on a spatula with a Pentakill composition. You're on 5 Superfan for this. I feel like this spatula is either going to be one of those ones you just totally gambled on and it didn't work out, or it's just going to end up being perfect and you're going to have exactly what you want at the end.
Yeah, Superfan 5, you were telling me about this Gnar Superfan reroll, and I was just expecting like Pentakill Vertical to be the trade of choice, but really benefiting from that Radiant helps a lot. You got double BT, Giant Slayer here for replay. Now considering, was there a tank item you can make with that vest maybe for Set, or what is something you can make for Ziggs, like maybe a rod for that Rage Blade, but not getting really anything. Decides to put the Edge of Night on Yorick, because you know the MF 1-star isn't going to do much, so might as well give it to a legendary.
Yeah, it's kind of tough, I think, looking at them. Yorick's definitely a powerful unit. You know, kind of have like not the most ideal items on the set right now. You've got a Bloodthirster in each hand with like a Giant Slayer hanging around on a necklace. Oh, this is a tough one. God, double Bloodthirster, so much HP you're getting on this, but just not enough.
I'm starting to become a believer of this Last Whisper Ezreal. Like, I just always see Even Shroud, and I usually like Last Whispers to go on someone that can do more damage and distribute that love evenly. But now Last Whisper has been doing a lot. You need some kind of armor shred no matter what, and sometimes you just gotta accept the Last Whisper over the Even Shroud.
Yeah, so we saw replay holding on a 50 gold on that last loss, which frankly wasn't terrible in the last one. He still has a ton of HP to work with. So that's going to level 9 right there. We get to look back at Dish Soap's board. He's just having to settle with what he's got. There's really not much more that can be done, I'd say, for the amount of gold that he has. Just like, can I get there at this point? Because it just wasn't working out his way. And then at Dank Beam's board, we saw that he had to hard commit over to the Yone. He hit the Yone 3 because he couldn't go the direction that was initially anticipated, I think, given the original board state that they had looked out. And that's just one of the things that ends up happening with this board state sometimes. The Gargantuan Resolve, I'd say, does slightly benefit the Yone a little bit more, but this didn't feel anticipated given the initial board state. It could have just been because that's what they had to build out, but it could have been not at all what they were looking for. But you know what? I'm not going to turn down a Yone 3. Like, if I can get Yone 3, I'm gonna get the Yone 3.
Yeah, you can work with the Crowd Diver, with the Heartsteel. Edgelord just is probably the most painful one and is a skip in my opinion, but what do you think about this Zed EDM 3? It seems like Jazz is the thing in mind that's really invigorating this, but when you think about EDMs, you think, oh, I gotta go vertical. But with Zed, you almost don't need EDM, and if anything, Crowd Diver is the thing that helps him out a lot, or really just the strength of the board in general.
Yeah, it's nice to have. Like, if you have it, you have it sort of thing. So that's just a powerful unit. So the EDM, once he gets loaded up with some AD items, yeah, great, let's do that. That's a ton of damage that ends up getting through. You definitely want some tertiary carry with it, though. It's hard for him to do, I think, all of the lifting by himself, but sometimes it gets done. And at Philip's board right now, this is just all in on the randoms right now. This is like everything is being carried here. You get so many additional stats, but you're still missing both of the 3-stars you're chasing down. No Urgot, no Jax. Like, this is everything tossed in this, and you're up against a Zed that's fully loaded right now. If you can't stun this Zed and knock it down, you're not going to be able to beat this team.
Yeah, Zed, sorry, Jax jumped into the back and got absolutely obliterated, and that was a difficult decision for Philip. Now on Last Life, that'll be the end of them in bot 3, and it's a difficult consideration when you're so close to 2-3 stars and you're on a loss streak. In my opinion, you gotta choose what is your favorite child, and in that case, if Jax is your carry, you gotta sell those Urgots and at least hope that the Jax 3 can keep you alive. But in this case, we got a Pentakali on the other side, and that is one of my favorite holders of a pentakill emblem.
Yeah, it's really tough for Philip in that one right there, sitting at 11 points coming into this game. So you're looking for top fours at that point, still sitting in that bottom side of the cut right now. Just was at 18 points coming into this game, so it really sucks to get a 7th place here, but he's still got a little bit of room left to work with. And Neonify just really not their day at this point. It's 5 points coming into this game, and now an 8th place finish. That's the way tournaments are sometimes. You can't always have everything that you want at every single point. And right now, when we looked at this, the Lulus felt like it was still very comfortable in this one. Ray's still sitting at 68 HP. So the 3-cost rerolls are really putting on a clinic, it seems like right now. They're having everything they want and not quite hitting like exactly on time, but hitting pretty well on time. And so we're getting a look at Invective and her board with this true damage that's sitting here. And I'm sorry, their true damage, they're sitting here. This board's pretty stacked up at level 9. It's tough to ask for much more on this with the headliner Poppy. Just with these gloves on this, it's so much that you have on board. That's the advantage you get from having a Heartsteel line. You just keep getting more.
And the True Damage emblem is becoming so much of a flexible emblem to just slam early, because like worst case, you get True Damage 2 and it's a trait for your Jazz, and you're always going to have a True Damage this late into the game. But on the other side, that's a very juiced up Ahri and a Lulu 3. It's a lot of CC to deal with. The healing of Seraphine. Goodbye to Invective, and we have our top 4 locked in with the dank memes on the chopping block.
That was a huge hit on that one. So many units left on board. -2 from that spot is pretty surprising. But again, kind of looking around and what we've seen on everyone's board, it's just everyone's fully loaded at this point. Like if you lose, you're going to lose by a ton, I guess is what it ends up boiling down to. Like look at the difference here as this top 4 is here. 51, 49, 27, 1. Like this is, we're at 5-6 right now. We just got out of the carousel.
Yeah, Yorick 2 is massive there. This is a front line that can fall off at the end, but that is an Ezreal with full items. You'll at least be able to get the stun off, but the Ezreal is coming through the left side. Can you at least stun him before he gets to the Lulu? Can the polymorph target him? Ezreal's coming through the bottom. Ahri with the Rage Blade. It takes a while to stack. That's kind of the drawback of Rage Blade, but you gotta make what you got with the components you receive, and that is just not gonna be enough damage for Noster. That is a big hit.
Yeah, Replay's starting to stack up gold a little bit here as well. You know, with the way that the health total is distributed, as Dank Memes goes down in 4th place, everyone's still got a couple of hits left to take in this one. So with spoils, Replay might be able to get up enough gold to actually go to 10 and maybe get something there, or maybe they're just stacking up gold so that they can roll again and find the units they want. I'd say with Yorick 2 online, you probably are feeling pretty comfortable with where your board's at, and level 10 is probably what you have in mind. And for Noster, it's one step down, but you know it's pretty much the same thing. If your board's pretty stacked, you have the Lulu, you're starting to take people down by just having chain stuns from that. Get to level 9, let's add some more to this board and get more value from the KDA and from the Spellweaver that's here. You're just going to get more stats in play, and that's just always the goal of these styles of board. It's once you get stabilized, it's just get more stuff in play to buy time.
And now we're looking for KDA 5. That might help things out, and an Alawi is never something you're going to be mad about getting. How about a second one? And he still has to pop the Anvil, which it's a lot of damage, and you kind of need some tank stuff right now. So the Thief's Gloves is easy to put on Alawi. And just a mind-blowing thing that I learned about kind of Ahri is that you sometimes don't even want to headliner her because her super fan item is actually not even her best in slot. So I like that usually you would chase like a Poppy or Zed or Viego and work around those lines. It's called Ahri Warriors, and it's actually the Spellweaver version, which helps out both parties. And this board is so strong. Ended up with the Tactician's Crown. Noster yesterday talked about wanting to balance how quickly he makes decisions around items. Greeted until he got that second spat on Carousel. Tactician's Crown now just has so many traits active and is looking like a first place player in this lobby.
Wow, that was a 10 unit win. Did I read that right?
Yeah.
What the heck? That was a blowout win. The positioning there from Noster was perfect. It was the Aoki hitting a tentacle that one. It was having that one space open on the front line, so that way the Mosher on the other side, the Superfan Gnar, would jump right into the front line and not touch the back line at all. And it was chain stuns and damage to have Noster have a blowout win against that pentakill board. That is just an annihilation in that spot. I don't think I've seen a win quite that dominant in stage 6 ever.
And Ahri is so threatening for a Zed because of that single target damage. You like that it's on the other side, but she's currently targeting some tentacles and useless units. So Zed moving their way through the right side, maybe getting stunned by a Zag, but also tunneled on a tentacle right now. And that's why it can be critical to not position your important units on the sides. And this Zed got polymorphed and killed by the Ahri. Great positioning and a great Lulu for Noster to take that win over Replay, but only by 2 units, so it's not over yet.
Yeah, Replay at 22 health right now, still stacking up gold. It's very clear that Replay wants to go
so rich.
To that level 10 scenario. That is going to be the big boost that they hope to have and try to take over this game from that spot. He knew he was going to need this much stuff on board because of how stacked Noster's board was going to be at this point. This is a great call by both of these players now at this point. Noster's positioning has been fantastic. You notice he's doing the same thing again to go up against Greya's board, and this is going to be the difference right now. It's going to be, can Khroen overcome what's happening on either side of this board right now? Khroen was able to fight the Ghost, and we saw them pick up victory in that spot now. But now up against Replay, can this KDA and high pentakill get the job done?
And I like the placements of the tentacles on the corners because that's where that Aoki with the pentakill emblem is going to be angling towards if she even gets to that point. And this front line for the Spellweaver board of Noster is holding up. This was that a Gnar 3 decided to target that tentacle instead of maybe a Lulu, but it looked chalked either way. Noster with another very dominant win at the end.
And on the right side of the board here too, it's like Replay's board was really well positioned and got the most out of it in that spot also. And at the end of it, it was just so many Warmogs on the table by the end for that Thresh. It was like triple Warmog that was on that front line at that point. Everyone's board is really strong right now, but I do think that Noster's is probably the one that's slightly out in front. And so that's really the fight to me. Can Replay's board hit level 10 and overcome what Noster's offering right now? Because right now, this board is where the big stat check comes in. It's not only the Tactician's Crown, but it's level 9 and it's fully stacked across the board. Really, the only thing here that's not contributing anymore is the first augment that Noster took, which allowed him to even get to these points, I think, very safely and convenient.
And getting a Ziggs 2 would be nice just to get that MR shred. This Nico is sad, but is important for the KDA 3, so she has to stay, unfortunately. And Khroen with the super fan, I think that's when it starts to fall off this late in the stage, when you have to play a Lilia, especially a very sad Lilia 1 there. But Noster is on a 3-win streak, destined, looking like to win the lobby. Khroen on last life, maybe even Replay, depending on how hard this is going to hit, but so far this pentakill line has made its way towards the Lulu, and a polymorph hits that Gnar, but chomps her up, goes after the Ahri. This Gnar cannot be stopped, and this may have just popped Noster's win streak.
That's really interesting to me. Last time that these two compositions fought, it was really heavily in Noster's favor. I'm curious how much the board has changed with that one. Like, visually, not too much has changed on the other side. It's maybe some updates on a couple units, but when I looked at it, it looked pretty similarly on the other side of the board, where it was a Karthus that didn't have like the full items placed on it, and then it was also missing the 2-star on Viego in that last fight. So not only is this board improved since the last one, but I'm not really 100% certain what else has changed on this one. Maybe it's positioning differences on Noster's side, but look pretty similar to me. These are big fights right now, and my fight sides are focused on the right side, where now Replay has gone to level 10.
And Replay doesn't have any armor shred from what I can notice, while as Khroen does, and both have anti-heal. We'll see if that makes a difference. You got a Chosen or a Headliner Yorick stuck on this right side, not making too much progress, but also not dying, all thanks to the BT, and those minions coming up are invigorating this front line. So Replay gets by, and this Gnar is chomping down on everyone, and the Aoki provides great assistance. So both of these players are ones to watch.
So now it seems like the players have kind of overcome that position that Noster was offering. He was the big stat check on this one. On Replay side, there is so many stats in play right now. And he has kind of hit that mark where if you find the legendary headliners, these are so powerful right now. There's a certain point where I've heard players use the term that Yorick has gone infinite, quote. And what ends up happening is just so many ghouls get summoned that you cannot overcome what has actually been done on the board. He has 2 Yoriks in play. Am I seeing this right? Am I crazy? Like, am I seeing double vision right now?
No, you're right.
Yeah,
Yorick 3.
Yoriks. Yeah,
let's
I'm seeing
go.
double.
Oh, wait, 2 more?
I'll tell you what, Replay is the type of player who understands how to cap boards in the most efficient ways possible. When you're at this point, this is the last thing you can do. It's find the 3-star 5 cost. Like, this is the undefeatable type of position. But the headliner Yorick is summoning even bigger ghouls. And that is going to be one of the toughest things in the game that you can possibly handle at this point. I think Replay is in the position to outright win this game.
Who needs a frontline when you could just make them? Give birth to them even. These minions are gonna go crazy. Now all position on the left, and you like your carries to be on the same side so they can focus the same targets. And here is this Gnar completely surrounded. Drops to half health. The Titan stack, but it's not enough. That is tough, but the Yoriks are still just bonking everyone in their way. And we say goodbye to Grea. We wait to see if Noster lived, and now it's all up to Replay versus Noster in the army of minions. Will we get Yorick 3? We're 2 away.
You know you've been playing a little bit too much TFT when you try to click the treasure chest that's on board. That was dropped from the spoils war on Replay side, but I think this is just too much to overcome. You know, when you look at everyone else's board, everyone's got something good that's put together here, but like, let's be honest, should the Yorick headliner and the Yorick 2 and the level 10 and the 2-star 5 costs, all of these put together, like, should you be losing with a board like this? I think the answer is no, and I don't think he's gonna lose.
Yeah, like the only consideration you can make is like, oh, if you were to get that Ahri headliner, like he had in the shop, like is Ahri 3 that win condition that could overtake this legendary board? And you just didn't have the goal to do so. So this could be final fight with Noster on last life. Replay barely holding on. This Lucian is unleashing, but the Yoriks are the real stars of the show. And there go the children, and there goes Noster down in second place with Replay taking the lobby.
It's pretty crazy to end up watching something like that. The only way I think that Replay loses that is the Miracle Lulu, where at the end, sometimes she launches that missile and it just pops one of the backliners because it crits. Like, that's the only way I think Noster's going to win in that spot. There was so much to get through in that spot. So many good boards put together, but ultimately, I mean, look at what Replay had in play at the end there. That is way too much real estate.
And I think that like an Alawi 2 difference too. I know on the other side, Noster was trying to chase down Alawi 2, which helps that front line significantly for that Ahri. And the only thing is like, could you have gotten like a 3-star Ahri that was gonna be what propels you to take down 2 Yoriks with giant hammers heading to your back line? And then at the end, it's about positioning. How could you keep Ahri away while also keeping her on the KDA hexes and within arm's reach of your Lulu? But what's really fun boards, we almost got Yorick 3.
Almost. It's 7 Yoriks in play on that one. It's pretty crazy to see that much happen in play. And you honestly, you sort of forget like how powerful the headliners can be until you start getting to the 5-cost headliners. And it's like, oh my gosh, these are so much stronger than my 4-cost ones. I've only really gotten to that point a few times, to be honest with you, where I had a reason to go to level 10 even. But when you get to that point, they show up pretty frequently. It's like, when you get to that point, just go ahead and buy them. Honestly, they're just kind of that good, yeah.
And Noster with back-to-back 7s. You love to see consistency. Replay 2 with another top 4 finish. Like, these players just know how to be consistent. Like you said, know how to build up their board, to be strong and to be flexible. That's what makes the best TFT player. And we're going to throw it to a break because we're going to hear from our analyst desk, and we're going to go straight into our next and final game before the cutoff. We'll see you on the other side.
보단 좋아할 거야. We so tough, let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try it, but we're gonna win the crown. We go hard, we so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. Just two of us this time, Boop and Khroen, like that's ever happened before. I'm really excited to see what you thought of the games going forward, but you know, we're gonna move away from specific comps. Of course, we're gonna talk about it and talk about what some of these players have done in terms of impact with us potentially, and as well as where they're going to need to go in order to qualify for regionals. I got there, folks. So let's go ahead and start with Replay. So coming into today, right? Replay was, as per Gangly said, on the outside looking in on that tweet, right? In terms of qualifier points, did really well in that lobby. How have you felt about his play so far, knowing his, you know, coming into it, he was actually really confident, put himself #1 in those power rankings.
Yeah, I remember that. And he said, I think the quote was, hey, if I don't believe in myself, who will? Don't talk about no podcast, which, hey, I respect it, right? Honestly, if no one got you, you know, you got to have your own back. And that confidence really shined through in that last game, getting a first place. I think Replay is a player who knows how to, you know, cap boards with the rest of them, and even playing around lines that are maybe a little bit greedier. Maybe he was going for Yorick 3, or at least thinking about it for a while. But just the 2 Yorick 2s, you know, was kind of enough to, you know, make that lobby happen. Yeah, we're seeing the end game score screen here. Ziggs 2, Lucian 2 as well. Just good units and getting here, right? That is the big thing. Spoils of War is an element that can really perform if you have a strong opener, and Replay did just that. So he is setting himself up to make it to that final lobby where he needs to be, right? Needs to make it at least there, if not a bit more, to have a chance to make it to that regional finals.
Yeah, we all saw some other names there. Unfortunately, I think for people like Neonify and Invective, I don't think that their result in this particular lobby is going to lend them any support, making it a little bit further this go-around. But there are some other new names that have been doing really well. And Khroen, you're, I think, just insane when it comes to predicting things, because during LCQ, you know who it was Toronto, Tokyo, and that ended up going all the way to Worlds.
Sure, that's my
right. You know, on this time around, it's Greya. So Greya's probably going to send you that PayPal, being like, "Thanks, Khroen. Now that means I'm going to do really well." But what have you been seeing? Because yesterday Greya was doing a lot of sacking in the early game, and today we've actually been seeing a lot of power in the early game for Greya.
Yeah, 100%. Knows how to play a bunch of lines, Heartsteals, rerolls, knows how to do it all. Greya has had a fair bit of success, but it's still on the outside looking into today. Is sitting right outside of that top 16. So this next game has to be huge for Greya, but they've shown that clutch factor before. They've shown they can play for first, you know, play for top 3s, and you know, they got that 3rd place last game with that you know, pentakill Akali kind of play style. It's tried and true, it's solid, it's not gonna win every single lobby. So maybe the shift in this next game has to be you know, a bit different. Although it's just always good to see these newer players coming to the scene and being able to perform when all of the eyes are on you, right? When all the expectations, the pressure is there. Greya has impressed so far, and it's just one more game to potentially send them into that top 16. So I'd really love to see them be able to pull that one off.
All right, speaking of the top 16, we're first going to see on the outside looking in, and there are definitely a couple really recognizable names here with Malala, but I actually want to bring up to Biri right now. Biri with over 99% chance, but unfortunately having herself on the bottom side of the leaderboard. This is, what do you kind of take a look at this, and are you worried at this point for Biri?
I think the fact that if Biri doesn't go like dead last, like Biri would needed to go like to not qualify, needed to go dead last and also have a bunch of other things happen. So I'm still not worried for Biri. I think she is probably safe. However, this next game does, you know, need to hopefully just not be an 8th. But even if it is, and she doesn't go dead last, I think, as we Now take a look at the top 16 here. There's, you know, the players outside looking in, but the players who try to fight to keep, you know, their spot here as well, right? We have a lot of already qualified players, but there's ones who not only need that top 4, but or need that final lobby, right? But need that top 4. Invective is a player on that list as well, one of the newer ones. We talked a lot about, you know, other players, but, you know, the farmer Billy, who's had a fantastic day. Lemon VIP still up there at the top because of the 3 first places to start the day. That is just absolutely a fantastic performance there. Even that 7th, you know, you could brush that one off. You're still in a fantastic spot to move into that final 16 and hopefully the final 8 from there.
Yeah, fan favorite Lemon VIP. I know at least one fan for a favorite for Lemon VIP. I know Lemonkiwi is absolutely excited about that. And I just also want to point out something that we don't bring up intentionally very often are those bonus points. But I do want to say statistically 10 out of the top 16 started with bonus points today. So that goes to show how important that third a day is as well, because you need to, you know, try to get yourself set up for success that next go around. So let's see if those bonus points will stay. Will our top 16 stick around as well? One more lobby and we will find out. But first, we got to go to break. We'll see you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. This is the Make or Bake lobby for a significant amount, about half of them, for the Heartsteel Cup. So I'm going to be Boopasaurus here with the TriCast this time with Admirable and Khroen. So Admirable, you got to take a look at that last game. You know, any inferences on any changes, anything surprising, anything that we're not seeing that you might be surprised about?
You said make or bake, right?
No.
Okay.
What are we cooking here, Admirable? What are we cooking?
I swear I heard make or bake. All right, that's what I thought I heard on this one. This has been like, I feel like maybe we hyped up Malala a little bit too much. You know, maybe the curse has finally been able to overcome it. He's like, no, I've been trying to kill the caster curse for so long. You know, I thought he was the player that could really get it done in this one. But we have a lot that's going on here. Like this is not like one of those blowout positions that we've seen at sometimes where it's like first place is, you know, 7 points ahead or something ridiculous in the final days. 29 to 28 to 25. So the first two players, Lemon Vip and Liquid Replay are at the front right now, but it drops off by 4 points after that, and then everyone is really close. So it's a tight running for the top four right now, which I'm excited to see because we still have a ton of games left to go.
All right, let's go ahead and see what we're looking at right now. Lemon VIP at the top side of the whole leaderboard. Everyone looking up on that Citrus Replay, trying to take over this lobby. Wants to make it into that final live. We talked about the stakes for Replay in the overall qualification. He was on the outside looking in. A final lobby here would make things much easier, if not locked in. Let's go ahead and see what items we're going to get. Taking a look at everyone else, you know, Admirable, I'm going to confront you real quick because I think that might be a little bit of recency bias on Malala, right? One bad tournament doesn't mean that we were overhyped, you know, at the end of the day, right, Khroen?
No, Malala gets one, right? As long as Malala shows up to regionals and has a respectable run, if not going first again, then we can forgive, you know, going out on day 4, right, of Heartsteel Cup. It's still making a final day. It's not like Malala went dead last on day 3 and we gotta be like not even talking about Malala in day 4 of this really important cup, right? So I think Malala gets the pass from me. We can excuse a poor day 4 performance.
Oh, you said only if he shows up to regionals.
Yeah. Okay, I mean that's true. We could
have some caveats.
There's some caveats, but still. But no, you know who we are looking at right now? Replay. That's a player who literally won the world championships, right? And he hasn't really been as consistent as people were hoping. But in getting here to the final day, in needing to get at least the final lobby to lock himself into qualifier points, the job isn't easy. But however, sitting in second place right now, 28 points at the top of the standings, I'd be feeling really good right now if I was a Replay fan, which I'm sure a lot of NA fans are at this point, considering he is a world champion.
All right, we're going to see our first augment right now. Clear Mind, Healing Orbs, and Support Cache. It's going to be Support Cache. Let's see what item that we're going to pick as we're going to see it a little bit later as we move on to some other augments. Spoils of War, Insert Coin, and Scrappy Inventions. Scrappy Inventions coming through as the most likely choice. And
I don't know what other augments you were seeing, Boop, but I saw Scrappy,
actually. That was the only one on my screen.
Yeah, but I just want to also take a moment to talk about like just this lobby is pretty insane, right? And not just in terms of stakes for the rest of the day, but just in general for TFT. You've got the Dish Soap, Setsuko, and Malala in here, but you also have someone like Pitsy, you know, who is both very involved in collegiate TFT or just collegiate esports and does a lot of fitness in at that stage too. So a lot of diversity in terms of who is in this lobby, but everyone showing up is someone that I believe is pretty well known amongst the community. So let's go ahead and ride along with Biri, who just does not need an 8th. An 8th here is going to be the only reason why Biri might be a little bit more anxious going into the rest of today in terms of those qualifier points and making it into regionals than she would have based off that first really good lobby win. So things can totally change, but let's go ahead and talk about what we're seeing right now, which is Disco on that board, and Pitsy now is going to have Gambler's Blade on that Kale. If there's there's a synergistic combo for that item, Khroen, this is going to be the unit that I'm thinking of.
100%. This Kale in the early game is an absolute beast. You pair that along with other stage 2 heavy hitters like a Pentakill Headliner Olaf and an Urgot as well through Pentakill online, a couple of Moshers, and a Kale dealing all of that damage, farming all of that gold. Pitsy is in a really good spot right now. The only thing to be, you know, maybe a little bit outside of Pitsy's favor is 0 golds. You don't get the extra attack speed from the Gambler's Blade yet. It does keep stacking up to 30 gold, but every single attack that Kale makes, she's going to be scaling up. And really, I just stare at my units with Gambler's Blade, and I want to. Oh, there's the gold. It popped. There we go. Boom. +1.
What about when you have a Rage Blade?
Yep.
To go with it. There's 2 points I wanted to touch on with this one. Is the first one is Pitsy is really big into fitness. He was actually streaming some fitness stuff the other day. You should check him out, Pitsy, LOL. The second one is the stakes that are at place for this one right now because our bar for the top 16 is looking like it's going to be about 24 points again. And so that is a tight bar that's set. And what that means is that Wager and Iverson sitting at 17 points is in that spot where he has to be finding some win positions. So that's in another lobby looking at stuff like that. But I'm trying to find right now if there's somebody who is in that exact same spot for a first position is a must in this lobby right now. And it looks like Tempest is in the same spot where Tempest is going to need 8 points exactly to be in the running for a top 16 spot right now. So that is a big one from that perspective. If you see Tempest taking a big risk and going all in on the line, that's exactly why. If it's not first right now, it is effectively last place for Tempest.
Yeah, 100%. Heartsteel online already, right? That is a fantastic way to get there. We've seen Heartsteel comps cap out and contend with the rest of them and be the best in so many situations, needing that first place. And, you know, your regionals chances could end right here if you don't make it there. A couple of other players who have a few more points, right? Pitsy needs a solid top 4 finish. Setsuko as well, he needs to dodge, you know, bottom 3 to be at that cutoff, that 24 kind of point area. But the cutoffs could be a little bit higher, could be a little bit lower. It does depend on where the rest of the field lands. As we do get into carousel and get an overview of all of these comps here, what's jumping out to me is, you know, there's Heartsteel on a couple of boards here, of course. Everyone wanting to get that economy online is, you know, just a good trait right now.
There's going to be a time to play Heartsteel. It's probably right now, especially if you've been kind of avoiding it the rest of the time. There are certain players that just really don't like playing contested comps, even though that does come with the territory. To go in, you know, assuming that you're going to get everything you want, specializing in a contested comp can be a detriment to your play. But overall, in lobbies like this where cuts happen, a lot of people are going to have to go for those Hail Marys and try to get those first places. And we know it can happen because Aegon did it yesterday, right? So can anyone do the same thing as our favorite Shark has done? Tempest Life definitely needing to do the same, already playing with that Heartsteel. So if this is going to be what this is probably for a hot minute, we'll probably raise the stakes. Or actually, let's see if we raise the stakes based on how much life we've already lost, which is 81 right now. We're not even on stage 3 just yet. In terms of tempo here, that does seem to be a pretty fat HP differential for Heartsteel, but do you think we're going to see you raise the stakes here, Khroen?
I think there is a lot of potential too, especially with the context of needing literally a first place to advance into the top 16. It is likely to do so. Tempest Life's board is probably not going to be stronger than anybody else at this point. Raising the stakes just means you can get a big cash out into stage 3 and then make your pivot point work out on 4 to go to level 8 with the rest of them. I don't think 73 HP is low enough to be super worried yet. But Admirable.
There's the thing that I'm looking at there is that there was a set that showed up in that one. So if you can find a way to stabilize that board, like say that you can get like anything that's providing you like a padding for a spot like that may be a double raise the stakes spot. Honestly, you may have to like coast on, you know, 20 HP and just literally go all in because it is literally a first or last kind of position. But the tempo of this lobby is going to be ticked up a lot, so that might be a little bit too risky. If we went into the carousel on 2-3 and you kind of freeze framed and looked at everything, Replay actually leveled to 5 on 2-3 to try to find that advantage with that one. And so because of that, the players who want to find win streaks, they're going to have to level to 5. That is the situation that exacting creates. It kind of turbos everybody in that position, and then it pressures the rest of the players in the lobby so that they have to kind of do the same thing, or they have to go all in on risks. Like, I know it sounds like such a little nominal thing, but that is really something that it can create in tournament settings where you have one game left to really solidify your position. It's all in at this point. You have to make your choice or everything's going to go apart. And so Dish Sub win to 5, and then like everybody who wants to again try to push that or pad their life total, they're going to 5 as well. And so you created this chaos now. Nobody is on a 4 or greater streak for wins as we go here into Krugs. Like, this is a major change in the tempo of the lobby.
That's exactly what it is. The tempo shift. You have to respond accordingly. A lot of times, especially in these situations, the players who just need to secure a top 4, they're going to be pushing those levels, right? Replay just wants to play consistent here on out because of the lead that he has. Pushing to 5 before carousel, one of the biggest, you know, indicators of that kind of style of play. So I absolutely love that call out here. As we take a look at Dish Sub's board, we see the power of Olaf. We've talked about it for a while now, and the Rage Blade Slam even. But something that's, you know, maybe a little bit surprising is the augment choice there. Not one that we see there, building around the kind of do it for the fans there. That super fan augment.
Do you know what's so funny? Just for a second, wasn't it crazy when people were just throwing stuff at artists on stage? Why would we ever do it for the fans after that, right? Anyway, but yeah.
Where does he go with this one?
I got there. I always am. So let's go ahead and talk about this just a little bit, right? Do it for the fans is not an augment that I think people think of like when they think of augments or TFT. We've talked about Superfan in support of units like Kale. Of course, this potentially could also be Kale reroll on Dish Soap's board. We're seeing it on the other side still. Because of that Rage Blade, that still could potentially be the case. But we also have really good items on the Olaf too. So another really good reason why Olaf is good is he can take that AD item plus those tanks items and save them for the units a little bit later. A little underrated thing about Olaf. But overall, what is this augment going to affect the lobby like, right? What is the power level increase going to look like for Dish Soap? And, what is that top level power even, what are those possibilities there, Admirable?
Honestly, to me, it looks like that he's going for a Kale reroll angle on that, and that was like one of the things I learned about literally from listening to him yap about Kale reroll and how powerful it was, but that the summon bug where if you create something while you have a Kale superfan on board, that it can stop your Rage Blade stacks. And I was like, oh, that's how that bug works. And then that got confirmed. So it changes the way that you build the dynamic of the board. But do it for the fans plus Kale reroll means that you get to put a lot of stuff into play and that your units live for a lot longer and give your Kale a lot more time. And I was like, wow, that is a really smart way to use that. Because the #1 detriment to Kale, honestly, is that she doesn't have enough time. She's going to get so many stacks and just bust the board. Like, Kale is very powerful when she gets a lot of those stacks built up. Problem is, again, just the time. Do it for the fans instead. It creates more powerful frontline because you have Sentinel and because you have Guardian there. And so what ends up happening when you have Do It for the Fans, it's like you have like an ultra Gunblade, because all of your super fans are getting healed at that point. It's a fantastic augment to use it for specifically that angle, especially when Dish Soap just needs a solid top 4 finish.
Yeah, 100%. That's the big thing, right? Especially when you just need a solid top 4. Taking that to allow your kill spot to be more consistent. Kale is super good at getting to, the mid game and having that kind of tempo advantage. So having Do It for the Fans, healing all your super fans up for your autos with that Rage Blade and that Gunblade, if he gets there as well, going to be super, super strong. That's not a spot that we see almost at all talking about the Kale reroll, but if Dish Soap is a person to, Dish Soap is a person to find those kind of spots, to recognize what I can use these augments in creative ways and how I can use them to really have that edge against other players.
All right, now we're going to be riding along with Tempest Life again. Last time we took a visit to Mr. Tempest, we saw the Heartsteel 3, now has Heartsteel 5, and is looking at raising the stakes. I wonder how close to the cash out we are. Looks like really, really close. And we have we've got some, good standard items on that front line, so we're not like absolutely hemorrhaging HP, but it does seem like that has been the case. Tempest already more than half the HP of just 7th place, right? About 9 away from that statistic. So let's see if that's going to be even more, because what this is going to do is in Tempest's, future, everything is going to depend on this cash out. Literally everything. Their tournament life, any shot at prize money, any shot at potentially representing North America at Worlds will go down with this Heartsteel comp. And at least I think we took down 1 unit, but we're still at 32 HP at 3-4. It's going to be a little rough, but that cash out should be pretty big.
The gentleman's wager. Double raise the stakes? Anybody?
Not from 32. Even I'm not saying let's go that greedy. Come on, Admirable.
I mean, players often don't do it from like 60, so they're like, nah, I think it's a good idea to go now. I don't think I can go 4 more rounds.
Yeah, 32, go big or go home. And I think if you raise the stakes again, you're just going home and not
they're kind of going big already, right?
Yeah, they are. To get to this point in Heartsteel, and once we see that cash out come through, that is going to dictate the rest of Tempest Life's life in this lobby and in this tournament, of course, as well. As they have some solid items, they're pretty flexible, but of course going towards those AD lines. Usually if you play Heartsteel, it's an easy kind of transition into that typical Ezreal Zed kind of play style. Might have one more round left on that Heartsteel cash out. We'll see here soon what Tempest Life is going for. But for now, Setsuko still win streaking 7 rounds in a row as that Gnar headliner online.
I was looking at this and I was like, this is a lot of items here. Can you go Gnar reroll from this? Then he slammed a blue buff. I'm like, nope, you just get, this is pentakill. is what it ends up being at this point. He's got a lot of stuff here though. Like this is a really powerful team. Like this is like the pentakill line if I've ever seen a pentakill line. You have like a mixture of items of like AD. You can end up moving into AP stuff later in the game to try to supplement your Karthus. You're on a huge win streak right now. You have a ton of gold. Like this is how you play pentakill at this point, and this is how you win with pentakill at this point too. Like when you have to go for pentakill, but like you just have a good amount of HP and you're kind of winning some rounds and pressure and stuff, it's pretty good. When you have it from a line like this, you have a lot of time to put it together and pressure the other players. Like this is how you get to 9, find a Yorick, and just crush everybody. This is an unbelievably good spot for Setsuko.
All right, back to Tempest life. But yes, Setsuko in a fantastic spot. Malala is too. And Sloppy as well, also in the lead in HP. But 300 is going to be that number for Heartsteel as we're cashing out.
Ooh. So Radiant
item.
Yeah, the Radiant Redemption. I'm gonna have to go look this one up real quick because finding like some of the data for like Radiant items, it can be a little bit tough, but all the Radiant items just tend to be very good. Like that's kind of the nature of Radiant items, is they're just good.
The big question is that powerful enough? Radiant items are good, right? But maybe Tempest Life could have used a lot of gold in this situation to get to level 8, find these units a lot faster than the rest of the field, as Urgot won with now this Hand of Justice and the Cassante with the Absolution or Radiant Redemption. Is that going to be good enough? And maybe versus Pitsy, because Pitsy's board is a little bit weak, but it is still an Urgot 2 though.
Yeah, I mean, I think it boils down to it being worth 77 HP. Right at the end of the day.
That's
right?
a lot of HP.
That's a lot of HP. Are we gonna cash out then lose that Urgot? You know, there's been a lot of guides out with Submit to the Pit with Urgot. This is not going to be what we see right now, but it does seem like that's the type of unit that is starting to grow in a bit of popularity. Like within this tournament, those guides have kind of come out, which is very interesting. Look at this pack though.
Double Viego.
Yeah, double Viego, and those are good items. I think this is a
go.
pretty good choice. And now we're going to see this pivot. This is really important. Khroen, walk us through this.
The pivot is a little bit awkward because we don't have enough gold to go to level 8 right now. On 4-1 you could do it, but then you'd only be able to roll down a few gold. To find a headliner at that situation would be a little bit scary, but actually uses a redemption, or excuse me, a Reforger on the Radiant Redemption to get a Radiant Guard Breaker instead, and gets dropped a large champion duplicator as well. Wow. That could be the saving grace, and Tempest Life finds and pentakill headliner when skips it. Doesn't go that direction at all. Viego 2 upgrade is here, and yes, he goes for it. Wow, that's skipping the Karthus though. Admirable. What is he thinking?
Well, the Executioner Karthus is like not the good one. I know that much at least, but passing up the Akali is like, you don't have that much gold left. Like you just need to rent something and make the most of it at this point. The Guardbreaker usually is not like super good, but when you have a combination Infinity Edge and you have a 2-star Viego to go with it, it's going to be good enough for me. It's still a Radiant item on my 2-star 4 cost at this point. It's a very easy pivot direction, I think, for Tempest at this point. You can go this direction. You can still pick up other stuff, but you absolutely have to get something going right now. I think that sticking to the Heartsteel in a spot like this is a little bit greedy. I'm looking at a Zach EDM. If you're going to go this way, like this is probably good enough to rent right now. For me, on Tempest spot, this is like a bit of a panic moment here where like you're going to have to rent a 4-cost headliner, and it's going to have to be good enough for a while. You just don't have the gold to keep hanging on here.
Man, this is so tight, but you need to make these risky moves if you're going to go for a first place finish. You have to utilize your HP as a resource, get as much gold as possible to just get a strong board online. The thing is, I think Tempest might have, dropped a little bit too low to come back from this spot. The Viego is going to be good, but is it good enough? That's the question that we have to figure out just a little bit later, as we're seeing Malala transition into a disco line. You hit the disco blitzcrank for the front line, you have a TF already, and Malala, especially with that Z as well on this board, has set himself up to go to level 9 and cap out exactly like these disco boards need to do.
Oh my gosh. This board is so good right now. This is 4-2, and this is what your board looks like. You
it's scrappy inventions too.
Yes.
Yeah.
I could see your face a little bit where you're like, why is he not making items for? Oh, like as soon as the fight started, I'm like, yeah, this board.
I was just thinking like, oh, what's he gonna make on the TF? No, it's scrappy, so he doesn't need to make anything. Just the rod there for death cap. That's like best in slot that you've rolled here.
My gosh.
Oh, Nami coming in clutch as well. Those Nami bubbles
Again, why does this keep? We have seen some of the best Nami play in the history of TFT today. If you remember yesterday, it was a Nami Ezreal versus an Ezreal, and the Nami bubbled the Ezreal 3 times, and a Nami 2 with like an item component on it. One around there. This time, clutch bubble as well. You know, that goes to show. I think a lot of people will look at a Nami at this point and be like, easy cut. Let me try to get stronger, right? You know, of course, these guys won't, but some of our brethren in some of the lower ranks, but this is a really good example of how even some of those early units, even sometimes with nothing on it that is of value, and that was a Runins, right, is going to help us win at that round. Now we're going to be back to Setsuko. Things are starting to look a little bit more clear. Setsuko been on quite, you know, a run with this Gnar so far in second place, has I think only lost 1 or 2 rounds total, but probably just 1 round. Let's see if replay is going to be one of those rounds that he loses. Is he even going to get to that 40 stack? He does not. That pretty much means all they wrote as the Ezreal 2 already at 4-3 for replay is going to come in with a dub. Admirable, what do you see it?
I mean, I'm not sure Setsuko knows exactly what he's doing yet. Like, it could be like a reroll style line, but I'm not really certain where he's going. I'm kind of surprised, honestly, that he has the amount of gold he has still on 7. Like, this was not quite what I was expecting, and honestly, like, because I can't hear him at this point, I'm curious if he knows what he's expecting at this point. I'm really interested to see where he ends up landing on this one, because I just figured at this point that more gold would have been spent.
All right. Yeah, go for it.
We want to take a moment to acknowledge, I mean, Tempest Life was the unfortunate, you know, other side of that Nami bubble coming in so clutch and did fall in 8th place. And we were talking about he's one of the players who needed to secure that first, played risky, raised the stakes even as well, but just wasn't able to get there. So that is their tournament run, right? That's over. We're going to cut to the top 16 after this game in Tempest Life, and hopefully see in the future, because you had one heck of a run, but it does end here in this game.
It's the standard Setsuko. No matter what, outcap everybody is the goal.
Just hit.
I don't even know if this is a just hit. Like, he went to 8 and he spent all his gold. Like,
yeah, I mean, fair, but I mean, he did also.
It's part of it. You know? It's a percentage. He
set himself up in a good spot to get here, right?
Oh,
that's the big thing.
He needs preparation.
He had a ton of gold on the bench for like possible units, and then he had a ton of gold in the bank as well. Like, this is just like the Setsuko play, where it's like, I'm not sure why I questioned it. His goal is always to get more powerful. Like, no matter what state of the board he's at, it's never like well, I guess this is good enough. It's always get more powerful. I don't know why I even questioned this, Khroen.
Yeah, no, I definitely don't want to just chalk it up to, oh, just hit. Setsuko has, you know, like Boop said, when opportunity meets preparation, that's when you see players like Setsuko just constantly win lobbies, win tournaments, and have the kind of success that he has had very recently. And the board isn't like even in its final state, right? We have the Gargantuans augment. We've played around the Gnar for so long. We got a Yorick. Just one copy of it is good enough. And it's not like this Thresh headliner is going to be on this board forever, but it is good enough for now to play around that 4 Guardian. We're still playing Superfan for this time. These things aren't going to be on Setsuko's endgame board, but they do allow him to save a lot of HP right now on 4-6. Econ back up and put himself in a position to level back up, find all these extra upgrades, and cap out his board as he does so well by going to level 9.
So remember as well, he's at 70 HP, right? He developed a pretty big lead, only 93, I think, like he's lost these last 2 rounds, was at 93 right before that. So he also has some time to do exactly everything Khroen does, right? When we are so used to seeing Heartsteel, we're so used to seeing, you know, someone like Tempest Life, he's so much HP that every decision after that cash out is a life-changing decision potentially. But for Setsuko, we can sack some HP, we can take a little bit of time. There's absolutely no reason to force or rush anything right now. And I've seen a lot of players, even in these moments, fall into that trap of, you know, if I'm not doing anything, I'm not doing anything right? Or if I'm not doing anything, then I'm doing something wrong. But in some situations, just, you know, playing your best, getting your best on board at that time, and waiting for the right opportunity to strike, just like a snake, right? Is going to be much better for you. But, you know, we are running out of time for a couple other of our players. We already lost Tempest Life, the Farmer, and the Biri following up pretty close by. Let's see if these items are going to change their outlook on things. Dish, so looking at this KL, we already saw a little earlier. And we already know, I think Pitsy is also running a Kale, so that could be contested at the moment.
One more.
And
there it
does
is.
Find it. Khroen, you should just cast for everybody, man. That I don't know how many times that's happened, but every time you're like, one more, it just pops up. We should just play more often together.
Yeah,
my rank would be higher.
One of my best moments is like, I was like, okay, he's gonna roll twice, he's gonna hit like 2, I forget what the unit was at this point, but it was a few tournaments ago, and then it happened, and we were like freaking out about it. But no, Dish Soap hitting that kill. On level 7 as well, right? Dish Soap says, okay, I'm running Twin Terror, so I want 2 copies of Kale. I want 2 copies of Mordecai as well for my front line. And this is a line that we don't see being played that often, let alone with the do it for the fans, but with the Twin Terror Kale as well. But Dish Soap, again, is that player to make these creative kind of lines work. I'm curious to see if it is able to cap out as high as we've seen Kale do in the past, Admirable.
Yeah, it's honestly like the numbers initially on the Twin Terror Kale weren't that good, but I think it's because players were just not utilizing it properly. But here it's also supplemented by Do It For The Fans. Like, your frontline super fans are still alive. Like the Lilia is still alive. The Nico is still alive. They're not wearing items. Okay, like this is a huge difference when you have all this put together, and that honestly, that's the big testament to Dish Soap and the amount of knowledge he has. Like he knows that that's a strong line, that it exists right now, like pretty unusual thing. I want to look at the farmer real quick as we talk about this. You know, Pitsy's the same kind of player that I want to talk about, so let's stick on him as well. These are players who are right now sitting in the bottom 4, and they cannot afford these finishes if they want to move on to the top 16. So for Pitsy there, you saw he's putting together a stronger board, needs himself a big top 4 finish. For the farmer here, this is a position that could end up being a disaster. Was sitting at 23 points, is now looking like possibly a bottom 2 scenario. Bottom 2 is the only way I think that the farmer is not finding themselves in a top 16 position right now. So this needs to be crawled out of in a lobby that frankly is getting pretty strong.
All right, the Ezreal doesn't one-shot the Karthus. Is that going to be the end of that Ezreal? Yes, it does. Have we done enough damage? Because look at that Poppy. Poppy just throwing that hammer down, taking absolutely no damage. And slowly but surely, that Poppy is going to break through this HP. It's been pretty slow, and I'm wrong because it took way too long. Got stuck on those units, even with those extra stats. It was just a visual for us. I was getting hyped that we were going to get to see that classic Poppy get to the back line.
This is 3 dummies in play that have crash test because of the support dummy at the end, and this is a Death's Dance Yorick that is fully supported and has the KDA on here with a bunch of extra time to start getting the ghouls loaded up. Like once the ghouls get loaded up, Yorick is basically just like a better version of the Poppy is what it ends up feeling like. And so to see that battle take place, it's like, yeah, that is kind of what happens when the Yorick has that time.
I also want to point out that our headliner is not contributing to any synergies just yet because of that Edgelord too. But is that going to be the difference here? We're already getting some damage onto that backline. That K ult has gone off. A lot of our front line has already gone down. There's way too much red on the screen to feel very, very confident if you are the farmer, but that's what it was last time. But unfortunately, might have to go back to selling insurance as the farmer is going to fall in 7th place. That might have been one of my best.
The farmer getting farmed here. So in 7th place in the lobby. Admiral, you were talking about it. That might be the only situation where they don't advance to the top 16. 24, 25 is usually the break point though, so it could just be enough. We'll have to see how the standings shake out later for them though, as we turn our attention to players who still need a solid finish, right? Biri needs as many points as possible, even if she's not making it into the top 16, right? Still needs to get enough qualifier points to advance into the regional finals. Pitsy as well, one of those players. Replay has a big cash out, gets a ton of gold and an item as well. Replay sitting in a really good spot. We were saying he's pushing the tempo of the lobby early, and he's still been able to recover that economy, get a really nice mid-game board, run 5 Heartsteel, and have multiple carries with the Zed and Ezreal. Replay is really running a masterclass here, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, he's been having a killer day so far, and now, even just right now, it's like, which of these do you take? You know, every single time I look back to it, I'm like, everyone always valued Zephyr and Shroud so highly at the end, and it's still no exception to this. Zephyr got better by the way, since it became a support item. Now it's also adding attack speed to your team because it's so unusual that it comes up here. And Replay's board is very strong, and it's going to continue to get stronger. Zed finds its way to the back line, just wipes it away. And so right now, that is a big problem for Dish Soap, who is looking at having a strong top 4 performance. Dish Soap's at 20 points. Replay's at 28 points and is looking at trying to run away with this from top 16 to top 8 and then secure top 4 on this spot. These are big moments that are taking place as a result of this. Replay's been on level 8 for quite a while, but has an incredibly strong board because of it. Now it's time to see if you can build that up to level 9. The tempo of the lobby is pretty much capping right there, I think, though.
Oh, yes. Look at Very board here. This isn't something that you see every day with a Caitlyn carry paired with a true damage Akali, but it's what you got, and it's scrappy invention. So many free items. We get the long distance pals value as well. And of course, a Poppy in the front line, a unit that we know and we love. Very still, again, needs to scrape every single placement point possible going up against Malala. And well, that is a headliner Lucian in the back there.
That's not good.
Well, for the other person.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see this Lucian. Oh, gets CC'd though. Actually gets taken down really early. So maybe I was wrong. Maybe it wasn't good for Biri, and that is probably a, oh, actually Biri does take that down. The little was on the other side by that, folks. But yeah, it looks like the Lucian was just targeted, right? That goes to show why just placing things in the corner, right? It's the automatic thing. You see the Caitlyn here sometimes just isn't the right idea. That's why scouting is super important. As Pitsy does fall down in 6. So a little bit of, that history with Pitsy. This does tend to happen when the stakes get the highest. Pitsy unfortunately does seem to find those bot 4s a little bit more often, but we've seen it with other players get fixed. I think Malala is the #1 example that I have. Just overall, unfortunately not today. So Pitsy, I still believe in you. I think you got what it takes. So let's go ahead and see if this dragon has what it takes to change the destiny of some of our players, because from top to bottom, just 12 HP separate our top 5. So this is still anybody's game. Any loss taken on this particular round will really hurt your chances at that top 4. So you're really pushing for it. As you see on the side, level 9 for Biri, Setsuko also hitting level 9. The boards are getting stronger. Everyone's boards at 6-1 will be stronger than it was previously, but will it be enough for these players? Still have Gargantuans on that Poppy. The Bloodthirst is going to keep her alive for that front line. We still have a ton of items to place onto our units, and our next round is starting as well. So we're going to start off with some items on the bench just for now, but we're going to get them on just in time. Let's see how quick we get through that front line, because that's really the name of the game here in the late game of TFT. How much HP is in that front line, and how quickly are you going to be able to get through it? And someone's on the Caitlyn, but the ult takes them down instead, and the Caitlyn has no problem going after this Kayle. And that's a big win, but Setsuko, I think, got lucky on that round because that was the Ghost.
That was a huge preparation phase by Setsuko. Sold all of his units, sold not all of his units, but sold the headliner, leveled to 9, tried to roll for these 3 stars, and Poppy 3 is a win condition for Setsuko. He's holding extra Ezreal, is thinking, hey, if I find an Ezreal headliner, that could be the win condition there. But no, it's going to be Poppy instead. Running 2 Poppies on the board is still solid. They're both benefiting from Mosher, both from Emo as well, because that Poppy headliner is the Emo variant. Setsuko doesn't really have any gold to work with right now, so no Poppy 3 in the near future. But if he hits that, that is lobby winning. And Setsuko did need this game to be a top 4 to feel comfortable moving into the top 16 as well.
All right, he's going up against the champ this time. Is Malala going to have to say goodbye? That was the Lucian that we saw earlier. They got targeted by the Akali, and we finally get to see it work like it was meant to do. But that Poppy is eating a ton of that damage. Hasn't bought enough time to finally get that Lucian down. The Ziggs ult goes through. One more ult from Caitlyn is going to go through, and he takes the dub by just a little bit of HP. Sometimes it only takes a 2-figure amount of HP, and we saw that there, Admirable.
So there's a couple things I want to point out here. Number one, the preparation phase from Setsuko was huge there, and I feel like you could talk about that one for about half a day. Like, so many things happened there, and so to land on the double Poppy for the front line, being like, well, hey, isn't 2 Poppies just better than 1 Poppy? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's not like an immediate thing that clicks in your head there when you can, do things like throw in a third Jazz, for instance. But now he's on 7 poppies and is in collection phase for a big win condition. Huge victory there. But Dish Soap got knocked out in 5th place. This is the disaster style scenario for Dish Soap as well, where 24 or less points was really the spot where you could get knocked out. And 25, 24 points, he went down in 5th place. So now he's 24 points coming into this one. That could be enough, but it might not be enough as well. We're gonna have to see how the standings pop out in that one. So those are the 2 of the biggest things that have happened in this spot as the HP totals continue to creep closer and closer together. Malala getting knocked out in that one, going out in 4th place because he didn't lose hard enough. Like, he's almost playing spoiler in this one for Dish Soap possibly. But now Biri, she's about to be eliminated on the brink in 3rd place right now. And you heard the pings. If you were paying attention, you heard those pings. That's almost certainly replay hanging the poppies that are on Setsuko's side of the board, like, hey, don't let him hit this one, it'll automatically win the game.
I actually think Biri has some poppies, so we'll see if that's even going to be possible with Biri around. Setsuko does have 1 more life if he's going to win out these Lex. If he loses his round in stage 6, so there's only 2 more rounds where that could be the case. So we're looking over at replay once again, kind of leading this from the beginning and might lead it at the end. This front line is huge. We got a lot of damage. We got that Ziggs Khroen. I mean, this is one of those comps where visually you're like, this is obviously really good so far.
Yeah, this is a standard Heartsteel kind of composition that you want to land on. Replay has done that. 5 win streak, has the Zephyr as well for some support. Setsuko just needs to outlast Biri to try to get that Poppy 3 win condition online, because yes, that 3 poppies that Biri has is blocking him for now, and she might fall here to replay.
All right, is Biri going to fall? That front line is starting to wither, and Biri might have been made of wet tissue paper for that round, as that was not close. That might have actually taken a significant amount of that 22 from Setsuko, but now all of a sudden we might get Poppy 3. We might get the Poppy 3. So everyone left to that side. Let's see if Setsuko is going to be able to grab it. So far, it doesn't seem to be the case. Not enough money to get there. We're still stuck on our... we still need 2 more, but 4-game win streak versus 6-game win streak. So something is round win streak. So something will change. Is it going to be replay, former world champion, or is it going to be the LeBron of TFT? I know, Admirable, how you feel about that of Setsuko. We're going to see who's going to take this game and see if this might potentially launch them to even greater victories later on today. This front line is really beefy. We already get some ults from that backline already as well. This ult is from Ezreal, is going to try to one-shot and doesn't hit the corner with all of the carry. So Setsuko is going to have all that damage remaining. That Ezreal didn't take down anyone yet. Is that Caitlyn going to get another ult off? Once again, is the Ezreal going to take her down? She walks away, and she's going to help them win the round, Khroen. So much exciting stuff happening.
Yeah, what a crazy fight. This is really coming on to the wire. Setsuko actually had a really interesting shot in that last one. Had a couple of Lowies, chose to sell the Ezreal actually and start playing the Jhin, still wanting to hold on to that pair, because Jhin 2 and Caitlyn is what Setsuko wants to cap around, and of course the Poppy as well. If Replay finds a Poppy in the shop, needs to hold on to them to deny them, because as soon as Setsuko hits Poppy 3, that would be lights out. The last round was already a round win, so Replay really needs to deny that going into this prep phase. But Admirable, is there anything else that you think Replay could do?
I mean, it was like a bizarre preparation phase on the side of Setsuko, where it looked like he was like, you know what, maybe this might be a downgrade on my units, but honestly, this is what I need to do to win. I have to get better stuff. So he's downgrading like the little tiny units. He's gambling on getting another Jhin in play. And then even with the Jhin perhaps being in the wrong placement, is sharing crowd diver stuns onto that Caitlyn. He was still able to win that round on the back of that. I was really surprised. I thought the crowd diver was going to be the difference in Setsuko winning that round, and not. But it wasn't. This is like crazy how powerful the board ended up being. But now it's again stage 7, and this is a major fight.
Is that Mana Zane going to come up clutch once again? We're going to see that mana bar refill for that Caitlyn really quickly. That's 2 ults in just a couple seconds, and that might be just enough to break through. The Zed is already on the other side, so because of that positioning, because of those clutch ults and that Mana Zane, that Caitlyn is going to come through once again. And Setsuko, who started us off with 2 gargantuan resolves on an R, finished it with a Caitlyn and a Mana Zane. thrilling fights to end that particular lobby. But let's talk about that roll down. I feel like everything was going so fast, the stakes were really high. Setsuko's initial roll down to get us here was something that you said, hey, we could probably talk about that all day. So why don't we start, right? We'll get one thing before we get to break. Admirable. Tell us how Setsuko made that roll down into a victory.
It's the thing that is always going to be in his mind is just how to make the most out of the situation. And so in that spot, he wasn't certain where he was going to land. He had everything ready to figure out what composition he was going towards. It's something immediately leaning one way or the other was going to be where that went. And that's a tough thing to think about when there's that many different units involved. But that's how his mind just works. He has so much preparation and practice that he sees these things almost instantaneously. So the moment it went one way, he's like, oh, okay, that's the way I go. Everything sells out that's in the other lines, and it just immediately starts to build up on the other side. It's like, I feel like he's stacking up like it's like he's building out like a chessboard really quick. He's like, oh, I need to put my pieces in place. For me, I'm like trying to figure out, I'm like, oh, this is the bishop, this is the knight, right? He's already made the opening move at this point. He knows what the next 20 are. It's crazy.
Yeah, just to quickly add on to that, Setsuko knows at every single stage of the game how to make the most out of the situation. Admirable, that was a great phrase to describe Setsuko there. He did it during that roll down, he did it in stage 2, and consistently throughout the whole game to put himself in that position where he can still make those choices in the end game and win lobbies with it. Didn't even need to hit Jin 2, didn't even need to hit Poppy 3. He was already so far ahead, and that's why Setsuko is talked about so much, is one of the greats in NA, because he can pull off bots like that and win games yet for his plays.
Setsuko is the definition of building upon an amazing foundation, right? There aren't a lot of people who initially have that foundation, but when you make really good vanilla, the Sunday that comes out of it is going to be fantastic too. So congratulations, Setsuko, for that particular lobby. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to see who that top 16 is going to be. Stick around.
We are here in Las Vegas, Nevada for the first ever official TFT LAN. That's right, this is the TFT Vegas Open. 512 competitors flew here from all around the world. They're taking the stage to be able to compete for the title of the TFT Vegas Open champion, as well as for a $100,000 grand prize. They've got a lot of games to play. You're not going to want to miss it.
Vegas is a good choice for a TFT event because people just say TFT is all about luck, but there is strategy, there is skill.
It's kind of surreal, like, to see how far TFT has come.
Oh, that missed away constitutes the top 4.
I'm winning the tournament. Keep winning. I'm winning the tournament.
Always says that.
I've played in tournaments on LAN for God knows how long. I definitely think it gives me an advantage over the other players. I saw them, kind of like buckling under the pressure.
Yeah, but here he goes. He's gonna cap. Stays alive. It's so big.
They're making their way to the back line, but it's not enough.
Wow.
Lightsy is going to claim this one.
Naya, what's going on? I'm lost. I'm dizzy. I don't know what to do. Rocky, what are your chances of winning this tournament?
0.
It's crazy. When I first came in here, my fan interactions have been so funny. I've met someone, his name is Michael. He takes a picture with me. He's like, yo, are you nervous? I'm like, yeah, man, I'm a little nervous.
We almost got our Poppy 3. Why can't we have any fun? Why can't we get a cool 3-star that's not like some ratty reroll, Rose? That's all I want.
That's for games 6 and 7, because now that you've put that into the universe, we're gonna get a 3-star 5 cost. Thank you very much. Or at least that's the hope, right?
When I was casting with Admirable, we were 2 away from Yorick 3. Like,
so close. I know.
They're doing great, but it's not perfect. It's not the 3-star. But this was an important game, regardless if you got 3 stars or not, Rose. We have reached a cutoff point. What were the stakes for this match? Who really needed to rise to the occasion?
Well, there's a couple of players in this lobby that really needed a big finish in order to have a shot of making it to the NA Regional Finals. I'm really looking at players like the Farmer, like, needed a very big game to like he needs a top 4 at this event in particular in order to have a shot at the NA Regional Finals. And I want to say that also Tempest Life is also at that point as well, and so sadly going like 7th and 8th here just isn't going to cut it. And maybe on the flip side of things, there's Replay that surprisingly hasn't secured a spot in NA Regional Finals yet either, needs to, out of qualifier points, get something like a top 8 today in order to do that. So this was a very, very big deal for Replay to get that 2nd place for, because you now have a huge leg up to make it into that top 8 lobby, knowing that we're cutting the field now and you get 1 more game to shoot your shot for that top 8.
And I know there were so many games going on at the same time. Y'all just witnessed the chaos that was lobby 2. I had to start muting Boop because he's getting so excited over there, has me all hyped up. It's down to these 1v1s. It's been crazy. Just to give you the top 4 of the other lobbies that went down, lobby 1 had Khroen, Robin, Aegon, and Protect. But lobby 3 had Billy, David as T-Lides, and Lab Rain. And lobby 4, that top 4 was Kyvix, Wasian, Iverson, Ramkev, and Kambuli.
Okay.
And we're at the cutoff point, so it's nice to see those returning names at the top, Rose.
Yeah, because there's a lot of names in those lobbies that you listed that also need some big performances. Like a couple of other players that need the final lobby today in order to make it are David Ace, as you mentioned, as well as Kyvix, and then players that need a top 4 to qualify. You're looking at Khroen X is one of those players that like needs to be in that top 4 to make it into the NA Regional Finals, which honestly is another player that it kind of sounds far-fetched that he'd be in this position where he would need a top 4 from this event. So very nice to be able to hear that those players have been able to finish out this 5 games super strong. But is it going to be enough? Because that cutoff is going to be very, very tight, and it's only the top 16, and then we cut it again.
Yes, we were at 32 players. We're cutting them all in half. There's only 16, and I don't have a drum set, but I have a used fork and a pencil from the 3rd grade, and I'm gonna do a drum roll. I'm doing a drum roll. You can't hear it, but you can feel the energy. Show me the standings.
Wow. So
everyone
this
here not making it.
Yeah, it's the players that are not going to get that chance. David Ace, Philip, this is so disappointing to see players like this in that spot, because they really needed to have big performances here in order to be able to make it to the NA Regional Finals. Players like Malala, he gets to have this top 32 at the Heartsteel Cup. He already qualified through winning the KDA Cup, so he's not in sitting in too bad of a position. But you still look at players like Dank Memes, Greya, sadly, another one of those players that had such a good tournament run, but needed that top 4 to qualify. K3 Soju is fine. I'm pretty sure he makes it now through qualifier points, but it is disappointing to see him miss out on making it into that top 16. But here are the 60 players we do get a chance to celebrate. Khroen barely making it in. Oh my gosh, that's a tiebreaker win here for Khroen, and those 2 bonus points helped out a lot.
Yeah, just Khroen ending a top 6 yesterday, managed to squeak in. Khroen was a heartbreaker when they finished top 10 yesterday and didn't make the cut. And you see kind of the mixed impact that not having any bonus points doesn't matter. And one name that stuck out to me, Lemon VIP, like jokes aside, this is a person who didn't have this crazy tournament career before coming into Heartsteel Cup, and is a known ladder warrior for a long time. And to have this breakout performance is big. We still have like 2 more games to go, but it's cool to see replay steal away first place. And those are your top 16 heading into the 2 last games.
I love that. Right next to Lemon, we've got Billy, that is also one of those players that is having a really great tournament performance, a super big breakout run for them. But if you notice, looking at the scores that replay has put up over these first 5 games, that's no worse than 3rd. I'm going to have somebody else do the math on that one, but that average placement is very, very high. There's still 2 more games to go, so now that we have a field of 16 competitors, they're going to play 1 more game. Then we get our top 8, and then we will play 1 more to see which top 4 will move to the NA Regional Finals. So much to play for as well, because now this is where we get to see the money. Only top 12 get that money. So, gotta give it all you got in these these next couple of games, that's for sure.
Clutch or cake. We have our top 16. They have to play 1 game, and then the best, the top 8, go to the final lobby to cash in for those 4 last regional spots. This is one of the last chances you're gonna have to get to regionals to represent your region at the World Championship in March, and that game is ready to go. So let's go say hi to our casters, Admirable, Boop, and Khroen.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much to my favorite bros, Nekkra and Lemonkiwi. So, like we just heard, there's only 16 people left. This is make or break. Traditionally, this lobby is probably the most important lobby in the tournament. Of course, if the stats say it, and we don't have like a clear winner after this, then the final lobby will determine. But this is the penultimate lobby, and that means we're finally going to get to see a lot of our players really throw that Hail Mary, really get down the field with their, with their potential miracles that can get them there. But this is who we're going to see right now. Replay, Rainplosion, Robin Songs, Aegon, Noster 11, The Farmer, who ended up making it in, Protect Scroll, and Khroen. We have former world champion. I think we have, people whose some people might say might be a little surprised as aren't world champion just yet as we get to this first portal. So I know I took a little bit of that early time. Apologies, Admirable and Khroen. But Khroen, let's go ahead and start. We're going to see these portals right now, and it's going to be loaded carousels, so we get some extra items.
Yeah, I know we were talking about loaded carousels yesterday as well. You could slam a lot of items in the early game. It's going to be really good for lobby tempo, of course, 100%. But looking at the players at this point in the lobbies, right? This is going to be after the top 16. We're going to be cutting again, though, after just another game. There's a few players who are already sitting at the top in a good spot. Rainplosion is one of them, and it's really nice to see her back in form. She had her huge breakout in set 7, right? Getting a second place in the regionals, getting to worlds as well, and to see her come out here with as much kind of prominence and prowess as she's shown is super impressive.
I totally agree. Rain in, was it set 6, right? Was when Rain really came through. And just really showed up and has become a pillar of the community ever since, is a part of the lab, one of the best branded groups in all of TFT. I've always thought that all the study groups should be able to sell some swag. Why not name yourselves and make some money off of it too, right? As we go over to Robin Songs now. So Admirable, Robin Songs sitting at 30 points right now. Had a little bit of a tough game the last time we saw him on stream with that true damage comp. It seems to have recovered pretty well. What are you feeling about Robin Songs? Say if you're someone else in his lobby, penultimate lobby, and Robin's in there with you, what are you most afraid of when it comes to Robin's play?
You're gonna let me show this old timer what's what. Honestly, the thing you're most afraid of is that he just always drives tempo. Like he is a player that doesn't play the same way for caps that that other players do. And honestly, that could be kind of a detriment to him sometimes, but he's going to continue to drive the tempo. And honestly, I was about to say, I was like, if prismatic lobbies are about where it's like the most dangerous playing against Robin is because he just gets more stuff. When Robin has more stuff, it's harder to make those big cap moments unless you just really have everything going for you at this point. So for Robin, he's going to continue to push, he's going to make the most of it, and he's always going to put the pressure on you unless he just literally can't. Like we saw the lobby that he like had the failure game. Mind you, he didn't have an early game to work with, and he failed on his reroll composition. Like he just literally didn't have an opportunity to do what Robin normally does, and that's kind of where it all fell apart. But right now, I'm seeing a Lucky Gloves, I'm seeing new recruit. Robin has like 2 different angles to really put the pedal to the metal here, Khroen.
Yeah, it could be a hologram as well if we want to think about Lulu. His early hologram has been picked later, but it is going to be new recruit. Get the duplicator, get that extra unit on the board as well. And Reimplosion, rock an early game crowd diver headliner. Nothing too crazy here, just a little bit of early game power, but you know.
Ticket?
Yeah, prismatic ticket. I mean,
okay, what am I missing here? I feel like this one's not good.
Oh man, I mean, prismatic ticket can be good. Like I would take it with Punk, right? Playing that, of course. I would play it if we're offered a lot of, you know, maybe Olaf's early, because you can consider rerolling for Gnar as well. There's a couple of options that I think prismatic ticket could be really solid. I'm not sure if Evelyn is going to be one of them though, if Brain decides to stick around with that headliner for much longer.
All right, prismatic ticket also can find some value a little bit later on. Sometimes, you know, we see those level 9 roll downs, and how many times we've seen someone roll down below the amount of gold that's required to take the unit. It shows up in their pack, and you can't do anything about it, right? So that's going to be where you find value from that particular augment later. But you're going to find most of it in the re-roll start of the lobby, right? In stage 2 and stage 3, that's when the most of the value will come through as the farmer will be coming through with a early disco comp. But you know, this is one of those things I remember when I was like a little fledgling young TFT player, right? Seeing something like this, I'd be like, what? IE on Nami, right? But this is just no, right? Just play what you know, just play what you have, right? You know, it doesn't matter that the IE's on Nami for right now, because the Nami's not going to be around for much longer, right? You know you're going to utilize it, so just go ahead and make it, right, Khroen?
Yeah, 100%. We see an IE, we see a tier. I'm already thinking Ezreal, but we got to get there first, right? How do we do it? It's going to be a Nami. We've seen Nami be really clutch in the early game, the late game, kind of all stages. She's not talked about too much outside of disco line, but the only other time is going to be the early game. So really, really good stuff there. Aegon as well, one of the players who is feeling very comfortable, 29 points. I do want to give some kind of quick perspective into the stakes of this lobby, right? As we're still in the early game here. There's a few players who, you know, we saw one of them in the last game. The farmer did get bottom 4, but still was able to make it into the top 16. But the farmer's in a spot where he's going to need to get not only to the final lobby, but a top 4 to secure that regional slot, right? So not only do you need to, you know, win this lobby or do top 4 this lobby, but you might have to try to get more points than normal. It's not just the cutoff you have to worry about, it's setting yourself up for the next game as well. And Protextual and Khroen also in that same exact spot as well. So they need 2 back-to-back really strong games and have to start here.
I'm kind of looking at this too, like I had a question just from like a macro perspective strategy. So this is kind of directed at anyone who wants to weigh in for Instinct. I'll go to Khroen first in this one, but taking the buried treasures, this is a lot of items you get, but it's on-loaded carousel. Like, is this a compounding thing where it's like critical mass on items, or like, I feel like this is kind of an interesting one where I'm like, I'm not sure if I want this because I'm getting so many more items.
Yeah, I would actually say that I think buried treasure is oftentimes less impactful on the specifically loaded carousels, or I mean, come on anvils as well, right? Just other portals where you're going to be getting more items. Every single item you have more than your opponents is going to get less valuable when you have just everyone has a bunch of components, right? So buried treasures, while you're early game, you can tempo a lot faster, and maybe you can use that to bridge your gap. It's not going to be as impactful as the late game, where you're already all going to have, you know, 2 or 3 carries itemized and a couple items to your front line as well. I do think that's actually a great call out there, because it is going to be on average less impactful here.
Next time that you're thinking about playing a goofy reroll comp, just remember that Khroen is looking at you, or sorry, that Khroen is looking at you this way.
Yeah, that guy's reroll. We've seen it a few times. Are we gonna see it a third? Like,
no, he is not gonna play a reroll. When is the last time you saw Khroen play reroll? That's not even in his lexicon. He's like reroll. What?
Reroll, don't do that. I'm gonna push levels. I'm gonna play a good, solid foundation macro tempo style of game. We've seen Khroen do that since day one of TFT. He's tried and true, and that strategy works for him. So no, Admirable, I'm just trying to be hopeful that we're seeing reroll. However, he is playing March of Progress. You know what augment does do well for reroll styles of play? It is March of Progress. So I think it could be time, Admirable, where we see Khroen break out of that shell, break out of that mold.
Darn it, you're making a good point.
I do a couple of those sometimes.
Oh, don't undersell yourself. It's more
just
than
one.
two.
One.
No,
per
sorry.
yes, that's my one. No more.
I said double your number. Anyway, let's go. Let's go ahead and take a look at Protect Scroll, who's protecting the spider in the middle. That's way too many legs for that. Anyway, so Urgot now is going to be protected by the Tom Kench in that front line. We also have that Kale in the back line. It's going to be the Edgelord Kale this time around. So it definitely seems like we're still looking for a specific direction, but we're starting to develop some opportunities to go there. So Admirable, we see a lot of pentakill, but this is going to be that Edgelord Kale.
Yeah, I pretty much every single time you see like a blue buff and an Infinity Edge, someone has a direction in mind. And usually that direction is going to be an AD Flex line. AD Flex usually indicates that while you're not going to play Heartsteel in the early mid game, at some point you want to put it in play because it's just always extra developing stuff that you get. So this Edgelord Kale is because it's an Edgelord Kale. It's just a very powerful headliner unit that is coming into play for pentakill right now, and it's 2-star. There's a time you just have to have these in play where it's purely a detriment, and we're starting to get close to that time, I'd say. It's stage 2 right now, 2-cost headliner unit that's not critical to deciding where your comp is going, but it's a very good unit. Pick it up and start playing with it. You gotta get stuff in play.
They're also pretty poor as well. So like thinking about kill reroll, they only had 10 gold last round, maybe 20 in this one. So it's not in a good spot to look for that kill reroll. Yeah. It's just that tempo style of play. It's that AD flex direction, like you said, in mind. And you always have to consider what spot am I at, not only with my board strength, but economically as well. Because if you're not able to go to level 8 as fast as some of the other players in the lobby at 4-2, you might get there. Look, I'm going to play AD Flex. I'm going to play Ezreal, hopefully. They're all going to be gone at that point, right? If you're going there just a few rounds late.
Good point.
All right. I also love the synergy of how important tempo is in this particular set, music-related set. I wonder if that was intentional or not, but let's go ahead and see if the Seraphine is going to be re-rolled as well. We have the Shojins and the Morellos on the affiliates. It's already Heartsteel, so again, most of these comps are temporary for now as we develop that econ. Moving over to Robinson's. Pretty good items on the side of the board as well. We also have new Recruit, so we have a lot of opportunity here.
Oh my god,
this is so Khroen, this is where I get into a situation where you get into like analysis paralysis almost. There's just so many options to pick the right ones are hard.
That was so scary for Robin, actually. I'm so surprised that he's taking this line. Robin rolled almost to 0 there, almost to just not see a single Yasuo, right? He had the duplicator already online, had a bunch of Yasuos, just needed the headliner. But even still, even now that he's gotten to this point, he's not quite stable yet. Yes, has 3 good items to slam, actually 3 fantastic items to slam. Maybe IE would have been a little bit better over the Deathblade, but that's still fine. Robin really needs to come back though, and you can't generally do that playing from this economic disadvantage with Yasuo. It will fall off sooner than other 1-star carries, especially because he hasn't been able to stack that attack damage up very well yet. But something like Tiny Titans might help him out and give him a little bit more of that time.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I was like, well, it could actually really buy him out of this right now.
Yeah, perfect.
Titans, like the thing that's really kind of scaring me a little bit about this right now is that he doesn't have any stacks on the Yasuo right now. So we missed a few rounds of stacks on this Yasuo potentially because it does really well when you're able to find this like on creeps, for instance, and then you slam an item on him. And then while you might lose streak throughout stage 2, the point is he's taking out some units. So you're buying a little bit of extra health and at the same time you're building up some extra stacks. That's usually a big one's coming in. Last time we saw Robinsons have to go on this 5-loss streak, it did not end well. But this time he's hit. This time he's able to pad the life total because he's found the Tiny Titans at this point now as well. This is a major difference from the previous reroll game that Robin was at. And the thing that Robin does, we know that he does this, is that he knows the spots and when you're supposed to go for them right now. This was, I think, a great call for what's happening right now. And I frankly think like because he's hit it this time, he really has a strong chance to find himself in a good top 4 position and push through to the next lobby.
Yeah, especially because of Titans, I'm right there with you. I think without that, it would have been a lot scarier. The Yasuo is going to be really good in stage 3, but in stage 4, that is when I'm scared. But Robin now will be giving himself more time to get these true damages online and cap out his board with more edgelords, right? You can have dual carries with a Viego perhaps in the late game as well. Even an Aoki does really well, of course, in this true damage style of play. Robin, again, just needs to get there, though.
I also want to point out that Jen and I were doing some prep and we were watching Robin's stream, and he was running this, had that tier 3 Yasuo at the time, and I think ended up in 5th. So, and I think it was probably very similar as to why you guys are saying that it could happen. Maybe we locked it in a little bit too late. The stacks aren't there. We're going to develop stacks, right? It is still a really strong unit, even though we're at 3-3. But like you said, Khroen, people do catch up to this Yasuo, and that catch up is going to be quicker the longer it takes for this tier 3 to get there. But we got it at 3-1. It's obviously doing okay for now. This Urgot, though, is almost gaining health, you know, after every auto attack, right? double Triforce Titans. That Urgot is a beefy. Gonna go to the buffet, eat some seafood later. You know, with that Urgot.
Let's erase the T, replace it with the D. He's Urgot right now.
Yeah.
In stage 3, being fully itemized Urgot 2. Like, it's just such a strong mid-game unit, Admirable.
I mean, you're just got to be kidding me. Like, there's just no way. It's so good.
I can't forgive you for that one.
The problem seeing with that now is that like Robin is like expecting this big win streak. It just immediately gets disrupted by like one of the most powerful things you can see on stage 2, like realistically see anyway. Like, you know, sometimes people make, you know, 2-star 4 cost, for instance. It's extremely rare. But when it happens, you're like, oh no. But this is like, this is not a joke either. Like, honestly, this feels like it's on par with some of them, where it's like you have 2 Infinity Forces on this, a Titans, and it's a headliner. Like, what?
Gross.
When is Aegon gonna lose? Like, so this is a real question right now. He may be able to catapult ahead and be like the perfect game on this one. I don't think I've ever seen one of these in competitive play in terms of actually winning out.
4-2 submit to the pit. Anyone? Do you want to see that one? Because I do.
And you know, all those guides literally came out in like the last 48 hours on how to play this particular comp, the submit to the pit with Urgot being protected around. I think Lux gets on there at the end. I don't know if that's what we're gonna end up fully seeing, but you know, one can hope. But you know, a lot of hope on the line right now. Remember, just gonna set the stakes just real quick. We are gonna get a 50% cut after this, after already doing a 50% cut before this lobby. So we will know the final 8 after this. So there's only gonna be one opportunity in playing a comp like this Urgot, right? We might as well call it, you know, King Crab or something like that, right? In order to get you there. And if it's not gonna get you there as the win, right? You know, it's gonna get you there so it can give you an opportunity to get to that dub, right, Admiral?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the top 8 right now being at 29 points, tied 4 ways. Setsuko, Kyvix, Aegon, Noster, they all have 29 points, and the next one is Ramcat with 27. And then it goes to 26, 25, and then a 3-way tie for 24. Khroen is at the bottom with 23. So we have an aggressive cut that's coming in for the final lobby right now, and it's looking like it's going to be around that 33-point mark, and then some tiebreaker stuff can come into effect there, kind of depending on how the lobbies fall out. So this is an aggressive cut. It means a lot, but this is like what we were talking about at the start of the show right now, which is how does this change the lobbies and how they work out? Like, some people have to play for first place finishes, and that's really the only option that they have, because you have to finish big or it's over. So that's really the big question, is like how you can end up pacing your lobby based on all of those variables right now, and can you find an edge anywhere within those? You know, I think a lot of those edges that are happening because people have to play in certain ways, there's just no way you can know them. Like, there's such subtle and nuanced things that you never come across. It's like, you know, why even try to look for them at that point? Just play the way you would normally play for a first place finish, because that's clearly going to be your best way to get them. And sometimes
100%. Khroen, one of those players who needs a big finish here, has the march of progress, needs to find a level 7 comp to stabilize with, and he is looking and rolling and rolling. It's a headliner Mordekaiser, but no, I don't think it's going to be exactly what he's looking for. He already does have a pair of Mords, though. Could go into a Pensacola direction with that in mind, but no, keeps on rolling.
That's very interesting to me, because I will say that the Sentinel Mordekaiser is a very powerful one to come across.
still could pick up something like a Kale. Doesn't have the items for it though, so yeah, just gonna pass that one out. Found a Yone past that too. It's like, what is Khroen looking for here?
It looks like, I feel like he's passed almost all of the headliners. I mean, at this point in time, you know what I mean? Does Khroen know what he's looking for?
There we go.
All right, that's the ribbon.
Okay.
There it is.
Yeah, had the 8-bit units that could have given us a little bit of a clue there. Has an open cloak, 2 open cloaks actually, which is perfect because you can make 1 BT right now and save the last one for a QSS. We've solved the puzzle, guys. We got there. It is still not going to be strong enough for right now, as Khroen's going to take a big loss up against Robin Songs, who has found a little bit of a win streak there after getting it snapped by that Urgot.
I do think you pay the gold there to hang on to the Lucian as well. That's something that eventually goes into, I think, your composition at this point. And then finishing on the gold augment here. And we're going to see the farmer's perspective and what they're going to roll down for now. This we're going to go back to Rainplosion, who's making these augment choice still. 4-2 ends up being like a huge point of a lobby, and I think especially one for the way that this tempo is panning out as well. Kind of everyone is getting pushed a little bit because of the prismatic. It's like, what do you have to do and where can you go? What can you actually make of it at this point? And Rainplosion is really in the tank about this one, because I'm looking at these and none of these feel like super impactful augments. None of them feel like a direction that like really goes in. They just all feel like something, and it's like, I don't really want something. I want some good stuff right now. But Rainplosion went for the Katarina reroll in this game, so her composition is pretty good. But the reason that the Unified here is such a big question is because of the positioning. Like, we have like an awkward KDA positioning to begin with, so like now you just have to take one off of the cell so that way you can get the Unified benefit. Probably worth it at the end of the day, because you know defensive stats are really good once you kind of get these high damage carries online. And now I'm curious if the pressure that this is going to deliver is going to be enough to have just a major top 4 finish here from Rain. She's at 30 points, so looking pretty good at this point. Just like don't bottom 3 and everything's looking pretty good.
Yeah, Rain with that Katarina headliner, the Crowd Diver. We haven't seen it come out that much this weekend, but is able to play 3 country with it. That Crowd Diver not being available to go to 6 Crowd Diver, unfortunately, which is this comp does cap out around with pretty heavily. The thing is, though, how much can Rain carry this forward? Can she not find the Z2 right now? And is that going to be her detriment? Because so many people level up to 8 at forward to try to hit big, massive boards. So as you take a look around and see what players have hit, the farmer, nothing too crazy, and Aoki though is okay, but no dual carry thing besides for that Senna right now, which wants to transfer into an Ezreal soon, but the farmer found 0 Ezreals.
Yeah, use the Aoki for just a rental unit at this point. You have 0 gold sitting in the tank right now, so you have to make what you can get out of it. True damage Aoki. Certainly not a bad way to go on it. I wanted to touch on the point of the country Aoki for the reroll there on Rainplosion's side. I was reading on some of the EU stats of this one, and Lelouch actually tweeted out of like buy and sell a country Katarina, and then buy and sell a country Katarina, and then don't hit the Crowd Diver Katarina, and like GG. And I was like, why the heck would you pass the country Katarina? If you're playing reroll Katarina, like, take it, make a 3-star one, and keep going with it, man. Like, this is, you gotta go right now. Like, how much gold could you possibly have in order to justify those kind of sales? Is like really my thought on it. Like, if I see a headliner for a unit that I'm re-rolling for, I kind of just take it and go.
It reminds me of like in, Riot's other game, their secondary game, League of Legends. Sometimes when like you're playing that game and people like wait for an ultimate to come and they wait for like that 4 or 5 man ult, and so they just don't ult like ever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It kind of gives that to me. I think that's just our TFT version. Is Aegon now gonna roll down Khroen?
Huge. Aegon hitting the Heartsteel Ezreal. It's exactly what he wanted. Comes up big. Doesn't even have the blue buff, but it's okay. Infinity Force is going to be really, really good there. Same with the Kayn there. Aegon continuing to impress, I think, this weekend. Clutches up what he needs to. Did that yesterday to make it into day number 4. And is putting himself in a really good spot here still in first place in HP in this lobby. And is, if he, continues on this one, is going to make it into the top 8.
This is like the Aegon form that we're used to, right? It's when he wants to play, like Aegon's gonna play, and we're seeing that now in this tournament. Now, granted, he still has 6 Heartsteel in play. He's like still figuring out this board, like little ticks and stuff, but he has the time to go with that. I think that's what's really happening here is he has time to still find more to make of this board right now. Obviously, 5 Heartsteel I think is still going to be too much to have him play for super long time. So the question is, when does he swap that and go down to like the 3 Heartsteel point? That's really the question I have about this board, because we still need a little bit more power to really bring this all together, but it doesn't feel that far away.
No, not that far away. Do need to replace things like the Tom Kench. I think that's the biggest thing. We can still drop to 5 Heartsteel, take that Aphelios out, which he does right now. But as soon as this next cash out happens, then yeah, we can consider selling things like the Khroen, like the Yone as well. Although this Khroen is solid as 3 items, but if we say upgrade like a Zed or upgrade a Viego, that's where the items want to be.
I want to upgrade the Khroen.
I want to upgrade myself. You know, let's see how this fight's gonna go, though. We have a static Shiv on the Ahri in the backline, so that's just gonna be trying to help something like the Seraphine try to push a little bit more damage. But the thing about Seraphine is you can position against it. We've already seen how, especially in the late game, you put 2 separate clumps, it really neuters the damage from that Seraphine. But you know, we're gonna be going to another item round right now. This lobby has started to, you know, sprint in terms of power level, with Nostr the only one taking a streak into this round. And you ask, you shall receive. That's who we're going to be riding along with right now. And that's going to be that Ahri and Seraphine we just saw. So Admirable, I'm kind of seeing this Ahri as just like an enabler at this point for the Seraphine.
Oh, I think that Ahri is a really underestimated unit, like literally because of just it's hard to make the most of it. I don't think that this is like a huge carry unit outside of a couple different spots, but really the big point of this is like I think that NA has been underestimating Seraphine reroll like by a lot. I think that every time I look at like other regions' results, Seraphine is very often played as a reroll champion, and NA has not really put this together, but Nostr has recognized this, and Nostr has been using this a lot and having a tremendous amount of success with this so far. To see it in this lobby right here, honestly, I'm still not surprised by it. I've constantly been impressed by what I've seen.
Oh, Echo 3!
And he's still finding success with it. This is a major upgrade. This front line is so stacked right now. Honestly, Nostr might be able to run away with this game at this point because his board is just huge. It's going to be really tough to break through this Echo.
All right, let's see if they're going to be able to do that. That first ult has already gone through a lot of damage, attempting to go onto the Echo, but that double gargoyles, a lot of people are focusing the Echo right now. It's going to be able to eat a couple Caitlyn ults, and even with that Giant Slayer, so does exactly what Echo is supposed to do, take that round. You know, maybe we get one more unit. Not quite. Khroen's going to fall, but, you know, that's exactly what we expected, pretty much, Khroen. There's really nothing, you know, surprising about that.
That was an Echo 3 diff. Nostr had so much gold, was 1 Echo off of that whole round, had to even sell off a Blitzcrank pair just to buy it there at the end. That was really intense, but comes up huge. It's so hard in Seraphine reroll to find upgraded frontline units like a Nico and like an Echo because they're so contested usually, especially the Echo, but Nostr hitting that is so massive. That, you know, literally was the difference in that last fight. He would have lost if that front line was just a little bit less tanky, but Aegon here going for a big Heartsteel cash out.
Still doesn't have the Riven 3. It feels like he's been right on the brink of this the entire game.
Oh, it's so rough.
He's up against a Heartsteel like this. You're supposed to win this, right? He's on Heartsteel. Thank you. Oh, Khroen is just like, please, I need to win this game. Give me the Riven 3. Let me win out.
Well, let's not forget, he rolled 30 gold to find the initial chosen Riven, bro.
Yeah, he did, and having this kind of low roll spot here feels really bad. He has to high roll just one more Riven, right? That's all you need. But Aegon here in this cash out here started pumping XP into level 9, so Aegon's ready to really cap this board out, and we could even see Admirable that Khroen turning into a Khroen too, depending on this cash out is a lot of gold or components. 2 spatulas, Tactician's crown for free.
This is like an augment. Oh my gosh!
Huge.
He is huge right now.
He has to roll though, because he didn't actually get any gold there. He can't really level up like he wanted to. Has to pivot this board at level 8, and so it's less likely he's actually going to hit these units that he wants to. It's only a Zed one on this board, only a Zac one on the board, as well as a Ziggs one and Caitlyn one. So Aegon still has a lot of work to do here.
All right, has the work been enough? You know, sometimes you get 32 hours, you work those 32 hours, you go home, and you know what? That's just fine. Let's see if Aegon's going to be able to do that, but it's not looking good so far. That Katarina is doing some good work. I know Jen, I think that was the comp yesterday that Jen went over and is probably really excited to see. But, you know, with those crowd divers, you know, as we get into the late game, they get stronger as time goes on. So their peak power is probably starting to fall just a little bit, but we, you know, still have some opportunities to push for those wins because of just those stats in that crowd diver synergy anyway. Khroen, what's up?
I mean, a couple of things. Firstly, the crowd diver, it'll be actually being denied by Aegon. So Rainplosion cannot grab that. That's huge. But also, a couple eliminations. Kuramex falling and the farmer as well. Those people who needed to get into the top 4 to get to regionals. And it looks like their run is unfortunately over here.
You know, you're saying that Aegon's taking this to deny, but I mean, he just uses this.
Yeah, he does use it. Yeah. It's multi-purpose for sure.
I'm down for a third crowd diver too, by the way. I mean, I'll take him. Just more crowd divers to play every single step of the way. I will say that he does need more gas to really get this going right now. Like, he needs more stuff in place. Sure, he's got 10 units to play. He's got a lot of stuff, but you have to 2-star some stuff. Like, units that are holding items like Zed, this Zac, like, these need to be upgraded. If you don't upgrade them, they can get taken out really quickly. So I'm looking at like this EDM Zac, for instance. You can't just sell this Ezreal because you need stuff in play. You need it all to work, and I feel like that's the thing that's missing right now for Aegon.
All right, let's see if Aegon's going to be able to pull this off. Is that upgrade going to be enough, or is he going to downgrade himself out of this lobby? So far, that Ziggs is starting to push some damage. Good ult from that Ezreal, and it's not that close as we take Protect Scroll out instead in what could have been just an elimination round in general. So unfortunately, Protect Scroll falls in 6th place, but does make the top 16. We'll see what happens for the rest of our players here. So now we get a little bit of a reset. I feel like the energy has changed just a little bit. The comps are starting to get here. And, you know, to put into perspective, this comp here, when we first like really were riding along with Robin's songs, we're like, oh, he's got no stacks. We were really telling the truth. In stage 4, he only had 30-something% extra attack damage and is probably sitting around 60 to 70 right now and has taken 4 consecutive losses.
Yeah, it's sitting at 30 points right now. So it's still looking at a pretty solid spot to make the top 8 right now. He needed to not go bottom. He needed to really not go bottom 3. So that's been accomplished right now. Sitting at 17 HP. He's still got a decent board. Oh no, this is not who I wanted to run into right now, Khroen.
Oh no, Noster. Too strong, maybe.
All right, is Noster going to be too strong? Are those... Oh, the Yasuo's in the back line. We're on the Ahri, so just 1 unit remaining, but it's going to be that tier 3 Echo. It's going to take a little while, but let's go ahead and see who's going to end up taking this out. Just the next unit might be enough, and it's going to be the Yasuo thanks to that execute. So that was pretty close, but Robin is going to take the dub anyway, Admirable.
Yeah, that is a big round, actually. The getting to the back line in that spot was really important, and honestly kind of speaks to the volume of positioning and how much you can make a difference when you just simply have an edgelord unit in play. Like, being able to hop past a unit and then have the potential to like re-aggro to something behind it, that is absolutely what ends up making a difference in spots like this, is that Yasuo getting to the back line and able to take out a 3-star carry because it's just simply vulnerable. Doesn't have anything to back it up. Like, that's honestly a lot of times how these melee types of compositions end up winning rounds, is that it takes some time, but these melee units find their way to the back line and then take out key carries.
Yeah, 100%. Robin Songs is in a pretty unique position here where he had a couple of options. He could have either chose to roll at 8 for these upgrades, which he has a lot of upgrades to go, or go level 9 with only a little bit of gold and try to tap out the board that way, right? Put this Zed in. Looks like the upgrades are not coming through, unfortunately, but Robin is a player, I think, who's very, very calculated always in these kind of decision making. Say, hey, if I'm gonna get 5th place, that's really not much better than a 4th or a 3rd. I need to go level 9 to improve my chances for a top 1 or 2, just so I can, you know, get a 1st place in this tournament. He's really locked in for regionals, so really just wants to go big here in this matchup and is going against this Heartsteel Ezreal.
Oh, actually takes down the Kiana, I think, before an item pass gets to go through, so a little less stats for our red side here. We're already trying to get into the backline, but Yasuo gets a little bit distracted by the Zac and the bouncing, but it's still 1 unit remaining. It looks like we're probably hitting close to 90% when it comes to Robin Songs on that Yasuo, so he might be past where he might have been most vulnerable, but, you know, a good, you know, focus fire on something like an Ahri, good positioning to lock up the Yasuo, get some focus fire there, could spell doom for Robin, but that's 2 round wins in a row and about no gold. So in this position, we're kind of just waiting, hoping that other people don't get stronger. Khroen?
Which they are. Replay hit the Yorick 2, Nostr hit a Lulu 2. Don't know how big that is, but surely for Replay, the Yorick 2 is a huge deal. Admirable. We were talking about that unit a lot last game.
Yeah, Lulu's just a strong. It's a strong unit if all these caster comps are viable. It's just for a long time it felt like that they weren't viable. Just the other comps were too strong. It wasn't the AP comps were too weak. It's that the other ones were too strong. And now that isn't the case, you can actually end up using it. As we get a glimpse of Replay's board now, where it just really feels like everything has come together at this point. This is a really tough board to beat, but once again, it's the Yasuo getting to the backline. If this Yasuo isn't getting to the backline, these are such hard positions.
Oh my god, this fight's so close.
Saving these games right now.
Edge of Night indeed, Boop. Like you're saying, that's the savior for Yasuo here. These close rounds, man. That's why it's one of the best slot items for him.
All right, sometimes that's all you need. That's it. It's the Edge of Night. That little bit of extra time you get from there. We saw Edge of Night Riven do kind of a similar thing. It's just sometimes the timing of that Karthus ult makes it so that Edge of Night becomes hyper valuable. But now we're rolling down again here, Admirable. KDA, Akali, gonna get skipped.
Nostr feels pretty locked in right now. Like, this is like pretty quick.
2 more Aries.
Just very quick motions that he was going through like instantly right away. And it's like, I feel like that he is just so locked in and ready. Like, he feels to me like this might be the most powerful Nostr that we've had in tournaments like ever. Like, this is 2 Aries off. We have Hyper Pop on Ari, which is just an unbelievable emblem to have him play right now. His front line is about as strong as you can possibly get. It's like a solo tank on Echo with 2 stone plates equipped. He's got a 3-star caster that's like just no one else is contested, so he's hitting this super early right now. He is so close to this board, hitting just unbeatable state that this is like, we are watching Nostr right now in like Exodia form. Like, is this the tournament that Noster's going to do?
Wow.
Huge double elimination on that one, as it's going to be -2 is going to get that 5th, and then the -1 is going to take it down. That is a huge deal in terms of this lobby, as Rain, Aegon, and Nostr remain.
That is big. Rain coming to this game at 30 points in a comfortable spot. Aegon as well, similarly, but with 29. Nostr also coming in with this game at 29. They're all at the top of the standings here. Really, it was Protextual, the Farmer, and Khroen needing a big game, but none of them did. But now that we're at our top 3, still every single placement point matters. It's not just getting into that top 8, right? It's setting yourself up to be in the lead and find that last game to claim the Heartsteel Cup crown. And this could be the final fight of this game.
Yeah, Aegon here is just everyone's board is so stacked right now. I've been talking about how just Nostr is in such peak form right now. Thankfully, this is the Ghost that Aegon is fighting, so it's just not quite the same power level as we see from the other board. So this is very, very important for Aegon here, because he's not going to get knocked out in this round. Very important. Rain gets knocked out in 3rd place here. I wanted to talk about Replay getting knocked out in 5th place now, where that knocks his average for the day down to a 2.5. I believe it is. He's averaging
only a
2.5 points a game that he's been earning thus far, and it is just unbelievable how well Replay has been in form right now. It's just so many players feel like that they are having an ultimate tournament at the moment. Nostr still has multiple hits left to take. He's just got all the gold in the world because of this March of Progress. He's got great augments to go with it. It's like perfect items that he has, everything sitting here. He's just sitting 2 Aries away. Like, this is the big point right now. For me, the big question, honestly, is right here. Is like, are you supposed to skip the Aries at this point, take the Ziggs, and hope that you get there? There's only a couple fights left, but I guess if you can't win them at this point, it's, is the Ziggs going to make a difference, or is it going to be the RE3 that you need?
This could be the last fight that Echo has been taking and eating damage like it's been breakfast and nutrients for him to survive. But that might be a little bit too much here. Might be a little bit too much focus fire. Those double gargoyles, not a lot of people actually were focusing him down on that specific battle. It's going to be a 1v1 here to end. Tactical goes down. No, as Nostr falls 17-13, going into stage 7, meaning 1 round to see who wins this lobby. Oh, Aegon, Nostr 11. It could be anybody, Khroen.
Yeah, that was super, super close. Did lock the shop, found the Ziggs to upgrade, and especially because There's the PvE neutral round here. We get some more items. Could either put that onto the Ziggs or Lulu as or the Lulu as well. But the 2 hyper pop, right? That's, or excuse me, 3 hyper pop, because the emblem, that's huge for all the Seraphine and Ahri to get that attack speed, right? Especially Ahri. Just a couple autos means she gets all that damage out there. No duplicator, no high rolling in that regard for Noster. Does get offered a Blitzcrank too, but no, really it's rolling for the Ahri. Not hitting it, unfortunately. A pair of Sonas, but it might be a little bit too late, yeah, to focus on that Ahri. So trying to hit that Sona. Egg on the other hand, not too much to do with this board. Does not hit the Ziggs 2, unfortunately. No Lucian 2 either. Just has to make do with a TG on this Kiana, which it does roll some really, really good items here. Needs to position it well, though, into that Echo, and does so.
This is the last fight of the round. Is that Echo going to be able to take all that damage? Once again, the Kiana has already gotten an item onto that Misfortune and is already starting to get more stats. And now all of a sudden, Echo is with his own backline. That means some of these ults like that Ziggs is going to hit the backline themselves and cause a little bit more damage. And it looks like Aegon has an insane advantage in this fight so far. Echo does fall, and it's going to be Shark Sunday once again as Aegon is going to take the dub for that lobby, guys. Aegon, a couple times, like as the day goes on, seems to find those victories a little bit more frequently, but you got to give the man props. Took a bit of a time off, has been just like a good stellar part of the community, and now coming back in the competitive and doing this well. Khroen, you've been, we've all been around for a while, and seeing someone like Aegon, participate, leave, come back, and then do this, like how hard is that to do?
It is really hard, especially with as long of a break as Aegon took. It's like some players take a set off or half a set, right? But Aegon coming back and having this amount of dominance is really, really special. And to see him make these really, really clutch decisions in the end game, like he did that Kiana in front of the Echo at the end, that made the whole entire difference. Made a kind of close fight not be close at all. Echo is with his own backline there at the end, and Aegon executing in that kind of regard, not being juked, not swapped up, anything like that. But that's what separates a good player from a great player, and Aegon, of course, is a great player.
Yeah, I want to follow that up with Noster now, right? We've talked about Noster a lot. Was the interview yesterday. Got that VOD review with Dan as well. But now coming in, Admirable, you said the words, and I agree. This is potentially the best Noster has ever played. What do you think is the difference between now and before?
Mental. I think it's all mental. And I think he's talked about that a lot and how his mental affected tiny little things in his play. I think he's cleared it up a lot, and I think it shows. I think in that one, maybe a little bit of slack there. I'm like, well, Kiana's maybe you definitely one you got to dodge in that spot. It's an easy one to slip your mind, though. It's like I think now that he saw it, he's like, oh, right. Maybe I need to clean that one. I think he's happy that he's fighting himself in the final lobby, though, and unlikely to make a huge difference. I think he just needs another big performance here in this final lobby, and he could bring one home.
I think that goes to show when you're really good at something, sometimes the last finishing touches on being great has nothing to do with the game itself. So I think Noster is trying to really figure that out, understanding how good mindset is. But we have 8 players remaining. We're going to see who those 8 people are after the break. We'll see you soon. Okay.
The suspense, the drama.
I DJ at different shows, there is no greater high that I get than doing anything else. Because when I leave that stage, I am bursting with endorphins. Gaming is also another high. You got your headset on, you're listening, you're talking, it's strategy, and there's a lot of adrenaline. Gaming has always been a constant through my life, even before music. My dad, he was traveling the world, and I was raised by my mom, and gaming.
Let's go! Hey, God, he's our man. I have the slippers. Let's go. Boop, mute. I'm not done with you. But hey, we had a fun lobby. We had Yasuo 3 for the first time and in the penultimate lobby. And even Noster falling back to a Seraphine reroll to an Echo 3. That was great to see. Man, it's all coming down to this final lobby, but I thoroughly enjoyed that one.
I did too, and we even got a couple of other surprises there, like maybe almost the RE 3-star. We got to see your Katarina crowd divers pop off there from Rain. The only thing that I feel like I still have left on my bingo card, Lemonkiwi, is good old Crab Rave. Can somebody please give us Crab Rave for our final game of the day? I would be so pleased.
I thought we were going in a King Crab direction with that kind of Chad Urgot that we had in that game. So we got a little bit of crab action there, but Aegon at the top as the Ezreal rats are at it again. But Aegon being in a throne position where I feel like he hasn't, and you know, he's been in so many tournaments, but finally he gets to be at the top of a lobby like this with very consistent top finishes and with compositions that are very hard to execute.
Yeah, one of the first times I remember seeing Aegon was at the NA regional finals for the Fates set, and he ended up actually getting the final lobby of that tournament. But it's really great to see Aegon back in peak form here. I think another player that we really need to give some kudos to is Replay. That is a player that I think a lot of people had some doubts about after winning a TFT championship and then coming back and not quite being able to follow up that success with successes he was proud of and happy with in terms of performances. So I think Replay can also pat himself on the back for this one because he really needed to have a good tournament finish this weekend in order to have another shot at going to the championships again. And he has earned himself that spot.
And our players have maybe earned themselves one last chance and one last game, but just to highlight our top four, of course, you did just witness in Lobby 1, Aegon going first, Noster second, Reimplosion third, and Robinson's fourth. The other lobby that we didn't get to watch on broadcast, Weijin Iverson with first, Robbie Van Knob with second, Setsuko with third, and Dishsoap with fourth, where we're gonna crunch down the standings. But who were you most worried about or excited about? Like, that last game had a lot of stakes to it.
I mean, there was one player that I was looking at, Khroen, that if you have all of the dominoes and stars align, there was maybe a very small margin of a chance that if Khroen was able to get a first place in that game, he would have had a shot at going to the NA regional finals. But without being able to make that final lobby, Khroen's season is likely over. Unless the qualifier points are able to add up in a way that help him get there, there's only 10 spots for players to fill with those qualifier point totals between KDA Cup and the Heartsteel Cup. So just very, very slim chances there. So it's disappointing because Khroen is one of those players that will always be at the top of the tables. And so to see his season end here is definitely one that we're looking forward to seeing what he does next.
Yeah, no more Khroen L's. We need to see Khroen W's from here on out, whether it's not going to be this set, the next set, whatever it is. We know Khroen has so much potential as a player. Yes.
He's so capable. I think what's surprising is that he's coming off of 2 incredibly impressive victories in just this last set. And so, still in very peak form and has so much to offer when it comes to high competitive level TFT in North America. It just sadly will not be this set.
Well, we have to salute all of our fallen players and warriors because we are saying goodbye to half of our 16 players. So I'm not going to get my crusty tools out to give you a drum roll. Let's show our standings to see who is going to the final lobby. And there you have it. Replay, Aegon, Lemon VIP, Rainplosion, Noster, Setsuko, Robin Songs, and Billy can carry Rose.
Wow.
Oh, that is a tight race. 33 points, a little tiebreaker between Robbie Van Knob and Billy too.
Yes, this is awesome to see. First of all, huge congratulations to Robin Songs. This is a player that narrowly missed out on the final lobby of KDA Cup, got 9th at that tournament. So to be able to see him make a final lobby here, I know he's worked really hard for this opportunity. Billy Can Carry and Lemon VIP also have a shot to go to NA Regional Finals. They need to finish in the top 4 of this event, but it is possible. Everybody has a shot here with all of these players. So I cannot wait to see how this final game is going to go, because I'm looking at who can get those top 4 spots. Can Lemon VIP and Billy Can Carry secure one of those to go to the regional finals? And how do the qualifier points shake out from there? So much on the line for this final game, not to mention the prize money, of course.
Yeah, this is a huge final lobby. It all comes down to this, folks. $12,000 in prize pool shmoney, where everyone in this lobby is getting a piece of it. But how big is that piece of pie? You're gonna have to find out. And the top 4 in points go to the regional finals. I'm excited to jump into this last one. So let's go to our casters to bring you through it. It's Khroen, Boop, and Admirable.
Let's go, everybody. It is the last lobby of the Heartsteel Cup, as my bros have said on the analyst desk. Just like Lemon said, I'm Boopasaurus here at Admirable and Khroen to bring you this TriCast for this final lobby. You know, stakes are well done right now. There are a couple people who absolutely need to get that first top 4 in order to make it into regionals. There is no other option for a couple of our players. Some of our players might just be playing for money, but when you have all of them in one little lobby, Khroen, then hype will come out of that.
The money, the title, the regional spots, and looking forward to Worlds, it all comes down to this last game. For some of these players, they need to have a good one or their set is going to be over. The intensity could not be higher, as we have our final 8 here. Replay leading the pack, but only 6 points separates these players. Admirable, we got a stacked final lobby here.
It's anyone can be in the top 4, and this is one of those things I love to see right now. You know, we've come into these final lobbies and seen just like huge point disparities, where like if the player is in 8th place, they're like, oh, they have to get first, and this player has to get second, and then this player has to get third. Like, no, almost anybody can find themselves in a top 4 spot at this point because the points are so tightly packed in these spots. But I'm just so glad right now. We're actually getting crab right on the line.
It's happening. Literally, regional spots might be decided by a dancing crab, guys. Admirable. Are you feeling hype? Are you feeling it?
I don't know what I feel right now. I'm scared. I have like an 0-6 record versus that crab. How do you beat it?
Undefeated crab coming through. Stage 5 crab. It's gonna be taking some names in this game, Boop.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Crab Rave to end off the Cup Series for North American TFT for Set 10. Remember, folks, I'm going to keep saying it. We will know our North American regionals players, and all of those players will get a chance to represent the North American region at World Champions and say that you were the #1 player in Set 10. So these crabs are going to be dancing all over the place. I wish I could sing the song, but I can't. But let's see where these items are going to go to. That means this early game is going to be pretty accelerated, Khroen.
100%. We get more resources. We get the economy online. Billy Can Carry. A phenomenal run to make it to the final 8. But let's see if he can carry for just one more. It's so hard from Billy's spot to make it into the top 4, actually, because he's 2 points behind at least everybody else. But I think there is a world where it can happen. A lot of specific things need to kind of shape up for that to be the case. But hey, Billy has clutched before, so I think there is room for him to do it here again.
Oh, I'm still not getting over the fact that we're on this portal.
I know, man.
Regional representatives. That's
end
wild.
The Heartsteel Cup. What a way to end the day.
I know. It's named after, you know, the gambling synergy, right? But now we're going to be able to include even more variability in all of this. Another thing that you're seeing here, just 1 unit necessary in order to take down these crabs, so you can be a little bit more conservative, making sure that you get into round 1 with potentially 20 gold. You know that you're going to get a gold from these crabs as well. So that's pretty predictable, and already usually we're only used to seeing those 3 item components, and we already have 4 now for Aegon, and that just goes to show how accelerated this early game is going to be. It's probably going to be pretty quick, which is why the crab does end up taking down a lot of people. First augments, Admirable.
I was about to say, I was like, wow, is he really going to pass a pair of Nars? Here on the 1-4,
Nope.
I was like, oh gosh. I was like, he is really willing to take this one. He's like, no, I want the 20 gold. Okay, I want the pair of Nars. I'm glad he ended up going that direction with it. It can be a very powerful start with this one. We saw that they were on the choice for these as well. They ended up going with the Forge in this one. For Lemon Vip, it is the Death Blade and the cut above on Urgot. I feel like this is very thematic for the portal at the moment, and there's a unit I could pick to put this on in the early stage, Khroen. I'm pretty sure it's Urgot.
Yeah, I was almost thinking, is Lemon VIP going to just slam a Titans plus a Gunblade for the Urgot, just make him into that beast of an early game carry? The decision from Lemon is to not do that, it seems like. Just wants to slam a Crown Guard, wanting some more frontline, but the frontline is only on a Vi 1 though, so kind of interesting decision there. As move over to Rainplosion, it looks like here.
All right, so what I'm actually curious about, guys, is are there any comps that actually suffer from these accelerated starts? Like, are we going to see maybe less of, say, some reroll comps, Khroen?
Yeah, I think there's actually, that's a great question, because with all these influx of resources for the whole lobby, it means we're going to be able to push to level 9, level 10 faster, get these, 4 cost, 5 cost comps online that will be outcapping the rerolls, right? Rerolls excel when you can hit your big tempo spike in the mid game and hit other players really, really hard, force them to have to roll down level 8. Maybe, maybe they can go level 9 still, but it really does put the pressure on them to not cap out their boards as much as they usually could with all of these free resources that they're getting in the early game here with Crab Brave.
Yeah, I'd say the one caveat to that is if you're able to turbo your reroll, like if you have to hard commit to it and stay there for a bit, no, it's not going to work. But if you can hit it really fast because you're stacking 50 gold right away, that can make a difference, because so many of the two cost rerolls right now, they do want to continue to add stuff before it just takes them forever to do it. So I'm kind of curious to see if anyone's willing to take that risk. So maybe they have the headliner and they already have 3 more on their bench, because that's just kind of the way things worked out. I think it's going to be pretty rare that somebody chooses to go that direction. I think it's more determined by the circumstance more so than it is by someone being like, oh, I have the items for this and I have a decent amount of gold. Maybe I can go this way. I think it's much more about did you have the items, and did you find the unit, and did you find the headliner, and do you have the gold for it, and you only need a few more of them. It's so many things in place that it feels almost like you're not playing a reroll anymore at that point. You just happen to find a 3-star.
I totally get it. Just a quick little props. You got to give a little bit of credit for replay and Aegon going 1-2 going into this lobby with no bonus points. When 5 out of 8 at the top, more than half of the top 8 came in with bonus points, but the top 2 haven't. That's been the kind of get day that we have had so far today. So let's see if this Olaf is going to continue the streak for Robin, who played Yasuo in that last game. Pretty well, got in a little bit late. It was good enough to get here, as Billy Can't Carry is going to take the L. And the thing about Billy Can't Carry, just like you said, Khroen, Billy can't really win unless some other things happen, right? But nothing is impossible just yet. Aegon sitting in 8th place, everyone looking up at 2 Mr. 100s and replay and Robin songs. Admirable, we're about to see what everyone has picked in terms of items, in terms of augments. Here they are. What are you looking at?
Well, Billy Can Carry went with That's Jazz Baby, which this can definitely be a powerful augment, but it is inherently a reroll augment at the end of the day. When you get this much more gold boosted, again, I kind of set the parameters for what's going on with it. I think it can be pretty difficult to do this because they're sacrificing the tempo early game, and because everyone has so much more, a lot of times when it's happening is they put a lot more in play. You're still focused on finding your way to that one direction, and you kind of can get blinded and focus a lot more on gold. And that can be something that really ends up hurting in a spot like that. So to me, one of the things to look at with this is that Was this really the time to go for it? I'm kind of curious because it still feels like it's pretty powerful. You can still go with MF or you can go with Bard. I think Bard tends to be a little bit more powerful in general. You can hit it more often. MF's a lot more contested, those sorts of things. But just having to commit that to that much early on, this feels like a lot. As Replay has a salvage bin here, which I've seen Replay and Dish Soap be two of the cleanest players I've ever seen with salvage bin. It's something I wanted to highlight. And then the last point I wanted to make is, you know, with the Replay coming in such a dominant performance on this one, I want to thank Nekkra and Lemonkiwi for continuing to provide live updates on points and scores and circumstances that would be provided and how they can change for the way players will finish and if that affects their regional invitation or not.
Yeah, it's really likely that Replay in getting to the top 8 has locked his spot, but, you know, still needs to play for as many placement points as possible. Could still, with the first place here, even a second place, guarantee a win on the whole event. And that would be great to cement, you know, his legacy even further, coming into winning a world championship and then not having the success that people expected right after. It's like, okay, where does Replay sit amongst all of these NA players, right? Coming into this event, Replay ranked himself first out of the whole field, out of so many fantastic players, and he had that confidence coming into this event, and he is making it really, really work, right? He's not disappointing anybody right now. He's not want to say overperforming because he thought he would be here, right? And he's just doing it. He's doing it right now.
What is more kind of like confidence than calling your own shot? Right,
exactly.
Something like this, especially in a high variable game. I know it was a little memey, right, when they were going over it, but you know, sometimes you have to manifest, right? We've been talking about mindset all day in that kind of sense and how it's been affecting Noster. And you know, it really is sometimes just that little, just seeing yourself as #1 can really help you believe that you can reach that level as well. I've also been super impressed with Noster 11. We've talked about it a lot just in terms of helping that mental. This is arguably the best TFT that I've seen him ever play, which is awesome to say. That also means that he's going to be extra scary going to regionals and potentially worlds, because you know, those players that peak at the exact right time, I'm thinking Toronto, Tokyo, and last set, right, are sometimes the most scary going into regionals.
Honestly, the kind of when we take a look around the board too and see the compositions that the players putting together, it does feel like that a lot of players are kind of moving towards reroll and saying like, hey, you know what, I trust my ability to not only find these 3-star units, but also to get there and have ways to continue to move up and continue to build my board. And honestly, I feel like that's been one of the biggest differences with the way a lot of the reroll compositions have worked, is that they don't just stop right there. Like, they continue to move up. It takes them a little bit of time, but they find their way there. You know, Rain, it looks like she's going to be going for the Katarina reroll again. It looked like that Noster was really leaning towards Seraphine reroll again. You know, Jeweled Lotus taken on 2-1. It's not a great early augment. It has its payoff once you put your board together. So this is kind of an interesting spot here to me.
Yeah, this is a really, really interesting spot. Actually not slamming the items on the Katarina quite yet, because Rain wants to wait for that headliner to come through, right? She pre-levels to 6 in a very good spot already with a Katarina too. And Billy's spot on the left we saw there was fine as well, right? There was already a Bard 2, MF 2, no items on them yet, but Billy really putting himself in a good spot to make that Jazz baby kind of line work out, as we haven't really seen, I think, as much success as we expected out this weekend yet. But Billy can carry, has shown time and time again, he can make these spots work even on those reroll lines. And so especially on level 6 here, Rain and Billy, if they find their units right, they find their headliners, it's going to spell a huge amount of success for them.
Yeah, I've always been really tempted to slam my items on the 2 stars as well that I'm going to be re-rolling on. But if you don't have them on a headliner, it's a lot different. It took me a little bit of time to realize, like, hey, maybe don't slam these on the regular
Last
units.
Stand?
I'll wait till
I know. Last Stand's just one of those augments, guys, and everyone at home, that like these players, if you're really good at the game, Last Stand is, you know, we've seen it pretty much win in a lot of tournament situations when it's been picked. The time that it hasn't is when 2 Last Stand people go up against each other and potentially bot 4. Why do you think that's the case? I mean, we were all talking, right? Khroen, what do you think that choice was about?
The choice was that Rain didn't think that she would hit quickly, but then immediately has headliner Katarina and another one in the shove.
Frequent flyer, I think, is a really tough decision between this, because you get a lot of payoff. Like, I don't know if you've ever like gone through and like watched a bot and counted how many times you rolled. It is a lot. Like, rolls later
if you don't hit,
they don't cost. Later in the game when they cost like 1 gold each, like, you're like, wow, I have a lot of extra gold. Like, it's kind of a weird thing, but honestly, it pays off a lot of difference. I think that I would have been really tempted to take the last stand, but I think a lot of this boils down to where do you need to finish for this to come up? Do you need to finish with a first place, or do you need to finish in the top 4? And I think that's really influencing Rain's decision right now, where I think she just needs to finish in the top 4, and that's why she's leaning towards this more safer pick.
Yeah, fair. She is effectively, locked in for regionals. We got to crunch the numbers there just based off of qualifier points. So a top 4 might be pretty safe. However, if you talk about that decision between frequent flyer and how many rolls you're going to be doing, you got to say, what am I rolling for at every point in the game? With Crowd Diver, after you get Katarina 3 online, after you find one copy of the other Crowd Divers, the most important thing is be able to push levels and find the Kiana, right? Find the things that are going to make your board cap out, which are going to be 4 and 5 cost units. You're not really re-rolling for much more than just that Katarina. Rain's already one off, so I actually think that is a great point to bring up, Admirable, and a lot of compositions would get so much value out of this augment, but I think actually the Crowd Divers are going to get a little bit less than usual, especially because, again, you want to push levels, you want to find that Kiana.
Interesting. Khroen and I disagree on the points.
But I love that, though. That's
I
good.
love that. Honestly, that's great. We don't have to agree on the points, but ultimately the result is going to be what's most important. And the other thing I also want to bring up here is we did have someone pick last stand, and it was Billy Can Carry this time. So, my whole thing is just like, I see last stand in tournament settings a lot of the time it ends up getting first. We've seen it, I think, twice over the weekend so far, but there's no reason to take risk when you don't have to. I think that's like a big thing with a lot of people who aren't professionals in this game. Is, again, it goes back to sometimes not doing something is the right move. Sometimes not taking a risk. You don't always have to go for it every single game when a top 4 is just good enough. And especially in the final game of the lobby, you get to control a little bit more of your environment by doing this. So I can definitely see it. I probably go last stand in that position regardless, because it's me. The Rain is a much better player, but it would be very interesting if Billy Can Carry and Rain end up in first and second. Billy Can Carry wins because of something like last stand. But now we have some econ and some damage here for Robin, Admirable.
Yeah, not huge augments here for Robin, but I think that his direction's kind of been determined by this amalgamation of items that seemingly came into place at this point, where you're like, well, I have backline, I have front line, I have some stuff in the middle, some melee stuff, but a little bit of you know what, this is pentakill. That's kind of where his brain ends up settling at this point when you're in the slam items territory. It's such a strong composition. If you're way ahead and winning, you have the gold for it, everything kind of works out to benefit going for this pentakill playstyle. And for Robinsons right now, this is looking perfect. I feel like he's been shoved into direct lines where he feels forced to take one line or the other, and in this one I feel like he's got a lot more agency and some more flexibility to it. So I'll be curious to see where he can go with this one. Rain puts together the 3-star Katarina. No one's going to be beating her for a while. Billy Can Carry really needs to pick this up and start going. Sitting at 36 HP last stand. It's going to buy you around, but how much difference is it really going to make? Glad to see that Billy can win around in this one. It's a huge difference. And right now, Setsuko and Robinsons, I feel like having lost these rounds, it's time to econ up, get to level 8, and then make the most of it at this point. I feel like these are spots where they're going to start running over boards because they have time to invest. They had all this early game time that's built so much for them that now it's time for the other players to try to make up the disadvantage they've had and see if they can find their way into the top 4 spots instead.
Yeah, these mid-game boards are so gross, actually. There's already a Katarina 3 on stage 3. There's Urgot 2. Carrying 2 really good items for him. You can throw kind of whatever items on Urgot. He's still just going to be absolutely massive. Robin has a huge lead as well. Noster has a Kale 2 online with Mordekai's 2 frontline and 3 items on that Kale, 3 items on the Mordekaiser. These are so above average in terms of board strength, but we've got to remember that comes through because of Crab Rave, because of so many more resources. You can hit all your pairs, you can hit all these things, and Noster taking a huge chunk out of Lemon VIP there, even with a strong board as Lemon VIP had.
I think we're just gonna see the Rave go through, and I think there's also a world where someone like Billy Can Carry's last stand actually triggers on Crab Rave. Curious to see if that's gonna be the case there. But the other thing too, because of Crab Wave, you actually have to be a little bit aware of how much HP you're gonna be going into that particular creep round, because you might not win it. The Billy Can Carry is gonna try his best as a tier 3 Bard comes through for our 8th place Fred right now, just right now. And Billy needs that first place to really sniff at anything close to that first place prize. But now let's go ahead and see what these crabs are doing other than dancing. Look at the, those crabs, those hits are telling the truth, guys.
Yeah, they don't lie, that is for sure. And you know what else doesn't lie? Replay is confidence, going to level 8 on neutrals and trying to roll quickly, way more quickly than anybody else in the lobby. He's not hitting anything though, or at least in terms of a headliner he wants. He did hit the Caitlyn too. He hit a copy of a Yor, a copy of a Zac, right? That's fantastic. But as that gold dwindles down, Replay is not landing on what he wants, but you know who is? It's Setsuko. Gets the job done, hits the Heartsteel Ezreal right when he wants to. How does he do it? Genius mode, Setsuko right now.
I was going to say that replay going to 8 on creep speaks to, I think, to the lack of confidence. Like, I need time to get the salvage done right now.
That's true. That's true. No confidence in hitting your headliner. You need to do it right now, but still miss.
You know what's crazy is I feel like I'll go an entire game without seeing Ezreal headliner sometimes. You know what I mean? And seeing them do this like this, you ask, you shall receive. Some people just have the magic, right? And I think Setsuko is one of those people in TFT. If Setsuko's participating, there is a chance that he's going to win. There's no doubt about it. Sitting at 35 points right now. We're getting to our next augment. Already flipped a couple of them. Harm Assist is one of those classics that always give you some value, but there's a Cybernetic can also be a part of that, especially with that mana. Capricious Forge is Capricious Forge. That'd be funny. Capricious Forge is the last choice. Admirable, how you feeling?
Well, I mean, Setsuko rolls past these augments because he usually knows what's up right away. So when he's the last one, he's always like, oh, this is good enough. And he's just like thinking about it, and he's like, I gotta find the one that's really good right now. A lot of players going to level 8 and having gold left on this one. Like we saw that Robinson's had 50 gold and was on level 8. Like that is pretty unusual to see at this point, but I'm kind of curious to see where he ends up going with this one right now. Billikencarry's been on 26 HP for a couple rounds now. We're seeing Rain get to be able to put more units together as well. Not on a hot streak at this point, but still looking like that she has not lost a ton of HP at these points. Players, when they have this much gold, they have times to kind of catapult themselves forward at this point. So the question really is like, where's that benchmark? It's way different than what it usually is because players have so much more gold. But I'm curious, like, at what point you could settle, and that's going to be all dependent on where the lobby sits right now. So some of these rounds are going to feel like ultra crucial to some players right now. Like Setsuko taking this hit right now at 20 gold with the 5 Heartsteel in play. You're going to need a little bit more in play, but I think this might be a couple rounds of investing to figure it out. Billikencarry, we see both 3 stars online. Wow. This is unusual to have the 3-star MF at this point because usually this is such a contested unit. The KDA positioning not ideal, but this is one of those spots where Billikencarry might be able to find a win-out style of position because you have the additional gold to move your way up in levels, but you also have your carries online. You're just missing the items. That is it. Like this is an additional duplicator that Billikencarry has on the bench right now. That's how quickly this got hit because of the amount of gold.
Yeah, not only is there the upgrades on the MF and on the Bard, but it's just 2 Nikos away from having that Frodan have a lot of staying power as well. Billy has put himself in a really good spot here, and that does happen because of that influx of resources, but see if it's strong enough right now versus Robinson's.
It's Aegis on the other side.
Another Ezreal headliner as well. Will these tier 3 units be able to handle it? I mean, it's not just regular tier 3 units, right? We're at 4-3. We've also unlocked every available edition of That's Jazz Baby on this comp as well. And then we're going to get even more stats when we get to Last Stand. So not only, we're probably just without those augments going to do fine through stage 4, but with them we're going to be doing even better. Lemon VIP is now taking over that 8th place spot that Billikencarry has been holding since pretty much the beginning of the game. Things are starting to tighten up. Let's look at all of these augments now. Ooh, really interesting one there for Noster on Metalheads. So what does that mean, Khroen, for his direction at this point?
It means you click the pentakill units and you hope they get the job done, of course. And Noster is already going in that direction, right? Having that kill carry. But he's really going to need to get the forecast on as well, right? Because he's not really, I think, in a spot of going kill 3 or Mord 3. Has one Karthus online. Needs that Viego. Okay, is going for kill 3. I saw level 7, so I wasn't 100% sure there. But still being level 7 at 4-5, yes, he is going to want to get that Kale 3, still 2 more, and the rolls just aren't coming through Admirable, and that feels so bad at this point, especially because all these other players are so strong. At least hits the Karthus too, though.
It is a little bit of like how this composition works. I actually heard this from Dish Soap on one of his streams, where moving to 7 oftentimes can be so beneficial because you just can't sacrifice the board power for it. And that board 3 is such a powerful thing. Like, you can try to chase that down if you have the gold for it. And so the big caveat to that was if you have the gold for it. In the crab lobby, this is one of the ones where you have the gold for it. And so it definitely can slow you down because you're spending that extra gold on getting to level 7. But the power that you can get off of it it's probably worth it at this point. Like, Noser still has a healthy amount of HP to work with, has Metalheads online, has the additional crit from this. You know, the crit from Jeweled Lotus doesn't work, 15%, or the rest of the time minus 15%. Just you don't really need it. Sometimes your units just crit. That's really what it boils down to on some of these. But I digress to it. The whole point is to get these 2 units 3-starred if you can. And so finding the rest of it's not possible. Other players are going to contest the super fans usually too much on this one. But really the big one is finding that Kale right now. The Kale is everything. And so just take these couple of rounds to invest, build your gold back up, go all in and find the rest of these. Without them, it's a failed lobby. It's just a bomb out from this point. But I think given the items, given the situation, Kale reroll was absolutely the call because of how the drops worked out from the creeps.
All right, let's see how this fight is going to work out. We're already seeing the benefits of Crab Ray for everyone else, but it's kind of like getting a prismatic augment, right? Everyone kind of gets the same, little bit of power, and everyone is going to be as strong. So you might see your tier 2 Karthus, your tier 2 Zed, and be super excited that someone else also has those tier 2 units, and we're seeing a lot of power. I feel like we saw stage 5 comps at like the end of stage 3 when it came to this particular lobby. Now we get more crabs, and this is why you might say, hey, why are all the items? Why aren't they, putting their carries in there just yet? Well, we have a lot more choices to go through right now. This is going to be where a lot of those final decisions are going to take place and where our final comps will start to take form. Khroen.
The rich get richer for Robin songs. 73 gold in the bank, just 20 more XP need to be purchased to level up. Robin going to 9 and trying to make this Heartsteel Ezreal board one that's been the conversation all weekend into a first place, right? Robin Song's middle of the pack-ish with 35 points. Already locked in for regionals, but wants that prize pool, wants to claim the title. It's Lucian 2, Zach 2, Oppie, Alawi, York, next units on his mind. Needs to hit them in the shops, though. That's an Alawi pair. Hits the Alawi, too.
This is what happens when you go level 9 with 70 extra gold. What the heck? This is going to be so hard to defeat for some players. This is ridiculous.
Sometimes you see a player roll down, you get like a little upset, right? You're like, okay, of course you would, right? Of course you would get the Alawi 2 with 3 rolls, right? So let's see how strong this comp is. It's probably not going to be close here, especially with the comp on the other side being what it is. But look at those Heartsteel stacks. 716.
Wait, what?
So going over 750 for Setsuko. Make sure we go over there, folks, because I'd love to see what that cash out is going to be.
What the heck's happening over on that side? Why was the chest so big? What happened?
The biggest cash out I think we've seen all weekend. We're about to take a look at what is that going to be. So many resources. Oh boy, Setsuko needs to snap back from 8th all the way to 1st here with that. Oh, whoa, Radiant TG, Tactician's Crowd, enough gold to go to 9. A duplicator as well, it looks like. Oh, that was huge.
What the heck? Did he raise the stakes?
No, it didn't look like he did, actually. That was... What was he playing? He was like 7 Heartsteel, lost the last 5 rounds in a row, it looks like. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh, but gets hit with the triple tier 3s in that back line. But there's so much power here on Setsuko's board. They can still get even more powerful, but with only 11 HP, a bad matchup can be it for him. And is this going to be that matchup? So far, that Bard hasn't really taken a ton of damage, and ult's only going to go through, and Setsuko's going to get eliminated. A 700 cash out gets eliminated by Billy Can Carry, a person that Admirable asked 14 other people for information on, is going to beat what some people consider the greatest in TFT. Setsuko will finish in 8th place in this lobby because of that jazz, baby. Admirable, how are you feeling?
what happened?
Yeah,
How do you get to that large
Crab rave.
of a chest and then like it just doesn't pan out? That's so crazy to me. So we're gonna have to move past it at that point. That's something I'd have to go back and look at to really understand anything about it. Lemon Vip is on level 8 with a 2-star Jin. Like this is another one of those where you look at it and you go, wait a second, what happened? This is level 8.
Oh, Lemon VIP, riding along in the very VIP. I know a Lemon that is a fan as well, but unfortunately, this Lemon has to leave the VIP today and was one of those players that needed to get that top 4 to qualify. So that's probably the end of the season for Lemon VIP. But I gotta give credit to someone like the new player coming into it, final 8 of the lobby. Look at who he finished ahead of Setsuko, and he's gonna be able to say that forever. From this point on, but this lobby is not done just yet. Billy can carry at 3, Aegon at 7, which means the Crab can take out some of these players as well, which is only 2 rounds away. Billy can carry with his tier 3 units. We're able to take down Setsuko, Khroen. What are you looking at right now? Any concerns for anybody?
A lot of concerns considering that 27 HP only is on top right now. Billy can carry still does have last stand and has not procced that yet. So especially if Billy can hang on to that going into the Crab Rave, we're going to be safe. But that still means that these next 2 rounds have to be huge. Noster 11 has hit Kale 3, hit Mordekaiser 3 as well, and 3 tier 2 4-cost carries in the backline, all with items as well. Faces up against Billy.
Gonna alpha too by not putting Mordekaiser on a KDA square, but look at those gargoyles getting complete value out of that based on that positioning. Everyone started on that Mordekaiser, and now everyone in that front line has started to fall. Is Noster going to be able to do what Setsuko was unable to do? It's going to be pretty close, but it's going to be that bar that takes it through, and that's Jazz, baby. Anyway, as Billy can carry continues to absolutely roll through this lobby from the bottom of the leaderboard. Aegon does fall, was in 2nd place, I believe, so that means that that win is not going to get him that money, but looks to be fine as Nico 3 does come through too. Crab Rave, Crab Rave, Crab Rave. And that might be why Setsuko's cash out wasn't as valuable, because everyone was, so rich and already going through it. A 750 cash out was probably really equal to something like 400, 500. Like, that's not big too. But I'm just trying to figure out exactly what happened to Setsuko there, because Billy Can Carry has seemed to push this advantage more than almost everyone else in this lobby.
Hey, Nico 3 here is huge. How do you beat this right now? He still has last stand to proc. He hasn't even unlocked one of his entire augments yet. This is ridiculous.
From an augment down, able to rush the lobby because Billy was in 8th place and started to streak. That means this game is going to shrink down, and it's gone very, very fast. This game will not be going to stage 7 as we already have a top 4 as Rain falls. As Billy... Did I call my shot? Is Billy Can Carry going to trigger last stand on the rave? Let's see. What's your favorite dance? If you're not dancing with us, you're doing it wrong. Let's see who is going to be able to beat the Crab.
I think you're exactly right, Boop. I think Billy will proc last stand here on this Crab Rave. Let me see replay as well. That Caitlin's going to fall over. She has no healing. The Zen maybe can do it, but the dance begins.
Vampirism on replay's side. I will say that there's no inherent healing on Billy's side yet.
Okay,
he's able to take it down from raw damage, and replay is able to overcome it as well.
Did anyone lose though?
A ton of damage. Did anyone lose to the Crab?
Yeah,
we need to know if someone lost to the Crab.
Noster still fighting the Crab. Noster still fighting the Crab. Oh, he lost! Oh no! Noster lost to the Crab. Oh my goodness! If this means about, I mean, we're already top 4, but if this means a 3rd or 4th place finish, I'm not sure Noster's going to be eating seafood in the near future. That's going to be a little traumatic, as he's the only one to be taken down by the power of dance. All right, let's go into that top 4 right now, Khroen. What are we seeing for Noster here? 47 gold, but still hanging on.
Trying to push to level 9. There's no more level 8 advancements that he can make. It's all about this positioning, all about how long can this Mordekaiser hang on for. No KDA Hex for it again, but 3 KDA, hey, it's kind of fake. You just want to position it well.
All right, we've seen these Caitlyn's come up clutch, but it was because they had a lot more mana generation than this Caitlyn has, even with that Shojin's. A couple ults already going through, though, but the Caitlyn's already in the back line. This last slash is not going to be enough to take down those carries, and that's a big loss. Oh, no, that's the last lobby. You can't take that gold home with you, as Noster finishes in 4th place. Billy's Ken carries Flash Stand has triggered. Replay and Robin Song separated by 1 HP at the top. It could not be closer, Admirable.
Yeah, this is pretty massive when you look across this right now. Last Stand is procced. You have all of your key item holders 3-starred. Sansa, of course, the Ziggs, you can't really 3-star that one, so we're going to ignore that a little bit. But now it's been procced. It's been procced. All the gold is spent. You got the Jazz in play. Robin Songs, meanwhile, is colossal on that side of it as well. I'm curious if Billy Can Carry actually has what it takes to beat their 2 remaining players in this lobby, because they're both really stacked too. The Kiana knocking back that Nico is a big difference to how these fights kind of pan out.
Unfortunately, Nico has so much HP. All it did was give someone else an item. It's almost like shooting into a brick wall. Nothing is happening. Too much HP. And now there's only 2 people remaining. Can Billy Can Carry complete the Miracle 1? Give himself that opportunity for the victory? Or is it going to be the tried and true Robin Songs here? This is it, friends. It is the definition of old guard and new guard. And we're looking for a tier 3-5 cost unit, because that's the only way that Robin feels like he can win this. We're 1 Alawi away. Is it going to be here for us on Crab Rave of all places? We have a couple more to go. No! That means that Billy Can Carry will win this lobby. You got to give credit for Robin. He did the math. That was pretty much going to be impossible. And Alawi 3 might have, won that round, but it wouldn't have been quick. But that's going to be it for us. The new guard is going to take the last lobby today. Final standing will still need to be determined. But Crab Rave for the end. Khroen, Admirable, I'm so glad to have been able to spend that time with you guys. It's going to be it for our casting. So let's get some final thoughts. Go ahead and take a little bit of time here, since it's going to be regionals coming up, and really tell us how you feel. Let's go ahead and start with Admirable.
This set has just been something truly special about it. TFT is always, it's like from the start for me, it's been one of those games where I was like, no, this is it. This is like the strategy game that's going to shape the way that the future works for strategy games in general. And of course, it's Riot that does. That's just, they take different directions, and this was absolutely the grand slam in my opinion. I've been playing strategy games my whole life. This is the one. And then of course set 10, there's no better set you could have done it with. It's in a way that pretty much just everybody can share from a music perspective. Like, how could you not have something like that? Like, I've never spoken to someone, they're like, I'm just not really that into music. It's a perfect set as well. And then we had the biggest event of the year. We've had the most agency I think that we've ever seen in the set so far. Some of the best balance that we've ever seen, and we're seeing some of the best tournaments that we've ever seen. They're high stakes. We're seeing just absolutely just crushing performances. It's been years to this point, and we've seen players, despite all of the RNG that can come into it, in spite of all of the variants that they can face, they're still showing dominant performances. It's like, what is causing it at this point? Honestly, it's just tough to know until you look down and break it all out. And then it's just every single way you look at it, TFT has been something special. This tournament is certainly no exception to that. Been one of the highest stakes it's ever been. And my gosh, I just hope there's more TFT for me in the future, because this game is just truly something else. And I cannot wait to see how Regionals is coming up, and then furthermore, how Worlds is coming up. No bid set for me was absolutely the right call for TFT.
Yeah, 100%. I share that sentiment. Admirable, just want to be involved in this in the future. It's so exciting seeing how TFT keeps on growing and evolving to get here to set 10, right? We've been here for a minute now, all of us, and to see these players grow and have players like, just this whole final lobby, right? The pedigree of the old guard, the new guard trying to fight their way in and kind of claw their way into notoriety, into people being like, hey, you're pretty good at the game now, man. I know you've been at it for a while and you're making your big, you're getting your big breakout. It's so inspiring to watch. And it's a set that obviously me competing in the Vegas Open, taking a step back into competitive, and then being kind of like with these players, rooting them on just that much more. It's so special to be here and be a part of it. So yeah, thank you for both you on the desk as well as on the Nekkra as well. It's been a great time. So this has been a fantastic tournament.
Yeah, to kind of piggyback of what y'all said, I mean, there are some players who literally became adults while we were casting them, right?
Yeah.
QA, for example, was super young when he first started, and now like we actually get to see real growth from you know, all of these players, and honestly, most of it has been super positive, and I'm excited to see where it's going to go. Like I said, that was going to be it for us today. My name's been Boopasaurus here with Admirable and Khroen. I just wanted to thank all of you for hanging out with us and seeing who is going to be our North American regional representative after they make it into the regionals. If you're curious who made it, so am I. We're going to get the final standings after the break, so definitely stick around and we'll tell you everything you need to know about what's next. See you on the other side, and thank you so much.
I feel like I want to do a crab rave right now because I'm so excited. We got crab rave in our final lobby and it claimed one. Noster didn't die to it, but it got a good bite out of Noster before going out. And you know who took a bite? That 700 cash out. Turns out you cash out in heaven, you cash out in eighth. What the heck was that lobby? And then that's Jazz. Billy can carry. That was incredible. The failed Alawi 3 from Robin songs. That has to be like such a memorable final lobby.
I think so. I think what was so funny about seeing the crab rave pop up is you and I were literally just talking about that before throwing over to our wonderful casters. Like, bingo card, hello, that's the final thing we're missing to get the big bingo, and we did get it. So honestly, so stoked that we got to see crab rave. I think personally one of my favorite portals, whether I lose to it or I think I've only lost to the giant crab, but we won't talk about that one. And I'm glad that it didn't actually affect anybody's tournament performance this time around
either. Just all fun and games, just leading up to that.
Imagine having a vendetta against a digital crab because it knocked you out of a tournament. I mean, yeah, I would have some choice words.
I think Polygon might have after KDA Cup, but you know, but I think this game was also really exciting because there were still storylines for us to follow. There were 2 players in this lobby specifically that needed to have a top 4 finish in this tournament in order to make it to the NA Regional Finals, and that was Lemon VIP and Billy Kinkari. We saw Billy Kinkari make it all the way to the end of this lobby, and so that's very, very exciting to see just how much Billy Kinkari did do throughout this entire tournament, honestly, to be able to have a shot, so...
And I wish I got a shot to see Alawi 3. And if a solo Alawi 3
I know you wanted that so bad.
could take out a board, it's... Why is it when you ask for KDA 10, you get KDA 10? I ask for a 3-star, 4-cost, 3-star, 5-cost, and we don't get to see it on broadcast. I'll have to ask the co-streamers what they saw, but...
I think you just have to make your hair a little bit pinker.
I know. I'll have to...
And then we
channel that energy, manifest the gold. But it's cool. It was cool to see that's Jazz Baby and committing to that, because we were curious like how big of a difference that made, because to commit to that, to go full Jazz when Jazz is such a popular trait for these late game boards to really scale. But no Alawi 3, that's Jazz Baby getting to the top. Turns out cashing out a bazillion on Heartsteel doesn't get you top 4. So I like how everyone's like, yeah, go Heartsteel win. No, not necessarily.
Sometimes it doesn't work out for you, but for the Heartsteel Cup, sometimes it still can. And so, Jen, I'm so excited to look at these standings and see who we're going to be standing over.
Who will it be? The top 4 go to regionals. Who ended up at the top? Let's look at those standings. I'm glad I didn't have to crunch these numbers. Your winner of Heartsteel Cup is Replay. In second is Robin Songs. Third and fourth, Billy Kinkari and Noster, our #1 player from yesterday, still staying at the top. And of course, top 12 get money. Congratulations also to Aegon, Rainplosion, Lemon VIP, and Setsuko. So yes, top 4 get to regionals. But Nekkra, you were crunching the numbers about the qualifier points.
I have a few. So what's really interesting is that Robin Songs and Noster 11 actually just qualified to the NA Regional Finals from getting top 4 at the Heartsteel Cup. Now that actually has opened up the door for a couple of other players to make it in through qualifier points. NA Regional Finals is only 24 players. We get 4 from the KDA Cup. That was Malala, Pokygom, Kane Drew, and Ripple Overdrive. We have 6 players that qualified through the leaderboard snapshots. Dish Soap, Kaiwing, Wajan Iverson, Prestivin, Spencer, and Setsuko. So while Setsuko did get top 8 here, he's already made it through that ladder snapshot. We have our 4 from Heartsteel Cup in the top 4, but there's 10 spots remaining for qualifier points. Who has the most total up from their standings in the KDA Cup and the Heartsteel Cup? We have to wait for all of those numbers to become official. But the fact that Robin Songs and Noster 11 were going to have like the most qualifier points out of anybody from getting basically back-to-back top 8s. That has opened the door a lot now since they just got top 4 here.
Yeah, and Replay I think ended in 20th place from day 3. So to climb from 20th to 1st, like started from pretty much the bottom to here. There's like a lyric about that, and it's awesome to see him on that throne. And Robin Songs, who stayed consistently in that second from day 3 to second place in day 4, you're still happy with that money. You're happy to go to regionals, and that performance stayed consistent because he got the bonus points, and so did Billy and Noster, Rainplosion, Lemon VIP. And I saw some people in the chat just really being excited for new players like Lemon VIP, like Billy Kinkari, in terms of just tournament results and really beginning to let their career shine, starting with a tournament like this.
Yeah, I think it still might be a little close if Lemon VIP can make it based on qualifier points alone. Would have needed the top 4.
overall in the tournament to be assured a spot at the NA Regional Finals, but of course we still have to go do the mathematics on that one. At the very least, though, we should see Aegon and Rainplosion as well getting that 5th and 6th place at the Heartsteel Cup. So I just am so excited to see what this NA Regional Finals is going to hold. The math still has to math, but I am so excited for...
Well, even if, like, I'm excited for everything. Even if, like, Lemon doesn't make it to regionals, like, this was kind of one of the first times we got to hear their name, for them to, like I said, begin, like, a consistent tournament career from here on out. Because yes, to win on ladder is one thing. We started the show about talking about how different it is to compete on ladder versus the tournament. But one player that put on a masterclass today, and joining us for a winner's interview, is our Heartsteel Cup champion, Replay. Thank you so much for joining us. A big congratulations. Bring me through what you're thinking right now. How does it feel to be a winner?
Oh, I mean, it feels good. Yeah.
It's awesome, Replay, to be talking with you again, especially after just how impressive you've been in TFT over the past few sets. I know heading into this tournament, though, you needed a big tournament finish to secure a spot at any regional finals through qualifier points. So how nervous were you going into the final day of competition, knowing that you had that looming over your head?
Oh, I mean, I feel like I've played enough tournaments now that I don't really feel nervous. So I try to, like, make myself more nervous sometimes to, like you need to be, like, the right amount of nervous. So, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like I don't get too nervous anymore, so I think it's all good. Yeah.
Get the adrenaline pumping a little bit, right?
Yeah. Like you don't want to be, like, too complacent, but at the same time, you don't want to be too nervous. So, like, sometimes you gotta, like, talk yourself down, and sometimes you gotta talk yourself up, depending.
And keeping your mental straight for 2 weekends in a row with a lot of games that could go up and down. And from day 3, you ended in 20th, making it to Championship Sunday to be in first place. What did you have to take from your day 3 to help you improve and to turn around your day 4 to end up at the top?
Yeah, I think I actually got a lot better between yesterday and today. I think I spent like multiple hours last night reviewing with like a bunch of people, and like I feel like I got so much better over like one period a day, and like I don't know, I learned like about 80 flex, not to play TF, and I think the biggest thing I learned is like I gotta keep it simple. Like I feel like yesterday I was like playing some lines like double rage blade TF, like I was playing like too healthy, like I was playing a bunch of like stuff yesterday, and then today I just like played a bunch of 80 flex and like played simply. Yeah.
Well, I think it was after the 5th game you played heading into the top 16, you had an AVP of 2. So I think whatever studying you did last night really paid off here. So was it really just all about the AD flex? And did that matter at all, knowing that that line was really contested this tournament?
Yeah, I don't really think like it's like the line is contested, but like the comp itself is like 3 different comps. Like even if like 4 people are playing it, like there's like 3-4 different variations. Like even like Akali, like Zed, Caitlyn, like Ezreal, like pick 2 out of 4. Like surely you'll hit something. Or Poppy, like I'm pretty sure the whole lobby can play 80 flex basically.
And it was cool to hear from Noster yesterday, kind of during the interview, about the philosophy of, like, you were talking about your double rage blade TF, which just made me think about how you maybe want to slam items early and have that tempo. And when tournament play, there is so much more pressure and you want to get powerful early. Did you kind of struggle with that same thing of wanting to build less ideal items early, or did you kind of look at the stats and try to really figure out how to best peak your boards?
Yeah, I think like if you're playing AD Flex in particular, like the most important thing is the amount of HP you have. Because if you have a lot of HP, you just play Heartsteel and you lose stage 4, and you're probably gonna win out. So like I think like slamming, like I think people get like really caught up in slamming Ezreal items, but I'm pretty sure you just like slam anything that saves your HP, and then on stage 4, like you just whip something together depending on your items.
Well, you know, Replay, now that you've won this tournament, you get to look forward to the NA regional finals that are happening in just a week and a half. So how are you feeling going into preparation for that? And where's your mindset knowing that the tournament's only so few days away?
Oh, I didn't really think that far ahead. I'm pretty sure, I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same thing. Like I'll play some TFT, like I'll review. Like I don't know, like nothing really new here.
Do your thing. Stay consistent. You seem to be a player that's really good at learning on the fly and keeping your mental composed and improving from day to day, as we saw from day 3 to 4. Do you have any shout outs, maybe like a study group, anyone who supported you and helped you get to this point?
I mean, I definitely want to shout out my study group. I'm pretty sure like I would not be here. Like I for sure would not be here without them. Like DPay, Ripple, T Lose, like Cam, Degree. Like, I think there's a lot of people I've learned from. I don't know, my friends, family, people. Oh, Team Liquid, maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Maybe do that,
important.
yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to friends, family, people, and Team
Your
Liquid at the end, and the replay study group. Congratulations once again. It's gonna be so exciting to watch you at regionals. We know you're gonna kick butt, and thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Good luck.
See ya. Good luck. So exciting. I hope there's a time in TFT where we can kind of get flags or brands for all the different study groups, so we can kind of know like who's on a team. It's like TFT is like a single player esport, but low-key people have teams, and it's cool to see people learn from each other.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid is just one of the few organizations that have some skin in the TFT game. Disguised Toast has been a huge esports personality to back up a ton of the players that were there at the TFT Vegas Open. And Beast Coast also has a player in Socks. There's so many organizations that have started to really invest into TFT, and I know that we are only where we are now because of the just wonderful faith of the people that are in our community. Outside of the esports jerseys, though, I almost wonder if you would want to rock a lab coat for like the members of the lab. Like, screw the esports jersey, just go get your PhD in TFT. And it's a really great time to know that these study groups are around to help you build each other up, but also it's just propelling the way of TFT forward. And one of the reasons why we're seeing some of the highest level of competition NA has ever had to offer.
It's great to see the community come together in study groups and just through a commonality of our passion for the game. And I love that Frodan came on in the pre-show to talk exactly about what brings us all together, no matter what background it is, what study group you're from. We all love this game, and we're gonna get to love it even more at the NA Regional Finals going down on February 23rd to 25th. That is like less than 2 weeks away. So you guys are gonna want to follow the channel. It's gonna be live here. We got a ton of players showing up, hoping for their chance to represent North America at the Rumble Remix World Championship in March. Man, time is flying by. And if you want to find out exactly who those players are, you want to know more about them, go and follow all the socials for TFT. That's when you can know about the events. Of course, if you want to watch the VODs, if you missed the broadcast. And a special shout out to our casters that brought all of this action to life. Khroen, Admirable, Boopasaurus, of course, you, Rose. And it was fun for me to join and even get in on the casting action. It was so fun, and I'm so excited for regional finals that's going on in 2 weeks, and we hope that you all at home will join us there. Thank you everyone for being here. Have a great rest of your night, and congratulations once again to Replay. See you later.